position that you're in. There's also other things you have to consider as well. What if you've opened, what if you've raised, and a player is 3-bet you? You then have to think about their range and think about what your range is now. There's more things to consider than just what the chart says. You have to understand many things about where you are in the tournament, how the shape of the table is.
Dean Lyles could be getting another trophy after all these years. Is this Jack's turn?
Should be.
It is indeed.
Yeah.
All of it, and Dean is never folding.
Yeah. Daniel should fold the sixes here. I think he knows well enough to do it. But yeah, pretty quick fold.
There's 5 out of the way as well. Back round to Dean. He'll make the call. So off we go to the races. Well, we've got 10s playing. 10s, aces and jacks.
You noticed that, did you, Kev?
2 of clubs, no help, same scenario, a 10, a jack or an ace. Or we're down to 5. And it's a king. We are down to 5. Well played, Mr. Jack. Good to watch it on the stream this week. But finishing in 6th. Dean Lyle building up to 3 million. Jack Moore is no more.
This is going to be jam call, I think, as well, Tyler.
Look, if somebody makes it 4x and it's a little bit off topic, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Yeah, so we've got another flip to
Here
maybe
we
be
go.
like
This could be down to 4. We could be down to 4. Mine with the 8s against Dean Lyle's ace jack. And we hit the jack. Dean Lyle. All the spades are working. We need an 8 for the festival nuts, or a spade to survive. Oh, we backdoor it in. We backdoor the flush with the 8 of spades. The wry smile from Dean. And Martin, whoa, gets a double to 1.5 milli.
Oh my word.
I mean, you don't need to be that good in this spot.
You do not need to be that good. And this is grim for Harry because Dean gets to attack this stack. Oh no.
Unbelievable.
Because we just 4-bet jam here and we fist pump because we just pick up this 3-bet so often from Dean. Like, he's going to have so many 3-bet folds in this spot. So as Harry here, we have to send for 30.
I mean, we don't have to. We're absolutely delighted to send it.
Of course.
Oh, goodness me. I mean, how on earth? Jeez.
That is the most ridiculous call-up. 5-handed. 2nd in chips, 3rd in chips. What a setup for Harry here. Nothing you can do, sir.
I asked you at the start, how do you get down to 5 so fast? This is sort of how you do it. Yeah. And we could be down to 4 here, Jay. There's 6% and now there's 1. It has to be running kings or running straight.
Or Jack for the chop.
Or Jack for the chop, if you're optimistic.
I am optimistic.
Could be dead on the turn. We're dead on the turn a lot, and we are dead on the turn. And Dean knocks off another one and is now a serious danger around 4 million.
Yeah, it's gonna... I don't think Dan's gonna love seeing that. Yes, he ladders, but now Dean gonna be closing the gap on 1st and chips and a very accomplished player.
Any hand now could be it, where Martin takes his stand. And we know that Dan would call if Martin found something here, and it's not a snap fold, and it looks like this could be it, Tower.
We find an ace in the small with 10 bigs, and in goes the triangle, and he's going to see the bad news.
Oh, Dean!
He's going to see the bad news because Dean Lyle's got 9s.
I mean, is Dean going to go for a small re-isolate here? It looks like he will, and a fold quickly from Dan, who lets go an ace, and Martin's in huge trouble here with only 2 left, Tower. 2 left of the aces in the deck. Could be 2 left in this tournament, unless there's another ace to be found. 22% equity. Can Martin find it, or are we heads up at Ace State Poker Live in Glasgow?
Jack 4-3, all hearts, no hearts playing. We need an ace. Running 6s.
Running 5-7. Running 5 deuce. There's not a lot of hope. 14% worth of hope. The turn is a 4, and now it has to be a black ace tower,
Barry, can we find it?
or we will lose Martin in 3rd place and be heads up. River card.
Is an 8. We're down to 2 players and heads up at 888 Poker Live here in Glasgow. Martin, well played, sir. I tell you what, he made a big call yesterday with the ace 3 of hearts, and he ended up taking one out, and that was one for the books for Martin, and they turned it into 3rd place and £31,000 and change.
We just had our stakes, and now we got some pies dropped off, and Dean's got kings and Dan's got 6s.
Oh my!
Wow.
Are we too deep?
No, Tower, like pairs heads up, I always say look at it from a mathematical standpoint. You're 17 to 1 to get dealt a pair. So in a 2-handed situation,
Oh, he's gone for
there
it.
you go.
Oh man,
There you
this
go.
could be it.
And he hates it. He sees the kings and
This
he
could
is
be it.
in huge trouble.
Wow.
But like 17 to 1 to get dealt a pair, so for both players to have a pair, you're looking at 289 to 1. Like, it doesn't happen very often, heads up. It's very rare that both players have a pair. So Dan just sends the 6s in, and Dean finds the Cowboys.
Get that
Here
t-shirt out of the way on the
we
left-hand side.
go.
This could be it for championship. We need a 6. This could be it. Dean Lyles could be getting another trophy after all these years.
Oh no, backdoor diamonds
Nope,
for the chop.
not at all.
Fading 2 6s, and we have a champion.
Do we have a champion? Yes,
Oh,
we
yes,
do.
we do.
Yes, good lad.
What's your leak now? Like if you have to say like, okay, I've got this.
Probably, I guess my main league for tournaments, my main league would maybe being too aggressive in early levels. I kind of don't have the patience like I used to in the early levels to sit there and just like
Grind.
I'm more, which, you know, I can if it's a very important tournament, but like this summer is very long, so to sit there in the early levels, I was catching myself in this Mystery Millions tournament that everyone just was, you know, playing right now. But I'm catching myself like going for it a little too much in early levels, where like if I could sit back, take a breath, and just play my game, it'd probably be a little better. So I'm trying to work on that, just in the early levels, approach it more serious and not make any mistakes.
That's got to be so difficult. I mean, you know, you look throughout your poker playing, and you know, whether you're a 5-10 player now,
Yeah.
or a 50-100 player, or whether you're playing $300 tournaments or $30,000 tournaments.
Yep.
There comes a point where if you go back and you play below your stakes,
Yeah.
it's really hard to play your game.
Yeah, it is. It's and that's, I respect a lot of really high level, solid guys, because there's some of them that can just, no matter, like for instance, like a Brian Altman, who no matter what he's playing, he's always just,
Shout out to you, Brian.
yeah, shout out to Brian Altman. He always just locked in, no matter what the stakes is, just always present and just in the flow, no matter what it is. Just takes it very serious, where that can be one of, like I said, that can be one of my downfalls a little bit, is where some of the smaller stuff I'm not taking as serious when I really should take every moment serious when I'm at the table.
Sixes, sevens, and jacks.
Well, 9, 7, 9, so cut off big blind dynamic here. GK open the cut off, put some pressure on Ian in the big blind off a short stack. Ian defending GK with a gut shot. And 8 high, so probably a good one to start betting again. Probably go one of two ways here. It's difficult off this stack depth to peel one and then get faced with further aggression. So I wonder, it'd be interesting to see what route he does decide to take here, but he does decide to call.
Let's call once. We'll need a specific turn. 10 of clubs would be nice.
I mean, 10 of clubs would be perfect.
Oh, wow!
Wow.
Nailed it.
I tell you what, this treble is coming sailing in today. You would not believe everything that has happened
Any
this
tenner
week.
clubs
This
about?
entire week. Oh, I've never been more certain in my life.
Oh, any tenner clubs about? That keeps him involved.
You reckon? You reckon, Tara? It's an interesting card, to be fair, because GK obviously picking it up and down as well. No flush draw to go with it, but with 8-5 here and just 8 high, no equity, probably one that we want to keep betting on and just keep applying the pressure here and just set Ian in. And now then, Mr. Simpson, are we calling off King 8 of clubs here? I think we are.
In they go.
Does decide to call.
He's got the equity with the tenner clubs. Oh, that's just great.
GK drawing thin, so we need a jack or a 6 for a chop or a 5 for the outright. Otherwise, Ian Simpson is going to win a 268k pot as a day 2 buy-in, and then we're talking about really in and amongst it. Queen of spades, so king high going to hold for Ian. Big hold as well.
268,000 chips for Ian Simpson.
So GK ace 5 of hearts. This one certainly won't be being dropped off. There'll be chips coming in for an open. Turn you out the way on the button. Jerry going to fold the small blind, and this will not be folded from Mr. Simpson. Ace jack in the big here. And one that against the range of hands that GK is going to be opening off this kind of stack size that we could see come for a 3-bet from Ian. And I do like 3-bet. GK going to make the call. Here we go then, heads up. Cut off versus big blind on an ace 7-5 flop.
Ace 7-5.
Oh, that is less than ideal start for Mr. Simpson. So, what have we got now working with us? We have jack of spades. There's 2 spades working here, but a massive pendulum swing at the start of this hand on the flop in favour of GK. So, Ian going to feel pretty comfortable coming for a smaller size here. Does 3-bet pot, top and bottom.
This is a tough spot. Tough spot for Mr. Simpson.
Yeah, well, the jack of spades isn't great. I don't think it changes too much, but takes a couple of sort of spade combos out that our opponent could have that could potentially be check raising flush draws. So just an ace of diamonds, maybe some backdoor stuff there. So that looks like all in, and that looks like cool. And this is going to be a huge pot.
This could be
620k pot, table chip lead pot. GK out flopping Ian. Ian is going to need a jack, a 7, or some running spades.
Running spades. Does he get there?
Nixon puts off a 6 on the turn, so
The 6
not a
working
terrible
now.
card. 6
Yeah.
is working as well, Tao. You are correct.
6s, 7s, and jacks.
A 6 running 6s.
Oh, are you kidding? Oh man!
Steve's been looking for a spot, and he might have just found one. Bullets in the hijack, Ravi, pocket 9s in the cut-off, and that is going to be music to Steve's ears. Flips him over, makes the call. 4-1 favourite to double to a really nice spot now in the high roller, give himself a platform to kick on
Here's
and
the
take
boots.
this one down. Just got to be dodging those 9s and the Ravi. Jack 10-3 is a pretty good start.
Yeah. Potential backdoors for the 9s.
Flush draws are ruled out.
They are indeed. Off to the turn.
Pretty good start. 10 on the turn.
Turn. Fading a 9.
Yeah, 2 outs once now for
Yeah.
Ravi. Otherwise, it's going to be a real difficult clawback.
Oh, Ravi!
I
9 on the river. Call the police, man. Wow.
Oh, Steve.
Oh, Barnesy. And flopping a flush draw. Ace, Jack, 7. Ian. C-bets. Adrian will call. Turns it as well. Ian picks up a pair. Adrian with the flush. That's why he defended 10-3 hearts. The raise, pre-bet the flop. Do we barrel the turn? No, he decides to check. Good time check. Oh, Ian Simpson. He's going to get himself in a bit of bother. The river is the worst river card in the deck. He's checked as well to disguise the flush. Ian's going to fire. Adria's going to raise. Ian's got to think about it. 215,000.
Box work might have just set him in here, to be fair.
Yeah. Does Ian think there's any ace-X out there? After just a call from Adria Pre?
Yeah, quite possibly. But if there is ace-X out there, we now beat ace-X.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I agree, yeah.
And he snapped him off.
Wow.
To see two pair, to see the really bad news.
Yeah.
That the flush has taken out Ian Simpson.
Well, hand this for Adria. Been a while since we've seen a super premium. Queen's certainly hand befitting of that classification, and here we go, sports fans.
This is
Let's click some
huge.
buttons, get the money in, and run for the title yet again.
How do we end up with Ace
Queens
Queen
versus
against-
Ace Queen. This is going one way and one way only.
Absolutely. The lot's going in.
Adria just working out if he needs to raise to a size that isn't all in, but
No.
we definitely don't. We just pump this.
Absolutely not.
Ace Queen of clubs plays pocket queens.
So here we go
Fifth
for the
time we have an
title.
opportunity for the title.
For the title.
Well, that
Where does the
is
case
almost
come
certainly
from?
going to do it. Barring the most ridiculous of runouts, we are about to crown a king of the high roller.
Yes,
And with the
baby.
king of diamonds.
Eventually he's done.
There we
After
go.
4 or 5 swings and swans. Fantastic effort from Adria and also Jerry.
You brought up earlier on, you brought up risk adverse, and I guess picking your spots. And there's a hand that's obviously, quite infamous this morning, the pocket queen.
Oh, yeah.
And, well, I want you to talk us through that because, you hear all the time playing the main event, it's like, you got to kind of, you're tiptoeing through landmines. But how do you tiptoe through landmines? And I guess is folding the queens part of that?
I thought it was a good idea at the time. So there was a TV production break before the final table. So they did the redraw and 10, 15 minutes for TV. I went to the bathroom, came back. Dom was already there and said, okay, he said, here's the situation. Because I'm ICM aware, but I'm not very ICM studied. So Dom was,
Dom, we know Dom at 8 of 8 pretty well.
yeah. So he just said, okay, he said, a lot of it said, basically he told me what my stack value was. And he said, the value of doubling up isn't very much. I think at the time, it's a blur. It's like, he said, your stack's worth like 2.1 million or 2 million. He said, doubling's worth 2.6 and busting gets you to 800,000. So it's like, it has to be very tight. That a lot of spots are kings.
That's just, it's like blows your mind. You're like, wait. If I double, then nope, my chip value, then I double. No, that's not how it works.
And so he said, a lot of your spots are kings plus. And he gave me 3 examples. And I kind of forget what they were. So okay, but this, when I had the queens, that specific spot didn't come up as a kings plus spot. But I started thinking through my head already when the open happened. If this is already a kings plus spot, I hadn't looked at my cards yet. And then I said, yeah, this is too similar to the other spots you told me. I said, okay, I guess this is a kings plus spot because it's under the gun open, and I'm 2 behind the open at a 10-handed table with the 6 big blind and like the 11 big blind stack behind me, and I have 8, and I have like 18 or 19 big blind, whatever it was at the time. I said, yeah, this might be the kings plus. So okay, and just put it in there because now that I'm old and like a grizzled veteran, I have the mentality now where the spot's the spot. Who cares what the hell is going around you? The spot plays itself.
You have shown with
Yeah, I don't care.
you have
It's-
no issue
No.
being the bad guy.
No problem.
Right,
I
you'll play
don't
the
care.
villain well.
Yeah, I don't care.
As far as I'm concerned, by the way, every story needs a villain.
Yeah,
So-
well, I mean, I also just think, like, in my personal opinion, I'm the hero, but whatever. Like,
Well,
I bring the
hey, listen,
action.
hey, listen.
I bring all these players. Like, I make the creams entertaining. Like, I'm telling you, like, I fucking keep the game moving. I supply the chips. Like, you guys everyone out there is like, Nick's such a dick. It's like, dude, last year at the $1 Million game, the first day, $4 million in play were my millions. They were my $4 million. I lent the chips. You guys don't get your fucking game without me.
Depending on who the story is being told by, you have different heroes and different villains, okay? But either way, a good story needs a villain and needs heroes. We need people to cheer for, we need people to root against.
For sure.
And Phil Hellmuth has played both sides as well, which is good.
Dean Lyles could be getting another trophy after all these years. Is this Jack's turn?
Should be.
It is indeed. All of it, and Dean is never folding.
Yeah. Daniel should fold the sixes here. I think he knows well enough to do it. But yeah, pretty quick fold.
There's 5 out of the way as well. Back round to Dean. He'll make the call. So off we go to the races. Well, we've got 10s playing. 10s, aces and jacks.
You noticed that, did you, Kev?
2 of clubs, no help, same scenario, a 10, a jack or an ace. Or we're down to 5. And it's a king. We are down to 5. Well played, Mr. Jack. Good to watch it on the stream this week. But finishing in 6th. Dean Lyle building up to 3 million. Jack Moore is no more.
This is going to be jam call, I think, as well, Clark.
Look, if somebody makes it 4x and it's a little bit off topic, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Yeah, so we've got another flip to
Here
maybe
we go. This
4.
could be down to 4. We could be down to 4. Mine with the 8s against Dean Lyle's ace jack.
Looking
and we
grim.
hit the jack. Dean Lyle. All the spades are working. We need an 8 for the festival nuts, or a spade to survive. Oh, we backdoor it in. We backdoor the flush with the 8 of spades. The wry smile from Dean. And Martin, whoa, gets a double to 1.5 milli.
Oh my word.
I mean, you don't need to be that good in this spot.
You do not need to be that good. And this is grim for Harry because Dean gets to attack this stack. Oh no.
Unbelievable.
Because we just 4-bet jam here and we fist pump because we just pick up this 3-bet so often from Dean. Like, he's going to have so many 3-bet folds in this spot. So as Harry here, we have to send for 30.
I mean, we don't have to. We're absolutely delighted
Yeah,
to
of
send
course,
it.
of course.
Oh, goodness me. I mean, how on earth?
That is the most ridiculous call-up, 5-handed. Second in chips, third in chips. What a setup for Harry here. Nothing you can do, sir.
I asked you at the start, how do you get down to the 5 so fast? This is sort of how you do it. Yeah. And we could be down to 4 here, Jay. There's 6% and now there's 1. It has to be running kings or running straight.
Or Jack for the chop.
Or Jack for the chop, if you're optimistic.
I am optimistic.
Could be dead on the turn. We're dead on the turn a lot, and we are dead on the turn. And Dean knocks off another one and is now a serious danger around 4 million.
Yeah, it's gonna... I don't think Dan's gonna love seeing that. Yes, he ladders, but now Dean gonna be closing the gap on first and chips and a very accomplished player.
Any hand now could be it, where Martin takes his stand. And we know that Dan would call if Martin found something here, and it's not a snap fold, and it looks like this could be it, Tower.
We find an ace in the small with 10 bigs, and in goes the triangle, and he's going to see the bad news.
Oh, Dean!
He's going to see the bad news because Dean Lyle's got 9s.
I mean, is Dean going to go for a small re-isolate here? It looks like he will, and a fold quickly from Dan, who lets go an ace, and Martin's in huge trouble here with only 2 left, Tower. 2 left of the aces in the deck. Could be 2 left in this tournament. unless there's another ace to be found. 22% equity. Can Martin find it, or are we heads up at Ace State Poker Live in Glasgow?
Jack 4-3, all hearts, no hearts playing. We need an ace. Running sixes.
Running 5-7, running 5 deuce. There's not a lot of hope. 14% worth of hope. The turn is a 4, and now it has to be a black ace tower.
Barry, can we find it?
Or we will lose Martin in 3rd place and be heads up. River card.
Is an 8. We're down to 2 players and heads up at 888 Poker Live here in Glasgow. Martin, well played, sir. I tell you what, he made a big call yesterday with the ace 3 of hearts, and he ended up taking one out, and that was one for the books for Martin, and they turned it into 3rd place and £31,000 and change.
We just had our stakes, and now we got some pies dropped off, and Dean's got kings and Dan's got sixes.
Oh my!
Wow.
Are we too deep?
No, Tower. Like pairs heads up, I always say look at it from a mathematical standpoint. You're 17 to 1 to get dealt a pair. So in a 2-handed situation,
Oh, he's gone for
there
it.
you go.
Oh man,
there
this
you go.
could be it.
And he hates it. He sees the kings, and he
This could be it.
in huge trouble.
Wow.
But like 17 to 1 to get dealt a pair, so for both players to have a pair, you're looking at 289 to 1. Like, it doesn't happen very often, heads up. It's very rare that both players have a pair. So Dan just sends the sixes in, and Dean finds the Cowboys.
Get that
Here
t-shirt out of the way on the
we
left-hand side.
go.
This could be it for championship. We need a 6. This could be it. Dean Lyles could be getting another trophy after all these years.
Oh no, backdoor diamonds
Nope,
for the chop.
not
So
at all.
fading 2 sixes, and we have a champion.
Do we have a champion? Yes,
Oh,
we
yes,
do.
we do.
Yes, good lad.
What's your leak now? Like if you have to say, like, okay, I've got this.
Probably, I guess my main league for tournaments, my main league would maybe being too aggressive in early levels. I kind of don't have the patience like I used to in the early levels to sit there and just like grind. I'm more, which, you know, I can if it's a very important tournament, but like this summer is very long, so to sit there in the early levels, I was catching myself in this Mystery Millions tournament that everyone just was, you know, playing right now. But I'm catching myself like going for it a little too much in early levels, where like if I could sit back, take a breath, and just play my game, it'd probably be a little better. So I'm trying to work on that, just in the early levels, approach it more serious and not make any mistakes.
That's got to be so difficult. I mean, you know, you look throughout your poker playing, and you know, whether you're a 5-10 player now,
Yeah.
or a 50-100 player, or whether you're playing $300 tournaments or $30,000 tournaments,
Yep.
there comes a point where if you go back and you play below your stakes,
Yeah.
it's really hard to play your game.
Yeah, it is. It's and that's, I respect a lot of really high level, solid guys, because there's some of them that can just, no matter, like for instance, like a Brian Altman, who no matter what he's playing, he's always just,
Shout out to you, Brian.
yeah, shout out to Brian Altman. He always just locked in, no matter what the stakes is, just always present and just in the flow, no matter what it is. Just takes it very serious, where that can be one of, like I said, that can be one of my downfalls a little bit, is where some of the smaller stuff I'm not taking as serious when I really should take every moment serious when I'm at the table.
Sixes, sevens, and jacks.
Well, 9, 7, 9, so cut off big blind dynamic here. GK open the cut off, put some pressure on Ian in the big blind off a short stack. Ian defending GK with a gut shot. And 8 high, so probably a good one to start betting again. Probably go one of two ways here. It's difficult off this stack depth to peel one and then get faced with further aggression. So I wonder Be interesting to see what route he does decide to take here, but
It
does decide to call.
Does call once. We'll need a specific turn. 10 of clubs would be nice.
I mean, 10 of clubs would be perfect.
Oh, wow, nailed it! I tell you what, this treble is coming sailing in today. You would not believe everything that's happened this week.
Clubs about.
This entire week. Oh, I've never been more certain in my life.
Oh, any 10 of clubs about. That keeps him involved.
You reckon? You reckon, Tara? It's interesting card, to be fair, because GK obviously picking it up and down as well. No flush draw to go with it, but with 8-5 here and just 8 high, no equity, probably one that we want to keep betting on and just keep applying the pressure here and just set Ian in. And now then, Mr. Simpson, are we calling off King 8 of clubs here? I think we are.
In they go.
Does decide to call.
He's got the equity with the 10 of clubs. Oh, that's just great.
GK drawing thin. So we need a jack or a 6 for a chop, or a 5 for the outright. Otherwise, Ian Simpson is going to win a 268k pot as a day 2 buy-in, and then we're talking about really in and amongst it. Queen of spades, so king high going to hold for Ian. Big hold as well.
268,000 chips for Ian Simpson.
So GK ace 5 of hearts. This one certainly won't be being dropped off. There'll be chips coming in for an open. Turn you out the way on the button. Jerry going to fold the small blind, and this will not be folded from Mr. Simpson. Ace jack in the big here. And one that against the range of hands that GK is going to be opening off this kind of stack size that we could see come for a 3-bet from Ian. And I do like 3-bet. GK going to make the call. Here we go then, heads up. Cut off versus big blind on an ace 7-5 flop.
Ace 7-5.
Oh, that is less than ideal start for Mr. Simpson. So what have we got now working with us? We have jack of spades. There's 2 spades working here, but a massive pendulum swing at the start of this hand on the flop in favour of GK. So Ian going to feel pretty comfortable coming for a smaller size here.
It
does 3-bet pot, top and bottom.
This is a tough spot. Tough spot for Mr. Simpson.
Yeah, well, the jack of spades isn't great. I don't think it changes too much, but takes a couple of sort of spade combos out that our opponent could have that could potentially be check raising flush draws. So just an ace of diamonds, maybe some backdoor stuff there. So that looks like all in, and that looks like cool. And this is going to be a huge pot.
This could be
620k pot, table chip lead pot. GK out flopping Ian. Ian is going to need a jack, a 7, or some running spades.
Running spades. Does he get there?
Nixon puts off a 6 on the turn, so
The
not a terrible
now.
card. 6 is working as well, Tower. You are correct.
6s, 7s, and jacks.
A 6 running 6s.
Oh, are you kidding? Oh man!
Steve's been looking for a spot, and he might have just found one. Bullets in the hijack, Ravi, pocket 9s in the cut-off, and that is going to be music to Steve's ears. Flips him over, makes the call. 4-1 favourite to double to a really nice spot now in the high roller, give himself a platform to kick on
There's
and
the
take
boots.
this one down. Just got to be dodging those 9s and the Ravi. Jack 10-3 is a pretty good start.
Yeah. Potential backdoors for the 9s.
Flush draws are ruled out.
They are indeed. Off to the turn.
Pretty good start. 10 on the turn.
Turn. Fading a 9.
Yeah, 2 outs once now for
Yeah.
Ravi. Otherwise, it's going to be a real difficult clawback.
Oh, Ravi!
My
9 on the river. Call the police, man. Wow.
Oh, Steve.
Oh, Barnesy. And flopping a flush draw. Ace, Jack, 7. Ian. C-bets. Adrian will call. turns it as well. Ian picks up a pair. Adria with the flush. That's why he defends 10-3 hearts. The race, Pre we bet the flop. Do we barrel the turn? No, he decides to check. Good time check. Oh, Ian Simpson. He's going to get himself in a bit of bother. The turn, the river is the worst river card in the deck. He's checked as well to disguise the flush. Ian's going to fire. Adria's going to raise. Ian's got to think about it. 215,000.
Box work might have just set him in it, to be fair.
Yeah. Does Ian think there's any ace-X out there? After just a call from Adria Pre?
Yeah, quite possibly. But if there is ace-X out there, we now beat ace-X.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I agree, yeah.
And he snapped him off.
Wow.
To see two pair, to see the really bad news.
Yeah.
That the flush has taken out Ian Simpson.
Well, hand this for Adria. Been a while since we've seen a super premium. Queen's certainly hand befitting of that classification, and here we go, sports fans.
This is
Let's click some
huge.
buttons, get the money in, and run for the title yet again.
How do we end up with Ace
Queens
Queen
versus
against-
Ace Queen. This is going one way and one way only.
Absolutely. The lot's going in.
Adria just working out if he needs to raise to a size that isn't all in, but
No.
we definitely don't. We just pump this.
Absolutely not.
Ace Queen of clubs plays pocket queens.
So here we go
Fifth
for the
time we'll have
title.
opportunity for the title.
For the title.
Well, that
Where does the
is
case
almost
come
certainly
from?
going to do it. Barring the most ridiculous of runouts, we are about to crown a king of the high roller.
Yes,
And with
baby.
the king of diamonds.
Eventually he's done.
There we
After
go.
4 or 5 swings and swans. Fantastic effort from Adria and also Jerry.
You brought up earlier on, you brought up risk adverse, and I guess picking your spots. And there's a hand that's obviously, quite infamous this morning, the pocket queen.
Oh, yeah.
And, well, I want you to talk us through that because, you hear all the time playing the main event, it's like, you got to kind of, you're tiptoeing through landmines. But how do you tiptoe through landmines? And I guess is folding the queens part of that?
I thought it was a good idea at the time. So there was a TV production break before the final table. So they did the redraw and 10, 15 minutes for TV. I went to the bathroom, came back. Dom was already there and said, okay, he said, here's the situation. Because I'm ICM aware, but I'm not very ICM studied. So Dom,
we know Dom at 8 of 8 pretty well.
yeah. So he just said, okay, he said, a lot of it said, basically he told me what my stack value was. And he said, the value of doubling up isn't very much. I think at the time, it's a blur. It's like, he said, your stack's worth like 2.1 million or 2 million. He said, doubling's worth 2.6 and busting gets you to 800,000. So it's like, it has to be very tight. That a lot of spots are kings.
That's just, it's like blows your mind. You're like, wait. If I double, then no, my chip value, then I double. No, that's not how it works.
And so he said, a lot of your spots are kings plus. And he gave me 3 examples. And I kind of forget what they were. So okay, but when I had the queens, that specific spot didn't come up as a kings plus spot. But I started thinking through my head already when the open happened. If this is already a kings plus spot, I hadn't looked at my cards yet. And then I said, yeah, this is too similar to the other spots he told me. I said, okay, I guess this is a kings plus spot because it's under the gun open, and I'm 2 behind the open at a 10-handed table with the 6 big blind and like the 11 big blind stack behind me, and I have 8, and I have like 18 or 19 big blind, whatever it was at the time. I said, yeah, this might be the kings plus. So okay, and just put it in there because now that I'm old and like a grizzled veteran, I have the mentality now where the spot's the spot. Who cares what the hell is going on around you? The spot plays itself.
You have shown with
Yeah, I don't care.
you have no issue
No.
being the bad guy.
No problem.
Right? You'll play the villain well.
Yeah, I don't care.
As far as I'm concerned, by the way, every story needs a villain.
Yeah,
So-
well, I mean, I also just think, like, in my personal opinion, I'm the hero, but whatever. Like,
Well,
I bring the
hey, listen,
action.
hey,
I
listen.
bring all these players. Like, make the creams entertaining. Like, I'm telling you, like, I fucking keep the game moving. I supply the chips. Like, you guys everyone out there is like, Nick's such a dick. It's like, dude, last year at the $1 Million game, the first day, $4 million in play were my millions. They're my $4 million.
No,
I lent the chips. You guys don't get your fucking game without me.
Depending on who the story is being told by, you have different heroes and different
For sure,
villains.
yeah.
Okay, but either way, a good story needs a villain and needs
Yeah.
heroes. We need people to cheer for. We need people to root against.
For sure.
And Phil Hellmuth has played both sides as well, which
Yeah.
which is good.
Dean Lyles could be getting another trophy after all these years. Is this Jack's turn?
Should be.
It is indeed. All of it, and Dean is never folding.
Yeah. Daniel should fold the sixes here. I think he knows well enough to do it. But yeah, pretty quick fold.
There's 5 out of the way as well. Back round to Dean. He'll make the call. So off we go to the races. Well, we've got 10s playing. 10s, aces and jacks.
You noticed that, did you, Kev?
2 of clubs, no help, same scenario, a 10, a jack or an ace. Or we're down to 5. And it's a king. We are down to 5. Well played, Mr. Jack. Good to watch it on the stream this week. But finishing in 6. Dean Lyle building up to 3 million. Jack Moore is no more.
This is going to be jam call, I think, as well, Clark.
Look, if somebody makes it 4x and it's a little bit off topic, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Yeah, so we've got another flip to
Here
maybe
we
be
go.
like
This
before.
could be down to 4. We could be down to 4. Mine with the 8s against Dean Lyle's ace jack.
Looking
And we
grim.
hit the jack. Dean Lyle. All the spades are working. We need an 8 for the festival nuts or a spade to survive. Oh, we backdoor it in. We backdoor the flush with the 8 of spades. The wry smile from Dean. And Martin, whoa, gets a double to 1.5 milli.
Oh my word.
I mean, you don't need to be that good in this spot.
You do not need to be that good. And this is grim for Harry because Dean gets to attack this stack. Oh no.
Unbelievable.
Because we just 4-bet jam here and we fist pump because we just pick up this 3-bet so often from Dean. Like he's going to have so many 3-bet folds in this spot. So as Harry here, we have to send for 30.
I mean, we don't have to. We're absolutely delighted
Yeah,
to
of
send
course,
it.
of course.
Oh goodness me! I mean, how on earth?
That is the most ridiculous call-up, 5-handed. Second in chips, third in chips. What a setup for Harry here. Nothing you can do, sir.
I asked you at the start, how do you get down to the 5 so fast? This is sort of how you do it. And we could be down to 4 here, Jay. There's 6%, and now there's 1. It has to be running kings or running straight.
Or Jack for the chop.
Or Jack for the chop, if you're optimistic.
I am optimistic.
Could be dead on the turn. We're dead on the turn a lot, and we are dead on the turn. And Dean knocks off another one and is now a serious danger around 4 million.
Yeah, it's gonna. I don't think Dan's gonna love seeing that. Yes, he ladders, but now Dean gonna be closing the gap on first and chips and a very accomplished player.
Any hand now could be it, where Martin takes his stand. And we know that Dan would call if Martin found something here, and it's not a snap fold, and it looks like this could be it, Tower.
We find an ace in the small with 10 bigs. And in goes the triangle, and he's going to see the bad news.
Oh, Dean!
He's going to see the bad news because Dean Lyle's got 9s.
I mean, is Dean going to go for a small re-isolate here. It looks like he will, and a fold quickly from Dan, who lets go an ace, and Martin's in huge trouble here with only 2 left, Tower. 2 left of the aces in the deck. Could be 2 left in this tournament, unless there's another ace to be found. 22% equity. Can Martin find it, or are we heads up at Ace State Poker Live in Glasgow?
Jack 4-3, all hearts, no hearts playing. We need an ace. Running 6s.
Running 5-7, running 5 deuce. There's not a lot of hope. 14% worth of hope. The turn is a 4, and now it has to be a black ace, Tower.
Barry, can we find it?
Or we will lose Martin in 3rd place and be heads up. River card.
Is an 8. We're down to 2 players and heads up at 888 Poker Live here in Glasgow. Martin, well played, sir. I'll tell you what. He made a big call yesterday with the ace 3 of hearts, and he ended up taking one out, and that was one for the books for Martin, and they turned it into 3rd place and £31,000 and change.
We just had our stakes, and now we got some pies dropped off, and Dean's got kings and Dan's got 6s.
Oh my.
Wow.
Are we too deep?
No, Tower. Like pairs heads up, I always say look at it from a mathematical standpoint. You're 17 to 1 to get delta pair. So in a 2-handed situation,
oh, he's gone for
there
it.
you go.
Oh man,
there
this
you go.
could be it.
And he hates it. He sees the kings, and he is
be it.
in huge trouble.
Wow.
But like 17 to 1 to get delta pair. So for both players to have a pair, you're looking at 289 to 1. Like, it doesn't happen very often, heads up. It's very rare that both players have a pair. So Dan just sends the 6s in, and Dean finds the Cowboys.
Get that t-shirt out of the way on the left-hand side.
Go.
This could be it for championship. We need a 6. This could be it. Dean Lyles could be getting another trophy after all these years.
Oh no, backdoor diamonds
Nope,
for the chop.
not
So
at all.
fading 2 6s, and we have a champion.
Do we have a champion? Yes,
Oh,
we
yes,
do.
we do.
Yes, good lad.
What's your leak now? Like if you have to say, like, okay, I've got this.
Probably, I guess my main leak for tournaments, my main leak would maybe being too aggressive in early levels. I kind of don't have the patience like I used to in the early levels to sit there and just like grind. I'm more, which, you know, I can if it's a very important tournament, but like this summer is very long, so to sit there in the early levels, I was catching myself in this Mystery Millions tournament that everyone just was, you know, playing right now. But I'm catching myself like going for it a little too much in early levels, where like if I could sit back, take a breath, and just play my game, it'd probably be a little better. So I'm trying to work on that, just in the early levels, approach it more serious and not make any mistakes.
That's got to be so difficult. I mean, you know, you look throughout your poker playing, and you know, whether you're a 5-10 player now,
Yeah.
or a 50-100 player, or whether you're playing $300 tournaments or $30,000 tournaments,
Yep.
there comes a point where if you go back and you play below your stakes,
Yeah.
it's really hard to play your game.
Yeah, it is. It's and that's, I respect a lot of really high level, solid guys, because there's some of them that can just, no matter, like for instance, like a Brian Altman, who no matter what he's playing.
Since you raise me up, so I can climb on Mount. What are you? Who hates problems? Who hates technology? Sometimes. But we're back. We are now back live. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for coming back to us. Sorry about that. Something quit on the table and it's now been fixed. Good old PK straight underneath. He rang me. He said, "Here, Tower, got a problem." He says, "Don't worry about it. Let me solve it for you." We are here. Everybody in the chat. Welcome back, Genominas. Everybody, please Give us a thumbs up and a hello on YouTube on Grosvenor Poker and 888. On Facebook on Grosvenor Poker and on Poker 888 Poker TV on Twitch, please. And he's gone for the teas at the wrong time. So Jay will be back very, very shortly. He's just literally gone for the teas at the wrong time. 888 Poker on YouTube says we are back. Back on Twitch. Dennis, sorry about that. Nobody likes breakages and technology downtime. Ooh, we don't like it. But we look like we are back. And seeing as though you guys are dead straight, says Jay didn't have a long enough break, you're not wrong. So as soon as... thanks for waiting about. So what we'll do is, for all you guys who are back straight away after the break, what we'll do is we'll do a keyword in about 10 minutes time as a little bit of a sorry. But it was under the table, he sorted it out, and now we're back. Just you guys are just... thanks for sticking around with us. We don't like it any more than you do. You know that, we know that. But done now, we're back with the information and with all the details regarding the main event. And the numbers here in Reading today are fantastic. 101 in today already. 140,000 collected. I think that beats last year's numbers. So Reading turning out in force. Well done one and all. So we do have a new table. Connell, McCabe, chip leader on the table. Don't forget, this event now starts with a 50k starting stack and not 30. Blinds 400, 800. Anybody like a massage from Winning Hands? Anybody? So the team are out in force. All the aches and the pains of all the players all driven away. But we are now back. So in 10 minutes time we will do, and we'll get Lime to give us the keyword that will be on. Don't know why I'm singing that. Jack Hardcastle, champion and bagged up day 2. Come and have a seat, 5 minutes. What's the plan for your day off?
Well, I don't know.
Why are you here?
Exactly. I don't know what to do.
Why on earth are you here? Jack Hardcastle jumps into Jay's seat as Jay's just wandering back in. Where on earth?
So I had a bit of a nightmare last night. So all the hotels were booked up. I had to go somewhere about like 8 miles outside the city.
Oh, okay.
So I've done that and I'm moving back in today.
Right.
Well, that's been the first part of my day, trying to sort all that out.
Okay.
But, yeah, I don't really know what to do. And it doesn't make sense to go home for like the
No,
afternoon.
that's true. I just thought this afternoon wandering around the town and just like chilling out in the sunshine.
Maybe. I don't know.
Ah, okay. Well done.
Thought I'd come and see you.
Well done yesterday.
Thank you.
That's 2 in the matter of 2 events for you. Well done. And jumped straight in the main, as you said you was going to do, and bagged up.
Yeah, well, 8 bullets.
Oh, okay.
In total. I've paid for 400,000 chips and I've got 382.
Well, there you go. That's what you pay for. You pay for what you get, as they say.
The Reading 4K. Yeah. So.
Okay. Did you decide to splash around a little and have a bit of fun, or was it just like?
I mean, it was serious, but it was also lots of regging for 10 big blinds. So you know, if you late reg over and over again and you lose some all-ins, then it could get expensive.
But well done. The prize pool's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, so you've got a bit more chance to get your money back again. So well done. Is it Belgium on Monday?
Might be tomorrow.
Might be
If it goes completely pear-shaped, then I could just be going to Heathrow, I think. But
well, whatever you do, and good luck. But it's a great effort. Yes, I really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed watching. And 2 trophies.
Yeah, they tried to get me, but
they didn't.
They made me fold queens and then ace kings.
Yeah.
Tough.
Yeah. It was an error by the action tracker.
Yeah, I mean, there was just no way it could have been.
It was an error. I don't know what happened and why it happened. I didn't get the explanation, but I couldn't understand.
I feel a little bit slighted, honestly.
But it was fives the hand before.
Yeah, the same 2 suits.
And then obviously folded. But I don't know why they stayed on the screen or stayed in the box.
Yeah. I was actually annoyed because I thought I was going to get loads of credit for a really good fold. And then it looks like I just folded like 90% on the stream.
But yeah, it was human error on the action tracker's fold. That's all it was.
Yeah. So, I mean, I would be shocked if he didn't have 9s, 7s, or like a combo draw, of which I have the queen of hearts.
Maybe he'll let us know now that we know it wasn't 5s.
But like, there's just no way Dan Rudd would ever jam like ace jack, or it's just not going to happen. For first versus second for nearly 50 blinds, there's no way.
Yeah. We obviously saw it and realised it was the top 2 in the chip stacks. So
yeah,
it was going to be a big
with a 3x min catch as well. Like, it was a really messed up spot.
Yeah, I saw the head go back and the arms in the air, and you're like, what are you doing to me?
Yeah, it was brutal, man.
And then, of course, with the ace king as well.
Yeah,
that was a very good fold.
Cool fold, that one as well.
Yeah, that was a very good fold.
Yeah, ICM is pretty mean sometimes.
Yeah, very, very good.
Yeah, I was pretty happy with how I played, honestly, for the most part.
Under or overs on the beers? What now or
yesterday?
At the end of the night?
Oh,
it wasn't any yesterday, was it? Oh yes, it was the start of Brownland Cup, wasn't it? I needed
after I just won a 1k and had done 7 bullets in a 560, do you reckon there were some beers involved? I had to run outside. I ordered a Nando's, they wouldn't let me back in.
Okay. Yeah.
And I must have had the world's quickest Nando's outside of the casino. I think I left as I folded my small blind and I made it back before my next big blind.
Well, when they're still serving food in the casino, you should be ordering from the restaurant.
And I've got that came in the order as well. And now I can't use it.
Well, you can.
Well, do you want it?
Well, yes. A hot sauce, double X hot sauce.
I can't take it through the security.
Well, of course, it's more than 100 mil. See,
mil.
they've even trolled you with that. It's 125 mil.
Yeah. I mean, I ordered that thinking I'd be able to take my food inside, and then I've just left that. So.
That's nice.
Yeah,
nice little gift.
Yeah. I can't use it.
But yes, actually the laws are changing on the 100 mil thing again. Manchester have stopped it. So now you don't get your bags checked at all with the size of your size of your milliliters for your creams and your suntan lotions and all that. But if you go into a country that still implements it, you can't bring them back.
I feel like it's different wherever you go as well. Like I know sometimes they're like leave everything in your bag or do this, do that.
Yeah. It's all about technology.
Which some have and some do not.
Yes. So just be wary if you are travelling around and you're off to an event somewhere abroad. Just be wary. Yeah, just be careful.
I might play the £220 thing at 6. Really treat myself. That's got 7 bullets written all over it.
Well, there is a side event to get involved with, but you have made day 2, so well done.
Cheers. Yeah, it was an awkward amount of time left because it finished super late. I'd already had to book a hotel.
Yeah.
And even though I'm in Portsmouth, I really don't see the point of going back for just an hour and a half on the train. So I'd have to do it twice, obviously.
But then there's no trains at whatever time you bag up, is there? I'm guessing.
No, I mean like today.
Oh,
like
today.
On a day.
Oh, right, yeah. Well, an hour and a half.
Very hot.
Hot. You got a jumper on outside.
I took it off. First time it ever come off.
Yeah, switched out into the shorts today.
Yes, it is very warm outside. It's a warm breeze, which is very nice. So Reading, 140,000 in the prize pool. hit last year's numbers and surpassed that as well. So well done, 1-0. Reading, always a good stop.
I contributed quite a lot towards that.
Flicked in the main and did 8.
In fairness, I had 2 tickets. I had one before I got here,
Yes,
and then I
and
won
you said
another
you
one
had
in
to
the
use
last
it.
longer.
Yeah.
So 6 of those bullets cost me money.
Ah, so you were the last man standing. You were the ultimate.
Yeah.
The winner.
Undefeated.
Yeah. That is winning the last man standing. The best way to do it is to win the tourney.
But Jamie was also still in it. The heads up match
Really?
was actually worth more than it said. It
Oh,
was
wow.
like a 6k heads up match.
Good stuff. So we're back with 888's main event now, day 1D, all the way through till round about midnight tonight. Plenty going on. Jay's back and we'll be doing a keyword very shortly. Thanks to Jack for jumping in and giving us the update on his bagging of chips.
I may pop back later.
Thank you very much, sir. Always thanks for the updates.
I'm just trying to boost the pools down.
Fingers crossed for tomorrow for Jack Harwood, and then whatever Jack Hardcastle, and then whatever you fancy doing,
Because everything was like a 10 big blind red over.
he'll be on his way to Belgium on Monday by the sounds of it.
Yeah, on one of my builds I bluffed it off for over 500k as well, and then played the other client back 400.
Cheers, Jack.
The high roller must have been done pretty early.
8:30. 8:30, and we're going to a keyword.
Keyword.
Because everybody who's come back, and thanks for coming back so early.
Have you got the keyword?
I have.
Oh.
I have the keyword. Indeed we have. We're going to give you guys who come and waited patiently, chance to win 2 $22 tickets. Well done, 1 and all, for sticking with us. So here we go.
I'm ready.
The next keyword is, and you know what to do, you have to be on 888 Poker TV on Twitch. You can stay wherever you are if you want to, but Twitch is the place.
I know what it should be. I'll tell you after.
Okay.
Because I've got some information on Cakegate.
Oh no.
Yep.
Uh-oh. Oh no. Have you? Okay. So, 888 Poker TV on Twitch, if you are ready. The keyword for this session is fixed. As in the table is.
Oh, okay.
Fixed. PK has fixed it. F-I-X-E-D. Fixed. Away you go. Go on then.
So I'm having a chat with the dealer, seeing who's eating my cake.
Yeah.
Everyone seems to have one slice, and a few people relay back the same thing, that Tower and Sam ate most of it. That's what I got from most of the dealers. I'm talking 60% of people that I asked, and none of them had more than one piece. So
there's 12 staff in there.
Yeah.
That's 12 pieces.
Well,
me and Sam had one each.
Ah, well, this is the information that I got.
Do the math.
Well, this is the info that I got. Not everyone had some either. It wasn't everyone that had some. There wasn't every single of those 12 people that had one. But the info that was relayed back to me was that Tower and Sam ate most of it. Those are the words I got from a few people. Just saying. And the look on Tower's face saying it might be a little bit true.
It might have been a bigger slice each for me and Sam.
Yeah.
It definitely wasn't more of
one slice that took a quarter.
PK's ready. Come on, Peter. Come on, Paul. Input.
He did a quarter between them.
So you and Sam had a quarter between you, but it was one slice. That is unreal. So you and Sam had half the cake.
No, a quarter.
Oh, between. I thought not a quarter each, quarter between you. It's still an eighth each when you're saying 12 people.
Well, it depends.
So
you could have cut it into 20.
Technically, it was correct. You and Sam ate most of the cake. I bet none of the other staff had more than a quarter each between them.
We didn't have a quarter. No, we had a quarter between us.
Yes, you had an eighth, but that's what I'm saying. I bet no one else had a quarter between them.
I beg to differ.
I bet Josh and Nixon weren't splitting a quarter between those two.
It was nice.
Yeah. Back to the poker, as the keyword on goes.
It is fixed.
Jonathan with the open here, 1600, and Connell with the 3-bet. Just A7 suited straight into the muck. Nice little size choice, regardless of holding from the big blind.
While we're going on with the thing, quick update for you. When you get out to Las Vegas, you will need the app.
Okay, yep.
You have to have it.
That's fine.
Do you know why?
Why is that?
Because when they break a table,
Yep.
and when the floor stands there and goes, J. Harwood, table 8, seat 4, the tower, you're on the feature table, and all that, doesn't happen anymore. He stands there, and they go, your seat draws on the app.
What if your phone dies?
I don't know. Go find it. I don't know. Go find an empty seat.
Yeah, just wait until you see one. Which one's mine?
I'm guessing there's a backup.
Yeah, there has to be a backup, doesn't there?
But that apparently is a thing. 1 more minute for fixed, and the keyword if you are on a Twitch on 888 Poker TV.
To be fair, it probably save on staff now. I think about it. If you've got one person at a desk, for the people that don't know where their
But how many
seats
people
are.
don't listen as well?
Oh yeah, everyone's going to look at their phone. You've probably got like between 2 and 3% probably that won't have a phone or phone dead. Then they go to a certain person, a desk maybe. They tell them where their seats are, and everyone else is already on their way.
Missed out on asking Jack about the fantasy teams as well.
Oh.
So we'll try and get him in this weekend, then have a quick chat, just see what he thinks about his fantasy teams. I've not had any feedback. I don't know any information regarding... Oh, I do. Sinead has gone Team J.
Yeah, as she should.
Because Matt's in your team. If I'd have got one pick later, Matt would have been in my team.
Let me guess as well. Mrs. Ferraldo has gone team Tower. Let me guess.
I don't, that's the only feedback I've seen.
I could have guessed that without you telling me.
The only feedback I've seen is Sinead, the wife of.
Good pick, Davenport. The fact he's out there for the whole summer, that's what matters.
It is a good point.
I've got a couple in there that I'm punting on that they'll be out there long. Okay, countdown for keyword, guys. Last chance for fixed.
Here we go. Line's gonna let us know.
Congratulations, Jamogi.
Jamogi! Congratulations. And
PVD.
PVD 2015.
Jump back into the action here, gone open from Mark, 3-bet from Jonathan. Masood with a cold call in the big blind. And Mark going to call closing the action, take us 3-way in a 3-bet coup.
King 6-5 flop. Unbeknown to us what Mark Wackrell has. And Jonathan.
Yeah, gonna have lots of C-bets here as Jonathan. Good flop for the 3-better. Got the ace-king, the kings, the aces. Hands our opponent shouldn't have. Just continues for 4 into 14.7. Expect that to get through. Maz. Mark quickly out the way too. Something else I'd like to address quickly.
Oh no, now what have I done?
This is nothing to do with you actually. When Easty come in the booth when we were about to go on first break, didn't he say he was going to be on the feature table?
Yes, he did.
Does that mean he's GG or does that mean he's been moved?
C9's empty.
It would have been funny if it was Josh that got him.
C9 is empty. Yes, we'll have to try and clarify that.
But he hasn't been here in the booth, so I'm guessing it's probably moved.
Yeah, he has got busier. Must admit, it has got really busy. which is great to see. And I have to ask also.
Okay.
There's a couple of times you've come in with a drink to the booth.
Yep.
What is it? Because you don't drink anything like that normally.
What, this?
Yeah.
This is literally just water, lemon and lime.
Oh.
That's all it is. Water, lemon and lime.
What? Still water
Yeah.
with pieces of lemon and lime.
Yeah, with pieces of
So
lemon and lime.
how does the water turn cloudy?
And ice. That was like £4.
For a glass of water?
Not a glass of water. There's lemon and lime in it as well.
So they charge you £4 for a piece of lime?
And there's a lot of ice. You see, there's a lot of ice in that.
But it looks cloudy.
It
looks like Thames Valley water.
Probably, it does taste very bitter. Maybe they put a little bit of lemon juice in it or
I
something.
think they must have. Can you just... Yeah, they must have. It's definitely not tap water. So.
But it's very refreshing. And I got one because it was I was walking around a lot.
Yeah.
So I was like, I need something cold.
There is nobody in seat 9 Royal Freeman, but we do think Eastie got moved to balance the tables. Correct line. Cat. Correct. Well done, PVD.
Well done, PVD.
Paul Vass Davis.
Yeah. Did check that, not P-Vass's dad.
Uncanny.
I know.
Uncanny.
That was Clive Nunes Vass that we saw at the table. I couldn't believe it. It was honestly like AI. Someone had put 20 years on P-Vass.
Yeah, that was funny. So 5 minutes of this level to go, and then another 40 minutes of then level number 6, and then we're halfway through the buying period for day 1D.
Yeah, next session we'll get some interactive giveaways going.
We will. We'll do 2 questions, 1 each.
Ace King O'Connor. No, Jack's having off here. Close to 2.5x, maybe let this go against a slightly bigger opening size. Does exactly that.
Is that on the American side? Or? Yeah, the American side.
Been a great turnout so far, and there are 6 more levels of buy-ins if you fancy it.
Ace Queen suited for O'Neep.
Is it not 1 eve?
Would that not be 1 imp then? I don't know. Defend this one if we wanted to as Paul. We're going to take the tighter approach.
How is it possible to shorten down the word high and just type in H?
maybe Daisy was.
Now that's the height of laziness in my eyes.
Well, maybe she wasn't meant to just type H. Maybe she missed the I.
Daisy Chapman on 888 YouTube because she got a response in instantly from Lime saying hello, and Daisy has literally written in H.
Well, now after that comment, she might write in B, and she won't be watching no more.
Bye. Love it.
I think it was
entered too quickly.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Or keyboard sticky buttons.
Aye.
It's Connell with the king queen. Raise and take again.
Last hand at 4-8. You leave for 5 minutes and the giveaway's over. There'll be more on the way all day. There will.
It's been going on like, I know, 12 years. Did it originate from Peter the Painter? Well, me first time I heard it was from him.
Now to Connell.
What does he do?
Going to be getting involved again.
Good name for like a hit.
So blinds up next hand.
Paul can jam here. Feel like it's a nice spot after Mark calls and shouldn't really have any traps. I think it's going to be a good jam from Paul, but unfortunately some of the time we are going to run into it. Especially how active Connell's been. Paul can't see Connell's actually had holdings to open. We've been sat here, can see that. But if you're sat at the table, this man, since I got here, took Jack off. He's opened 4 times, like in the space of 10-15 minutes. So even more reason in game to take this shove spot, and even more reason for Connell to call as well. Just think about your image at the table. We've been opening a lot of hands, and everyone can see that, so they're potentially going to take some lighter jams. Wow, is he going to let the 9s go? He is.
And then the ace jack's going to bin him.
Yeah, Mark, I feel like Mark will let it go. But interesting fold there with the 9s, because just think about how active we have actually been, and when we have been that active, people are incentivised to take some lighter shove spots, and I feel like 9s for 20.
Michael is calling by the looks of this. No, it's not.
I don't think he is.
He's counted his chip size, put them back in. We thought the 9s were calling. We thought the ace jack was folding.
It's probably pretty close for the 9s, but I feel like when you need to be aware of your own image, and we've opened 4 times in the space of 10-15 minutes, it looks like people are going to take some lighter shove spots, or at least they should do. But Mark, thinking about this with the ace jack here.
Yeah, just that's what it is. It's 16-6 total.
Oh, he is going to call it off.
Puts them in with ace jack.
He's going to like what he sees.
And Connell's thinking like, wow, what have we just done?
You're beating 8. Yeah.
Queen 10-6. Still good for the 8s, but more outs with kings. Now the 9s are cursing.
There you go.
There we go.
What a mad game we play in a different situation. I feel like you'll see the 9's call and the ace-jack fold most of the time there, but this anomaly where the 9's fold and the ace-jack calls actually doubles pull up when most of the time he should be out. Crazy old game we play. Little changes can change everything.
So into level number 6 we go. Every time you look at the clock, it's been increased by 1 player. I got a present off Jack.
Did you?
Yeah. Go on. Oh. Double X hot sauce.
Enjoy.
I didn't think you'd be bothered.
No.
That's double extra hot sauce.
You call that a present?
Yeah.
Call that a punishment.
Can't wait to try that. Josh, 3 bets to 8.5 with ace jack suited.
Yeah, not sure what Paul's got. Josh here. Quite an awkward one at 50. Like if we get 4-bet jammed on, this is the thing, we have to do that. And it is one against cut-off, maybe does keep in a decent amount of dominated stuff. It wants to open from the cut-off, but interesting spot there at 50, the ace-jack suited. Feel like against cut-off maybe going to do slightly more flatting than 3-betting, but we can definitely still get value from worse there. Paul just with the 50 BB snap send. I'm just going to pull this up. There we go.
What you put that for?
I'm just having a little look, get a visual of it. See that?
We'll have that on its own button by the time we get to Portsmouth, so we can just keep flicking on it. Which team wins? It's all about the British players. It's all about players we know.
What do you mean? Mark Garrison, everyone knows Mark Garrison.
When you even announced he was in your team, you didn't even get his name right.
What is it, Mark Garrison? Is that how you say it? Mark Garrison, Mark Garrison? I don't know, but all I know is that he plays a lot of stuff out there.
Last year, we beat Jay and he ended up wearing a pink tutu for Goliath, and that are our fantasy picks. Who's your team? Pads is playing today actually in the final 16 of the heads up, but you only get points when you get to 8. Feraldo bagged 16 points yesterday for me, and nobody. Dan Charlton's in day 2 of the mystery bounty tomorrow, so that's good for me. Benny Glazer's probably won a bracelet already, but I'm not too sure which one.
No, he's got final table tomorrow.
Oh yeah. So that's us. Just a bit of fun, really. But we'll see how it goes for the fantasy teams. Any guest commentators will come in. We'll flick up the teams and see who they think. Paul Oakes says, hello lads, hope you're both okay. Yes, thank you very much indeed. And he play pocket aces. And how much is the buying for this tournament?
I've got some good news for you, Tower.
Well, go on.
Brandon Shields, who was in your team,
Yeah.
got 6th last night.
But what?
He got 6th yesterday.
Why?
Not a WSOP event, but he got 6th.
Oh yeah. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Oh yeah. Like that, is it?
Yeah, it is like that.
Where did he come? What was he doing?
I'm not sure. PK just told me he come
right.
6th. I'll find out what
Sixth
it
in
was.
an event around Vegas, but not in the World Series.
Yeah, as we pick up here, and Jonathan Seavet, the King 6 deuce, turned a boat, and Connell, no reason to not value bet here, and here comes the value bet, but it's going to be a tough couple of hands for him because there's going to be some bad news incoming. And then we just go big here, Tower, because when we got 2 kings in our hand and our opponent wants to lead this river, like a lot of the time, it's going to be a 6 or a bluff. So we just want to get the maximum for a 6. Unlikely he's ever going to have a king here, Connell. Only 1 left in the deck, so we just want to try and get the maximum. The times he does have the 6x holdings from the big blind. Nice and chunky is what we see. 14k. Right, it's a nice size to choose. Just recognising from the big blind will be some 6x here, which is going to have a real tough time folding.
Yeah, might be calling this. Yeah, it says, let's have a look. This is our call. See the bad news?
And he gets called by the king.
So the buy for this tournament is 560. How do you boys play pocket aces? Well, you just roll your chips in the middle and hope for the best, don't you?
How long is a piece of string? What's the stack depth? What position are we? What are the depths
There
of the
are
table?
a lot of anomalies to that question.
How many people are left in the tournament? How many people entered the tournament?
All I'm thinking is Brandon has now got ammunition.
Yep, in the aria. He comes 6th yesterday.
6th in the aria. He'll be straight to the horseshoe.
Open to 2k from Maz and Artem here. Queen 10 suited. Don't mind fold here against guns specifically when we're +1.
Flop of 10-9 deuce.
Serious clack. If he grew his hair, I could actually see it. He's got that sort of demeanour, isn't he?
I'll stay quiet.
Harry Potter reference.
Oh, okay.
Serious black, serious clack.
Okay.
You stick to your Candy Crush Tower.
Oh, I've passed level 9,000.
Oh, great. Come on, Josh, find a hand.
10 jack.
Good enough.
32k. Opens 2.
Should be losing 1 E. The suit here, ace deuce off in the big blind. He's going to have a look.
As you should. Six, 7, 8 flop.
Probably one that checks back a decent amount here. A lot of our rangers, Josh, hijack versus big. Probably our actual hand, quite a nice one to bet. Jack high, I can fold out some queen high, king high stuff. Gut shot to the nuts, but look at this for a fruity float from Maz here with the ace high, makes the call.
That's on the turn. So Josh taking the lead. Should be knocking him back though, as he does. Knocks a 9x from the big blind, don't want to get raised. And we also drew some bluffs as well on this board from the river. Still will be a tough spot, but when we do check back and Maz has some of this 5x stuff, he's obliged to bluff it. Goes for 4.5k here, and problem Josh has got for this size, Maz definitely gets the value bet 2 pair here, like all his 6-7, 7-8, 6-8, 10-7, 10-6, all this type of stuff does actually get to go for value, but he's also got all these 9x holdings, which is a problem for us as well from the big blind. Any suited 9, any sort of 9-6 off upwards, all there from the big blind, and really difficult here when the bluffs are only really going to come from 5x in theory, maybe some 4x of spades, but does flick in the call. And we'll see the good news. Probably shocked to see ace deuce off, floated the flop, but back up to 43. 25 minutes of this session to go. 4-5. That'll be a break.
Hi gentlemen, how do we do? How you doing? I'm exquisite. I'm always good. I sound sarcastic, but I'm always good.
It's 500, 1,000. Halfway through buying period for day 1D. Great numbers in Reading. Nice one to open for Mark. 9 suited. Poker. Next event on the 888 circuit is Edinburgh. We'll be there on the 18th of June. Live streaming 5 days. Queen for Maz. Raises the 2.5 on the button. Artem here. 10-8 of spades in the small blind. Just going to have a look. King, King 7. 2 spades as well. We'll have a bit of action here. The Masood. Yeah, one is Artem, I think, actually could like raise. When we wrap round the 7, fold out ace high, queen highs, put like some pocket pairs of Maz in a tough spot already. Against 3.5, half pot, maybe less inclined, but I feel like it's quite a nice one to raise here as Artem take away that Maz has trip kings. It's going to have a lot of other holdings here on the button. Artem checks again. This should be another bet from Masood. Could have potentially gone a little bit smaller here as Masood gets to shove river for a nice amount. Even if we go small, we could go for 7k here.
Still get like 3/4 river jam at 10/8 of space just into the muck.
Line 1K. Jacks for Tom. C number 9. Makes it 2. Standard click. Autumn calls. Unbeknownst to us what he does have. Paul comes along out the big. King 9-4. Right, for Autumn. Five of hearts. Paul will still check.
Well, it should do.
Thomas might just flicking a little bit. See where he is.
Yeah, once it's check through flop, make the assumption Button's not got a king too often, and then once Paul checks turn, make the assumption he hasn't, so we can still target some 9x, some pocket pairs.
Autumn didn't have much of it, and Paul will bin the. Oh no, non-believer.
I don't mind. I actually don't mind this from Paul.
That's 2.5, not 5.
Yeah, sort of. Tom could have some delays here for sure when it checks through flop. And now we're going to go for a little bit of value on the end, 6k. Imagine a jam here from Paul. How sick would a jam be? Like, you got to remember, flops check through, so don't expect Tom to have too many strong hands, other than maybe a set of 5s, which we block, and 6-7 gets there on the river. I don't know, that looked like a tidy little spot to put Mr. Clack into the bin. It's one thing seeing it, but actually finding the jam as a bluff is difficult to do in game, but really nice spot to do it in my opinion when flop checks through. Don't think Tom's going to be too strong. Maybe he has the one trap of pocket kings, but when we block the turn set of 5s, only one combo left of that. It seems like there's not many hands in Tom's range, if any, that would be able to call a river jam there when 6-7, which we can definitely have in 16 combos from the big, gets there. That's 10-6 of diamonds, treats himself to a loose one.
Suited.
Yeah, they are suited, I guess. Well, I hope you've not got that attitude going into the WSOP main, sir. We won't see no 10-6 suited opens from the tower, level 1.
We will not. Might see on day 6.
Day 6, tower's got all the chips. And Paul in with the punishment. Makes it 6,500. Oh, here we go. Maz wants to have a look with the 10-6. Getting an okay price in position. Wants to see 3.
We have a flop. King 10 Jack is the flop, so bottom for Masood.
Yeah, just got to fold here against this 3-bet range. No backdoor flush draw. Yeah, we got bottom pair tower, but like this is Paul's board.
Well, he's raised it up to 7.
No, he hasn't. Wow, he's gone for the click. on a board which Paul just has everything. Literally everything. Like, this is a bit of a mad one. Like, the thing is, like, Paul shouldn't really have stuff like 6s, 7s, 8s either. These are just going to call. So what are we doing as Maz?
All of it. You've got to be a fold.
Like,
well, King, Queen, here's King.
no,
your
we
tens.
didn't need to see. They didn't need to see Paul's hand to know that was his board, right, Tower?
Absolutely.
So,
he's involved in the hand.
like,
It's his.
we couldn't even see the whole cards, and
Sure.
thought Maz's hand was going to go straight into the muck, but went for raise.
Interesting.
Still
in level 6.
Still 6 levels to get yourself in, guys. Anyone in the area, you got 4 hours or so to get yourself to Reading. Great field here, great prize pool. Nearly 150k collected. Thomas, the ace-9 suited, raises to 2k. 3 deuce of diamonds against gun here as Josh. Feel like fine to get involved. I'd love to see a little donkety-donk here from Josh, but this could be a big old pot. See a really prime donk spot, it seems. We got 3 height. Tom never has 7-5, never has any 2-pair combos, so just advantage in terms of range as our board, so it could potentially start leaning the 3 high. Like, just fold out something like Jack 10 of spades, King Queen of spades, all this type of stuff. Seems like a nice board to potentially start donking as Josh. But now we get this from Thomas Clack, 3k into 5,500, just shy of 60%. And now how does Josh want to proceed here?
You proceed with call.
Imagine the 5 of diamonds, Tower. But we don't see it on the 8 of spades. So now how about lead here from Josh? How about a little lead? Like, once again, Tom's not going to open much 8x from gun. So like, a lot of the time his best hands here, Tower, are overpairs. And overpairs are going to have a tough time calling lead turn all in river. So like, these are the spots you want to look for when you're sort of bluffing. A card that favours our range, we defend any suited 8x, we defend 8-6 off upwards. Whereas Tom only opens like ace-8 suited, king-8 suited, and then like the 8-9 suited, 7-8 suited. So Tom just doesn't have many 8x combos, whereas we have countless as Josh. So it's just a real good spot now to bet this turn and send on the river. And like, even Tom's overpairs here are going to be in a horrible spot versus a big blind range. So there's the call from Tom. But we're going to need to unload this as Josh.
Oh! 5 halves. We nearly nailed it.
Well, now we don't mind unloading it. And now we're praying Tom doesn't fold one of these overpairs.
Can we have a check?
Nah. Tom just knuckles back, 9s for aces. Way too often, Tower. We need to bet this ourselves as Josh. Like, got to think about Tom's range that calls the turn lead. Like, he's got all the combos of 9s for aces. He's got his own flush draws in there, yes, that may bluff, but when you just run 9s for aces right there, 36 combos of overpairs right there off the bat. And then goes for 18k.
18,000 is the bet. 18 into 24.
And now Tom can't call. We lose to some bluffs if Josh has something like a 5x bluff on the turn. Even losing to that now. So, things you love to see is Josh, that offsuit 5 rolling off. But like the turn lead a lot. Feel like a flop we can actually donk at a decent frequency as well, especially with our hand. Nicely done.
Back over Stein for Josh. Nice and Josh, nice and.
Whoa, King Jack suited into the muck. First in.
Wow. Okay. Dan, there's no need for that.
He's bringing one out for the champs final, unfortunately, Dan.
Yes, we are. I am doing a shots on target bet builder for the Champions League finale. Richie says, I've seen enough. I'm on my way from Scuddy.
Queen of Hearts on the river. Josh gets the check mark. Tom doesn't need to bluff ace high. Sorry, a pair of fours he's got. He's actually going to go for value with one pair. And Josh going to flick in the call with one pair.
We're right into the break. 10 minutes to go until the break. We'll find out what the break is when we get there.
15, I'm guessing. King Jack 4 Masood opens to 2k. Mark King Queen making the call. Potentially free bet here to like 5 bigs, but cool. Seems okay. Connell not going to defend Queen 6 off in a three-way situation, or at least he shouldn't be. Okay. Wants to have a look against these +1 and +3 ranges. Highly likely to be dominated here.
King 3-3 flop, 2 pair for Masood and Mark.
Let's check over to Mark here. Got no reason to think his hand's not best. Just a check call from Maz. 5 of diamonds turn. Maz going to have a lot of like 6s through queens here as Mark probably don't mind that. Go for a check back. Like all these 6s through queens just going to fold to a turn bet. So I feel like we get value from checking and then betting river. Just get the non-believing pocket pairs. King Jack not going to be any good. King Queen going to go over to Mark.
73 bigs. 8 minutes of this session to go. It's not the same, is it?
It's much better, Dan. I had 20 quid to do something with today. I didn't know what to do with it. I usually 20 quid. I'm usually
4 quid glass of water.
I'm usually £20 down on a Saturday at this point. All right, I'm 16 down now. It's nice ISO. It's like very refreshing.
Yeah, I can imagine. I just wondered what it was, because I've seen you drinking here a couple of times. I thought, what's that?
Wow, Let's do suited a mark. 70 bigs into the mark. Some tight pre-flop laydowns. Queen 8 off will be opened by Thomas on the button. Oh, and Connell here. Very important when we free bet this spot that we're not free betting to fold at 40 effective of Tom. If we are scared about the 4-bet jam, better to just call, keep some dominated stuff in. But if we're free betting here as Connell, need to be a call in a jam if met by one as Tom. It does the trick nonetheless.
Clock's paused. I don't know how long's left anymore.
I'll take ace jack. Raises to 2k.
So, clock was paused for a couple of minutes and there's still 8 minutes left. I saw the Zild this morning.
Yeah, Zild was here. I saw Zild. He said hello.
Saw the Zild. Hi! What you doing, mate? Hey, Jack. Dave Laird. No early flights. No early flights to Reading. Where have you been then?
Where'd you fly from? Doha?
Bristol.
Bristol?
Could have been there.
You left at 6:30 this morning?
No, I left at flight was at 12.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't going to have 6 flight, like, there was fucking...
Flight at 12. Is here. All the videos you're going to see in the next couple of days. David Laird going to get on the case straight away. Straight in. Get the action. Yep, the Zild got a ticket. He's playing Edinburgh as well. The Zild won himself a ticket to Edinburgh. See if we can get him on stream this week. The Zild.
Really thinking about the ace-high hero call here as Artem. Thinking Tom could have some like king queens, king jacks, queen jacks. Spades do brick out on the river, backdoor spades when Tom started betting. But Tom, a good player, needs to recognise he will have some 10x here. Just because he checked back flop in position doesn't necessarily mean we eradicate the 10x like a jack 10 suited, a 10-9 suited, going to be nice checks here and just get to go bet. But going as thin as 9s here is Thomas. Nice bit of value.
Alright guys, at the end of the break I'm going to ask you to go to table number 13 for me please. Same seating positions, take your personal belongings with you on your break. I will move your chips across for you. Alright, table 13, thank you.
So 5 minutes to go until the end of this session. And then a 15-minute break. Josh looks down at Ace King. Ace Jack for one Eve. Could get a customer.
Yeah, well, he will always continue in here against low jack. Well, at least he should be. Either or, I think. Don't think much difference against low jack. Could go for call, could go for free bet. Only option I don't like is fold.
$6.3.
Pretty small. This deep, probably want to go at least the full 3x of Josh's open, but we'll save us some chips here. Should be a 4-bet from Josh, sizing wise, probably around 16k, where Josh needs to be in terms of his 4-bet sizing. 16, 17k seems good here. Once again, if we ever have a 4-bet bluff, just give us that room to fold and make our opponents still believe they have some perceived equity. So somewhere along those lines is where I feel he'll go. Let's see what Josh thinks.
Work it out in his napper. He comes in with a 4-bet 17, 18.5.
This goes near full 3x out of position. I'd say may have been really nitpicky, taken a big off this or so. But thereabouts for Josh, and now just going to be in the hand when he can't really do anything. Unless he feels like Josh is getting super out of line and he has some sort of stone cold read. That's a thing you rarely see these days. People 5-betting without the goods doesn't seem to happen no more.
So what could well be the final hand of the session?
This is defamation, and I won't have it.
So I'm lying then, am I?
No, we just choose not to talk about it. Top secret. False. False.
No.
Sorry?
I didn't see the outside. I didn't see it.
Didn't count, did it?
I've got it on video. Would you like to comment?
Hold on to Thomas. Raises to 2. Oh, all of it. Okay. 15.6.
I'd fold here as Tom, but if I had the inkling that Maz was shoving as wide as this, then there's probably a couple of hands that we do dominate here, but personally just let the 4s go as he does.
Last hand of the session. And then we come back. After the break, different table. It's going to have Cal Moriel on it and Dave McConaughey.
Longmail fan, WSOP ring winner last year. And we got Sad.
Oh, wow, what's the matter, pal?
I don't know.
What's the matter?
Jonathan going to take a well-earned 15 minutes.
Yes, indeed he is.
Josh probably won't be doing the same. He's going to take the tight approach. I feel like at 65, okay to open there.
Off we go to the break, says everybody. Let me have my 15. Afternoon, Danny. Good luck to all. We're just about to go on a break.
Move up to Paul, 8-6 off. Going to defend, keep Tom honest for the last hand. Going to be losing these players to an outer table, and that will be that tout. Probably check 1k, hand over.
And over. So there we go. Back in 15 minutes. See you for the next session.
The winners get a $30,000 package. It folds to the small blind who rips in on me for 30 big blinds, and I look down at ace queen suited. So ICM stands for the Independent Chip Model. It only applies to tournaments, not cash games. Let's say you have 20 big blinds, there's 100 players left in the tournament, 50 of them are going to get paid. If you double up, if you double your stack exactly, the dollar value of your stack doesn't double. And part of the reason why is because if you get one chip over the line, you get that min cash. It's very, very complex, and it makes for some wild plays, especially on bubbles and final table bubbles. And sometimes you just have to get put in the blender and fold lots of hands, and that's just the way it is. When you have a short stack and you're getting closer and closer to the money, you've kind of got to try and assess how likely you are to get into the money based on how tight you can play. So surviving is really, really important. That doesn't mean you don't play any hands, you just have to be more selective with the hands that you do play. So can you just fold ace-jack here and still get into the money? Or are you in a situation where actually, I'm going to need more chips to be able to survive into the money and I have to play this hand? We've all seen tiny stacks multiply into huge stacks. It happens in tournaments all the time. So if you can get into the money with just a few chips and then you've got the opportunity to spin that up as well. If someone makes a silly play on the other tables, the short stack can just keep doubling and your stack can keep getting more and more precarious, and then you find you've got to constantly reassess the situation you're in. ICM for the chip leader is so different than for the short stacks. It's so much more fun because you get to play lots of hands. You've still got to be a little cautious because if you clash with like the second biggest stack, then you can find yourself as a mid stack or even a short stack. But your opponents have to be really wary of confrontations with you because you can knock them out before the money. And like we were saying earlier, if you just get one chip over the line, you get into the money and you can spin that chip up. So it's so valuable to get into the money. As the big stack, you get to apply lots of pressure. Now I see mistakes from lots of players, even really good players. They'll start adding in hands like 4-5 suited, 3-5 suited. If your opponents are at least somewhat competent, they will fight back. King deuce suited actually becomes a much more valuable hand. You've got the suitedness, so there's a bit of utility to fight post-flop with the suitedness of the hand, but the real value comes from the king. It blocks them having king-queen, it blocks them having king-jack, ace-king, pocket kings, all that kind of thing. You block their continues. Those are the hands that are really profitable for the chip leader on the bubbles. Middling stacks are probably the trickiest stacks to navigate on bubbles. If you end up in a confrontation with a short stack, you become a short stack. You're not out of the tournament, but then you've got to reassess where you are. However, you're also covered by the bigger stacks and they can knock you out. And it really depends where you're sat in relation to all the other players at the table. So if you've got the big stacks on your right, it's a lot easier because you get to see what they do first and you can opt into the confrontation or not. If the big stacks are on your left, your marginal hands all of a sudden become unplayable because they can 3-bet mercilessly and you are stuck with having to fold all your marginal hands. So mid stacks are probably the trickiest to play because they're so easy to fold their way into the money. It's a little frustrating because you end up having to play so few hands when there are players who cover you behind, but that's just the nature of the beast. ICM situations are rarer than your usual tournament situations. You only get to bubbles X percentage of the time, and you only get to final tables even rarer. So making ICM part of your regular study routine is really essential if you're a tournament player. When you get to a final table, you really want to be prepared. You don't see people celebrating coming 10th. It's really in the top 3 where all the money is. There's various software out there where you can do drills and practice, without any money on the line, get the reps in so you can get used to the kind of situations you're into and the kind of folds you have to make. If you really care about the game, you're fascinated by the strategy of it, make time for the ICM study because it really pays dividends. Knowing when to make a critical fold or knowing when to apply the pressure in the right spots on final tables can be worth so much money. ICM being such a difficult concept and quite a stressful concept in-game when the real money's on the line, the better prepared you are when you get into that situation, the better you'll perform. There's been some crazy spots I've been put into over the years. One that comes to mind was being on the bubble for a 30K package. It folds to the small blind. They just open rip for 30 big blinds. I looked down at ace-queen suited. And I'm thinking to myself, this is a really monster hand, blind v blind. Am I really going to fold this? But then again, we're one away from the money. Should I be folding this to survive? I did call, They flipped over 3-4 suited, which I'm a 60-40 against, which is a disaster in satellites being in that situation. They turn a flush draw, and I thought just the horror in my gut when they turned that flush draw with a 30k package on the line. River bricked out and I got the package. We analyzed it later and it turned out it was a fold for the exact reason of how much equity a hand like 3-4 suited has against ace queen. Sometimes mistakes, you know, they do work out. And we learn from them, so I got the most out of that, really. Because, you know, I ran well and then I won't do it again.
I made many final tables in the last few years, and without these tips, I couldn't have done it. The mental game is really important for making deep runs, because if you are not well prepared mentally, you're gonna suffer a lot. At the first problem, you're gonna quit. So to be able to go through all the downswings, you need to understand that you're gonna lose more than you're gonna win, but in the long run, if you are good enough, you're gonna win. So, okay, you play bad one hand, you make one mistake, maybe you realize after that or think that could be a mistake. It's okay, everybody make mistakes. That's not what it matters. What it matters is what you do after that you made the mistake. You cannot have that hand there. Otherwise, you're gonna be on tilt because you knew what to do, but then you didn't do it for whatever reason. And then you're gonna become angry and upset at the same time, and then you're gonna be making wrong decisions, one follow to the other. So it's very important to be prepared and knowing that we all make mistakes. Reading opponents, if it's not the most important, is the second one, because the first important thing for me would be mentality, but then the second one, or at the same level, would be reading opponents, because you can get a lot of information from the players depending on the moment of the tournament, but I would say you can get the information from the start, and then you know how that person thinks, and then you can use it in moments that are very key moments, like bubble or close to the final table, because if they know experience, if they told you this, they don't play much, or if they told you that they're not gonna make another bullet if they bust. I mean, talking, even though if it's like things outside of poker, you can get a lot of information that you can use it in a crucial moments in the tournament. If you are a big stack on the bubble, for example, you can put a lot of pressure on the medium and short stacks, because the very short ones, they don't wanna bust, because it doesn't matter for them to double up that much. They're gonna have a very, very, very strong hand. So when they go all in, obviously, you need to call very, very tight, like just with the very good ones. Even though the medium stacks, they are in a good position to double up, they also need to have a very strong hand in order to do that. Otherwise, you're gonna be able to put a lot of pressure on them, because they have people shorter than them. In the opposite side, I remember once I was 7 blinds on the bubble, and I was gonna be big blind. It was no point for me to double up, because even though if I double up with 7 blinds, I'm not gonna do much more. For me, it was more important to make the money. So I ended up winning that tournament because I knew I didn't have to put on risk my tournament. I folded my big blind because I didn't have to call. And luckily, I went into the money and I won that one. It was the high roller for Portugal. Choosing the right game is very important in order to get deep runs. Because if you are playing a 10,000, let's say, tournament, and you are gonna be afraid to put your chips on risk, then that's gonna make you play bad, and you're not gonna have good results. The buy-in amount that it makes you feel comfortable to play like you think it has to be played a hand. If you have to bluff for all your chips, you have to do it, then do it. Don't think, oh, but the buy-in is 2,000 and I couldn't afford to pay again, and then I'm gonna be walking around with nothing to do, and I have to say to all my friends that I busted. I'm bluffing, you know? If you think about this, when you jump in a tournament, that's not your tournament. You should go down.
Do you often fire many bullets, or are you willing to?
No, I'm never willing to fire a lot of bullets, but if I have to, I do it. Every bullet is like you jump in a new tournament. Doesn't matter if it was 3 times the same one. You need to play as much as you can when you are in a festival in order to make it profitable. So if you're happy to play 1,000 tournament buy-in, That means that you are prepared to play the bullets that you need to. There is no magic formula to make a deep runs. I think every person needs their own path. And even though I tell you what to do, you need to do it yourself. So at the beginning, you're probably gonna get tilt or upset when you bust. But if you keep doing it, and if you are strong enough, mentally strong enough, and you resist, then it will get to the point that experience will matter in this. If this happened a few years before, there's no way I would deal with this situation like I'm dealing now. So I know my progress, and now I'm like surprised myself how good I take it. Sometimes I surprise myself. I'm like, wow, I don't feel what I felt when I started. It's a path, yeah. You cannot shortcut it. You have to go through that.
If you've ever struggled to calculate your equity or pot odds in a hand, you'll likely need to brush up on your poker math skills. That doesn't mean you need to be a genius or make complex calculations, but learning some fundamental calculations will give you an edge over your opponents. I'm Aaron Baroni, and in this video, I'm going to share 5 poker math principles you should know. Rule of 4 and 2. One of the most important poker math calculations is knowing how to figure out your equity in a hand. This is where the rule of 4 and 2 comes into play. All you need to do is calculate how many outs you have, then multiply your outs by 4 on the flop or 2 on the turn. The number you get is the approximate percentage of making your hand. So in this example, if we flop a flush draw, we would multiply our 9 outs by 4, giving us roughly 36% chance of making our hand. If the turn is a blank, our percentage drops to roughly 18%. This simple calculation alone can give you an edge by helping you avoid spots where you are a huge dog. Pot odds. Many players don't understand pot odds and fall into the trap of wanting to be right at too high of a frequency. Let's break it down with an example. Imagine the pot is 100 and your opponent bets 100. It costs you 100 to call, making the total pot 200. In this situation, you're getting 2-to-1 odds. That means you only need to be right 1 out of 3 times, or 33% of the time, to break even. But here's the exciting part. If you're right even half the time, you're not just breaking even, you're making profit. Understanding pot odds can significantly improve your decision-making and profitability at the table.
Let's do it again. Level 7 halfway through the buy-in period. 15 levels played today. Carlos just said Jay wants cake. I still want cake, you're right. Maybe 2 hours late, but he's not wrong. I still wouldn't mind some cake. Oh, no. That Tower and Sam ain't most of, according to the jury. Sam will refute it as well.
So another 3 levels, guys. Nice little table. 1, Aras Bartasius. 2 is Sad. 3, Mustafa Sen. 4, Longmouth Fan. 5 is Cal Morial. 6, Dave McConaughey. And 8 is Pratik Chavda. Off we go. That's Thomas Sosnowski. Says super.
Yes. How are we doing, Thomas?
Interesting flop to kick us off here. All Sad in the big blind. Going to be leading with his top pair. 3,700. Board where shouldn't really get any leads, should just be playing check, but going to get some value from the Jack 10 of Dave. There's a 10 on the third. Let's start checking now. It's sad. And if your Dave here is pretty, you're not 100% sure, but you're pretty confident that Sad has a king here. Like, as played, he donks flop, he checks this 10 turn. It does seem like he is sitting here with King X specifically, and then this little third pot on the river. It just looks like he has exactly what he has, a king probably playing the board. 10 is the kicker with the queens. So it's one of these, isn't it? We're pretty confident where we're at, but is our opponent ever going to fold if we play jam here? These are difficult spots, because I don't think Dave ever thinks that he's playing cool here, but maybe thinking about jamming specifically. Oh, he is going to call, okay. Hoping to see a missed flush draw, but not sure they go for this size on the river.
Hey, Dow and Donny. How's Donny today?
Hey,
Must be nice today. Sun's shining. So, seed 2 is commonly and affectionately known as Joey. So that's what it'll be from now on in.
Using take for long mouth, don't mind that with 5s from gun. Some Joe.
Maybe you should change it to Clumsy Joe.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe exactly that.
Pint of Coke goes straight over.
Good thing we're not in Luton, just had their carpets done.
Oh. Pratik in seat number 8. There's only one Pratik I know.
Him?
I'm not sure, because it must be 10 years ago.
Okay.
That Pratik used to play in the Vic. Because obviously it's nearly Patrick.
Yep.
And I found it hard to call him Pratik.
Because your brain naturally wants to go
Because
Patrick.
he literally wants to say Patrick. So I'm not too sure if it's the same Pratik. But he used to play in the Vic a lot. Looking at the surname, I don't think it is. Not the same one.
Not the same
We
one.
have just found out Pratik Gaj is the only other Pratik I knew.
Now you know two.
Now I know two. It was pretty good back in the day, in the early years of the UKPT. It was Pratik Gaj.
Yeah, and I'm guessing this is the Pratik. I have found him, the one we got now. Been playing free cashes so far in 2025. Been playing a bit in London. Ventured out to the outskirts of the M25 for this one.
Nice. How far is the M25 from here?
Not that long. It goes round, does a ring round London, don't it?
Well, yeah, he does, yeah, but how far away are we from the M25?
I'd say about 30-40 minutes, something like that.
Oh, right, yeah.
Someone in Reading would tell us.
Is it the M4's near here?
I remember when I
I
used to play Reading leg, because it was on the schedule. We always used to go round the M25, then up the maybe the M4, M25, M4, yeah.
Yeah, we come off the M4 going down. We came down the M40. Because I just think M25, London, and that's it.
Stuart, 10k on the turn. After turning a boat here, wanting to play for it all by river. And Aris now with the pocket eights, going to have a real tough time calling another street here. This has just got to go in the mark. I think we got 6 more tickets to give away.
We have plenty of time to do another 6 hours of live streaming. I meant to ask you earlier, says Johnny Brown, how chuffed are you with Tottenham's European win?
Chuffed. I said this the other day, settled a bit now, but it was first few days was nice. It's just, we're not a meme anymore. Arsenal are the new meme, aren't they? Poor Arteta.
Needs to win something soon.
They won the quarter-final against Real Madrid. Oh no! They also won the most points in the Premier League across 2 seasons.
When was that?
Arsenal. They count this season and last season over 2 years. They've won the 2-year Premier League on points.
Oh, right,
If you had their 2 seasons together, they got more points. Yeah, because City won it last year, and Liverpool won it this year, and Arsenal come second. So they are the 2-year Premier League champions.
Like it.
And
here we go.
Ladies won the Champions League for Arsenal as well. So they had a good season actually. Lots of stuff.
Trophy.
Yeah.
There's a trophy at Arsenal. The ladies won the what?
Champions League. Champions League. Bigger than your Europa League, that.
Didn't know that. Was it on telly?
I don't know. Cal with the Ace King. Gonna be all in here. Pretty clean one. And Mustafa with his Ace Queen may feel obliged to call.
He will call. He will call. So there we go. Says the call. Good chance for Cal to get a full double and over starting stack. Fours will chop it. Threes to chop it, obviously. And a win for Cal.
Stuff up, going to be left short. Which Premier League team has lost the most points altogether since the Premiership started? Has lost the most points. What, like, that you get deducted for?
Swindon.
Everton, I'm going to go for. Everton, the only team I know to get deducted points in the Premier League.
Is it?
I don't know anyone else, right?
All right. Was Swindon Division 1?
Swindon were in the Prem back in the 90s.
They got -20, didn't they, or something like that?
I can't remember. I would have been too young, but I know Swindon were in the Prem for one season.
Everton is correct. There you go. Moving to a new ground for next season. Big old stadium near the Mersey.
Joe, lovely sight. Couple of aces, but talk about not wanting any action. Goes for 6k with the boots. Patrick, like Queen 5 of clubs would usually defend if we just make it a normal size, but we're going to lose our customer in the big blind now. We just open a couple of bigs. Pratik's going to be in with less than 20% equity, but now he's out of there. No action for Joe. King Jack suited for Aras opens to 2500. Joe here ace 10 off +1, making the call. Over to Cal. Ladies, gonna be squeezing this up.
Got his chips over the starting stack and now looks down at Queens. 3 bets of 10.5. Oh, Pratik! Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, indeed.
Here comes trouble.
Yeah, this is actually going to be really interesting for Cal because open under the gun, flat +1, we squeeze, repping a very strong range ourselves. And now Pratik just sends the lot in here. Is this ever Jack's tower, do you think, for this amount? I don't think he takes 10 seconds.
It could be Ace King suited.
Yeah, of course. Like, it could definitely be Ace King. Like, it looks a lot like Ace King, doesn't it? I think as Cal, you're expecting just to see Ace King here more often than not. But I feel like it's one of these situations that it's just always going to be a hand we flip against, or perhaps a hand that dominates us. I don't think Jacks are ever going to be in there. This amount of big blinds, maybe they are, but with the positions in questions, I'm not sure. But can Cal find a lady?
No redraws there. Needs a queen. Still needing a queen. Oh, Calagero Morial is on to the re-entry desk. Unlucky Cal, just got to double up. Find queens. Guessing there's a re-entry on the cards. Level 7. Re-entries are available until the end of level 12.
Seat open, 21.5.
Couple of walking sticks for Joe.
It's a 2.5.
It's a much better size of choice. Now this is the thing, like, I know it's tiny sample size, but you see opens aces 5x, now he's opening a mediocre to strong hand 2x. If people are aware we're unbalanced in this situation, they just get to play perfectly against us pre-flop. Important to just keep the sizing the same if you're going to open, regardless of strength of your hand. Sizing tells are real.
Queen 9-5, 2 spades. One better winner. Very nice indeed. Joe, I think it's 6,000. Critique taken out. Cal moved up to 200,000.
Ace Jack for Longmount. He's at 2,500 here. Dave for 21. Flats the Jack 10 suited. Pratik here, King Queen off. Interesting one. Feel like could be an opportunity to squeeze. Don't think Dave's ever going to have any traps off this stack depth, or even hands that are going to be able to withstand the heat of a squeeze here. And then it's just Longmouth's range we need to get through, holding some decent blockers for removal. It does take the passive approach, lands on call, and Joe here, pocket nines, all of it. Have some of that, guys. Sends the lot in. 85k. It is going to get all these overcards out of there.
Yeah, questions or giveaway next?
I think we'll just do keyword.
Yeah.
We'll do the two things next session.
We'll do a keyword at 6?
Peak time, Saturday night. Yeah, we'll do a keyword at 6.
I keep forgetting it's Saturday. It's weird, isn't it? No football on a Saturday, no sports, no losing money.
We've got Champs League coming up in a few hours.
Right. Apparently, it's 400 million people watch the Champions League, and 130 million watch the Super Bowl.
There you go. So football is just huge, isn't it, worldwide?
And then somebody said, well, there's 4 billion people watch the Tour de France. I said, yeah, but that's 3 weeks long.
4 billion people watch the Tour de France.
Apparently, so
that can't be true.
over three weeks.
I've never watched the Tour de France in my life. I reckon I could go in that room now, ask how many that watch the Tour de France.
Well,
and it would be less
you're
than
one of the
50%.
other 4 billion.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. That there's no chance 4 billion people watch the Tour de France. Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
How many weeks is it? 3 weeks.
Yeah.
21 divided by 4 billion. Then that's your actual answer. How many watch it? Because if it counts each day you watch it as a viewer.
Yeah, but you might watch. Everybody in the world might watch it on the last day just to see the winner. Because who watches day one?
Obviously someone. Otherwise they wouldn't be broadcasting it, would they?
The free roll password will be given out. When is the free roll tonight? As Lime told us when. What time's the free roll, Lime?
Yeah, we're going to give it out now.
Jay wants cake, says Pash.
It's 6:30 GMT.
That's 2 hours. 2 hours and 4 minutes time.
So the free roll password for this evening's free roll, guys, is Reading Me.
Is what?
Reading Me.
Reading Me.
Or it could be Reading Main Event, but reading Me also
what are you on
works.
about? Reading ME. Reading Me.
Not reading me. I'm just reading what's on the tin.
Reading ME. That is the password for the free roll that starts at 7:30 GMT. 7:30 British time. So wherever you may be in the world, you've got 2 hours and 4 minutes to get into the free roll. Reading ME. Reading Me. Love it.
Nothing against cycling either, guys. It's just not something that I choose to watch. So
No.
I'm basing that opinion on my opinion. I don't mind it when at the Olympics and they go around like tilted bowling alley thing and they go around in a circle. You know when it's tilted.
Tilted bowling alley.
How would you explain that? What better?
It's a velodrome.
That's the one, velodrome. That's much funner to watch because it's proper like fast action.
Yeah, it's only 2 minutes long.
Yeah, but it's that one I can watch. Velodrome, that's it.
And if you mention the word velodrome and people know the words, and people know sports, they'd instantly know what it is.
Yeah. As soon as you said it, it was there. Clicked in the head. So, got Pratic going for some value on the river here. 8 height for Longmouth. Thinking about a hero. Problem is here that Longmouth has. The hands we beat, probably barrel turn. You think as Pratic, if he's got Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10, these are just going to be mandatory double barrels on the King turn. So, like the hands that we want to beat here, always barrel on this King turn, and that's sort of the problem we got. Like, you prefer calling free streets with this rather than calling flop, check, turn, than calling river.
Pash has not been able to be around too much today. Hoping good luck to all my friends. Nice one, Pash. Hope you're having a good evening wherever you may be, whatever you're doing.
So open from Aris. The Jack 10 suited. Mustafa in with pocket 8. Seems pretty standard. And Longmao here going to have a shove of his own. Pocket 9s here. We start the hand with 31 bigs. Cut off open going to be a wide range. And we're going to be well ahead of this 9 big blind shove of Mustafa. So should just see a jam here from Longmao. And there it is. Now the Jack 10 suited can get out of the way. And we will be running this. Shake of the head from Mustafa. Doesn't like what he sees. Drawing to 2 outs. However, this hand, some reason, somehow, has more than 20% equity, it seems, in these spots, Tower. At these particular tournaments. 888 is what we're looking for.
Indeed. Mustafa doesn't realise that he could have the festival nuts. 7-8 queen, 7-10 queen, sorry. Not appearing just yet. And doesn't get there. And we're surprised. Mustafa hitting the rail. Longmao fam.
Sit open, feature 3.
Still opportunity for Mustafa to get back in. It's been a fantastic day in terms of entries here. Could go close to last year's.
It's over it.
Over it already?
Yep.
Wow, I've just looked 127 in now.
Yeah, it's over.
Last time I looked, it was 80 something.
Yep. We're over last year's.
So 307 entries total.
Reading has been superb. Falling down to old Joey. King 9 in the cut-off. Makes it 16.
Looks like 3.5.
Is it 3.5? Oh, sorry, we're blind at 1200. Apologies. 3x.
Jack 10 there for Longmao. You'll remember what I said about these sizing tells, Tower, and there we go. Longmao picks up on it. The man that was opening 5x 15 minutes ago. He's had a couple of min clicks and now wants to go for this 3x sizing, and Longmao just picks up on it straight away. Very nice. King 9 going to have to go into the marker Joe. Very well played. This is why very important when you're sat with good players, just keep the size the same. Otherwise you will be punished. The keyword's ready. Do you want to? We got a.
What do we do? Quarter?
Yeah, quarter to 11 minutes.
Change of. Yeah. 11 minutes time. Or just after the end of this session, this level. Then we'll increase the blinds.
Oh, Pratik. This is a loose one. Queen 8 off, under the gun. Wants to open.
We'll see a flop with the silver connectors.
Interesting peel on the barn here, somehow in front, but against these ranges, it's kind of dicey. Ace-9 off here from Razvan. Feel like folds probably best. Dave with 3s, happy to take his price, just one player behind. And Dale going to call Ace-5, and we're going 5-way here. And Pratik must have known, somehow 34% equity here, 5-way. His favourite to win this one.
Ace 5, 7. Top and bottom for Dale. Top pair, average kicker for Raz.
And this is the problem as Raz of why we probably shouldn't be calling pre-tower. I know we're not actually dominated by an ace-king for ace-10, but when it's gone gun open.
Who's just thrown in the triangle?
Flat EP. Razvan's just put in the lot here with ace-9, and
wow.
Obviously Dale's got him covered. It's a bit of a misstep because even if Dale's here with ace-8 through ace-deuce, he doesn't call. So when we go this size as Razvan, we're literally only getting called by a better hand. There's no other hand that calls us that.
Shakes his head as if like I've just done the right thing, but I got unlucky.
No, it's just fold pre, and then when we get there on the flop, if we are going to bet, just go small.
There's only 10k in the middle,
Yeah, I know, Tower. I know. It was strange, but we're here.
Shaking the head as if he's done something like got really, really, really unlucky. Raz needs a 9 or a 7 to get really lucky, and it's not the flush eventually. And Raz is out the door. Wowzers. That was an inflated pot for Dale Wilson.
Yep, Dale probably weren't even loving him against Jam for that size, but you've got a cool top and bottom.
Jeez.
A bit of a gift there for Dale.
Anybody in Reading watching the live stream thinking, hang on a minute?
I've literally just put out a broadcast on my phone offering people if they want to come and play and free roll 20%. So we might get another 20 plus newbies on their way here.
Oh dear. Try and solve that one, guys, in the chat, please.
Maybe just hasn't been playing, or like you don't know the
story.
story.
No, satellited in.
Yeah.
You can satellite in for £1, and it'll be the biggest game you've got, and you get a bit excited.
Yeah, like this is it. Like if you, once again, you've not been playing long, and you see, oh, I've got top pair. There's a flush draw out there. I don't want it to get there. Like this is how some people think when they start playing the game. There we go, we just got 2 more runners on the way. Ben's on his way now after that, and Azzy Mac Plays is coming down for a little spin. Just increase the prize pool. This is what we do, me and Tower. We get you all here.
Absolutely. $763 is the flop. Checkity check. King of Hearts on the turn. Pretty open-ended. Should be check calling. It was the ace of diamonds.
Have to bluff this one as RS. I know we can see he's got the best hand. If he goes check, he wins, but we just have to bluff this river. Like big blind's just got too much 6x, 7x, like stuff like 5-6, 4-6, all these pair gut shot type stuff that just have to fold. And even the King X gonna have a tough time. Cannot check this back as Aris here. I know he wins the pot if he checks it back, but too good a river not to bluff here against a big blind range after bet call turn. Does go for the 2/3 pot, very nice. 9 high. Be out of the way.
Reading ME, Reading Main Event, password for the free roll. Here's 10 for us. Call from Longmount, call from Dale. Critique out the small says, yeah, let's come along for the ride, and that'll bring Stuart in as well. Oh no, Stuart gets out of the way. Very nice, Stuart. I'm not calling the Queen 7 either. But you just think with all the players involved, they'll come along for the ride, but he decides to get away from it like that. Here's I flop for Arras. There's 6 Jack. Critique. Getting giddy.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Don't give me the old 3.6 and an ass.
What goes through people's heads, Tower?
Says call.
I just want to know. I just want to know why we decide to peel the 9-6 off. We flop bottom
And
pair.
then lead into 4.
Yeah, like what goes on in people's heads? Because you've got to think there's some logic in there for what they're doing. But it does just seem people just want to click buttons and.
So that's. We'll get out of the way.
And even Longmount, like, just thinks this is a load of nonsense from Pratik, and he's right, but he's going to have a problem against the range of Ares here. I just...
Call it from the ass. Should be calling again.
Yeah. Like Longmount here for value, he's literally only got a set of 6s, ace jack, ace 6 suited, and these hands aren't always going to raise. So with an ace in our hand blocking some of the value as well, the ace jack, ace 6 suited we don't block. Well, he does just fold the ace 10, and Longmount,
Wow.
what a pick up with 4s, gets the ace 10 to fold, and
okay.
Pratik costing Aras the pot. I just don't understand though, Tao. I'm still trying to think. I'm trying to come up with something for you guys. My brain is racking, honestly. I'm really trying to think of a reason why we'd peel 9-6 off and lead into 3 players on ace jack 6, but I can't. I can't defend him. I'm trying to think, but I can't defend the guy. It's just the monkey playing symbols, as I say. Must what goes on in some people's heads, Tower, because they're not thinking about the poker round. They've definitely got their head elsewhere.
I love it.
Oh, now, a couple of ducks from +2.
But you're calling there with the ace-10, aren't you?
Yeah, because just Longmail's value range is so condensed there, and he may just be going down the exploit line against a nonsense lead from the small blind.
Yeah.
Thinking that he can still have King Queen, King 10. Like, think of our range as well. What does our range look like to Longmail? We can have Jack X, we can have some King Queen, Queen 10, King 10. So when we're as high up as top pair, decent kicker, I just don't see how we ever get to fold. And Dave here, all in for 13. Deuce is not going to be able to call into the muck for Longmail.
Oh, now we've lost the clock. Oh, we're on the reset. As the clock paused on 4:17 for a while.
Does get involved with a legitimate holding, but gonna scare away his customers. Big old 4x eyes in. Wants some action with the ace queen. What's going on in Reading, guys? Get yourself here. This is like a £10 rebuy, this table.
We need to calm down a little. We've got a keyword for you.
We need a break from the poker. We do.
Everybody is on 888 Poker TV on Twitch. You can win one of the tickets if you're not on 888 Poker TV on Twitch and you want a chance of winning. Move yourself over right now. You've got plenty of time to do it. If not, just stay where you are, but you just can't win the tokens.
So, guys, you know the rules. I'll just run you down the next one. Keyword.
Yes.
I'm going to sing a song and you're going to finish it, and that will give everyone the keyword. You know Megan Trainor?
Oh.
Megan Trainor?
Nope.
She's all about that bass, about that bass.
Oh, I'm all about the bass, about the bass. That one?
No, not that one.
Oh.
I'm all about that bass, about that bass.
Show me your face?
No, come on. What's not happening today? I'm all about that bass, about that bass. Tower, come on. This was a huge song about 10 years ago. Just finish the song. You know.
I can't if I don't know it.
If you heard the song, you would be able to finish it.
It's all about the bass, about the bass. No.
I thought you had it there. I thought you had it.
No.
You must have heard this song.
No.
Okay. I'm all about that bass, about the bass. The key word, guys, as it's Saturday and there's no football, is no treble.
No treble.
I'm all about that bass, no treble. How has he not heard this song?
No treble.
How have you not heard this song?
There is no treble.
Yeah.
Nope.
You must have heard the song. I'm going to have to play it for you on break because that is ridiculous. If you've not, even I've heard that song and I don't listen to much music.
No treble.
We wouldn't have had another keyword today, guys, if I let him try and guess. So I had to tell him.
No, never heard of that one before. Kat says she's heard the song, but the only word she knows is all about the bass. No treble. But I'm guessing no treble means because it's Saturday and we're out of the football season.
Yeah, but I was trying to make it fun and let you guess the keyword, and I thought I gave you the biggest clue. I just
no. What's her name? Megan what?
Megan Trainers. Megan Trainer.
Megan Trainer.
She's the one that sings the with Charlie Puth, Marvin Gaye. Let's Marvin Gaye and get it on. You know.
Let's Marvin Gaye and get it on.
Yeah, that song. There you go. You
know that one.
Yeah, she's in that one.
So the next keyword's Marvin Gaye.
No,
Let's
it's not.
Marvin Gaye and get it on. I don't know any more words.
Oh, well.
I know that one. Who did she sing that one with?
Charlie Puth, I think it was.
Charlie Puth.
He's also a magician.
I thought he was a dragon.
Well, I'll never be doing that again, Lion, put it that way. Unless somehow the keyword is Dancing Queen or something he can't not possibly
Bohemian
get.
Rhapsody.
Yeah, something like that. he can't miss, but I tried. A few more minutes for the keyword, guys.
Sorry, Lime. Tried too hard to get the great saying, but it was impossible. you forgot who you was working with.
And we haven't got Charlie Puth, but we've got Charlie Booth in the chat and says, can confirm I'm a magician.
Charlie Booth.
Charlie Booth.
He's a magician. There you go. 1 more minute for Megan Trainers. No treble.
Over 150k in that prize pool now, guys. Going to be a nice sum up top. Comes tomorrow, we will have confirmed prize pool, hopefully at the back end of today, as registration closing, as this is the last flight, level 12 of flight 1D. There's a Pratic with the King Queen +1. Should be opening. This time goes for limp. Okay. Brings Joe in A7 off in the cut-off.
The countdown has done. Here we go.
Dave gets to check his option. Good luck, everyone. Congratulations, Des Naturado official.
Very nice. Well done, Des.
And congratulations. Oh, wow. We're living in a sim. Treb. Treb wins. Of course Treb wins.
It can't be, there's no Treb.
Yeah, exactly. There is a Treb. I know there's no Treb, but there's Treb right there, winning the giveaway.
Unbelievable.
Obviously. No Treb. I beg to differ.
Treb wins. Unbelievable. Well done, Treb. Congratulations to the winners. We'll do a couple of questions to get some interactions a little bit later in the next session. Well done, you two. And Dave McConaughey bets 2.4. Gets a call from Joe in seat 2 with the ace high. And Dave, he's going to have to bet again.
Yeah, nice hand to do it with as well. There's Dave, really good spot to double barrel here. Just prime card in our hand, 5 of spades. And as well as that, when this jack pairs, doesn't necessarily mean we're going to have jack X or better as our bluffs. We're also going to have some 6X in here, which is kind of nice. Sometimes we may value cut ourselves through 7s against 10s, but the fact that on this river we get to value bet our 6X as well is really nice for us, and does get Joe off the best hand. Well played.
Well done. Send in the whispers. Make sure your whispers are not set to private.
But you made an absolute mess of that tower. I thought you were just going to say straight away, complete, like, finish the lyrics, boom, and we wouldn't have 5 minutes me trying to... I can't believe you've not heard that song.
Never heard it. Maybe it's the way you sang it.
Maybe. I'm not a singer, you see.
You can karaoke like the best of them.
Yeah, but not very well.
I've seen you rap into songs.
Oh yeah, that's different. Saying words really quickly is a bit different to actually try and sing and sound nice.
So lines 8-16.
I would not know what to do here, Stuart. The thing is, like, if you see what's going around you and you see, like, obviously Longmouth, Dave, Dale, we know they can all play, but you see you've probably got 2 people on this table that can potentially give it away to you at any time. I don't think we need to actually get involved here with Stuart. He actually does just pass against this gun near 4x open. Just some of the stuff that's been occurring in the last 30 minutes, you don't really need to be guessing what this 4x opening range is, and been playing a lot of tough spots. So I feel like when there's that sort of future EV at a table where you've got a couple of customers that could just give away a stack, you don't necessarily need to get involved there. I kind of like the fold with the ace-queen specifically, +1 against gun.
Dale Wilson defends his queen 10.
Really small size here. If we are going to continue as Pratik,
No chance.
it looks small. If he finds 20%, I'm going to go out and high-five him.
7.5.
That was 11.7. I think it come up as the graphic. Oh no!
Told you.
Oh no!
Never going to be small.
Oh dear.
If you 4x it pre, you're never making it.
But this is once again, what are they thinking? It's come king 3-3. So why do we need to go big? You think about the board. No draws out there.
None.
We're against the big blind. The
could
big
have
blind's
absolutely
big blind's only going to continue pocket pairs, king X and 3x. So we don't need to go big. We've only got this select part of their range that's going to continue nice and small. Does the same thing. No, 80% pot on the king 3-3, says Pratik.
I'm going to win this pot.
Good luck continuing your pocket sixes here against this size, sir. King Jack suited for Aras. Going to be a nice one to open.
Which he does. Makes it 3.3.
Justinus with the call. Pratik, Jack 3 suited. Doubt he's going to be going anywhere.
Queen 9 flop, Queen 5 flop set of Mickey Blacks.
And as Aras here, freeway, probably don't need to continue this King Jack of Spades. You've got someone 2 to our left as well in the pot, so we are going to play higher frequency checks. Like maybe if it was like Queen 6-5, 1 spade, could see some more ideas about continue, more turns we get to barrel, but I feel like this is just a white flag wave as he does over to Justin S, who is going to be betting his sixes. No need to trap here. Still enough out there to get called by a big blind uncapped, and like even Ares should be checking some of his stronger hands over.
What's in it? 4. 1/3. End of. Afternoon, Aaron. Watching on Facey. I hope you're well.
Sorry, Aaron, mate. Maybe tea time in a minute. Might have a donut, but shouldn't really have a donut before I have dinner. I don't think that's it's the way it's supposed to be.
Depends when you have dinner.
Probably in an hour or so. So we sent Tower off to get the old tees. Still got another few giveaways left today, guys. 4 more. $22 tickets to give away for 888. Dale gonna bump things up with the ladies, makes it 5,600. Surely not from Pratek. What is going on at this feature table? I want to keep this one on all day. We got Pratik and Joe in here just creating the show for us. Stars of the show so far. Stuart out the way with a Jack 8 suited. Joe now wants to come in with the Ace 10 off here. Like personally, this should just be over. Dale should just be getting this through. There should be no cold call from 10-9. Ace 10 off should be out the way from EP after getting free bet. But here we are at deuce 4-4. I live by my own rules, Dan, so yeah, I'm going to have a donut and then I'm going to have tea in about an hour. Let it settle. Over to Dal here, just going to get to C-bet here, no checking freeway, going to be like some 5s through 10s to get called by. Even some like ace highs with a heart may stick around. Not going to be going too big here with Dale, although it does veer towards 40%. Maybe aware of the opponents in question. That will be that. If you're close, guys, slowly approaching the close of registration. You've got just over 3 hours or so. If you want to get here to Reading, advertisement has been great for how good the field is this session. There's been some antics occurring at this feature table. Why wouldn't you want to play if you could? You've got the readies to do so. End of level 12, Aaron. Yep, that is when late reg is closing. So we will be going on break in 56 minutes, 15-minute break, 2 hours, 15 minutes. And that is how long you have to get in. And we've also got our free roll starting at 6:30. And the password for that is Reading Me or Reading Me. However, whatever you prefer, they both work. So Joe going to limp in from gun, long mount. Going to follow suit from +2. Stuart makes it up in the small. Aras going to get to check his option. Thanks, Cat. Free roll time is at 7:30 UK time, so it's an hour and a half until the free roll. As it's GMT. Forgot the clocks went forward a couple of months ago. As we pick up on 10 deuce free, nice flop for Joe. Flops top pair, decent kick up, and it's going to come out firing. Just shy of 70%, 2/3 pot thereabouts. Joe gets one customer. Stuart wants to have a look with his wheel draw. Backdoor clubs in there as well. And there is one of these clubs on the turn. Queen of clubs rolling off, and as Joe here, against small blind range, that complete's going to be really wide. Not going to have too many folds when limped to us in the small. So I wouldn't mind of seeing another street there from Joe with the King 10. Maybe looking to induce some bluffs on rivers and just throw in a chip. Over to Stuart now. Does he feel like he needs to bluff this ace-4 high? Is he ever folding a 10 here? And Joe bets flop, probably repping a 10 or better. Maybe some pocket pairs, but does just go check, check, no fin value for Joe.
Can we eat yesterday?
I don't work Fridays. I haven't worked Fridays all year.
Oh, never knew.
This year I had Fridays off, so I was on the golf course yesterday, you must know. I was enjoying a nice round of golf. That's the team when we came back.
Hello.
I saw you, was it you? I actually saw the back of someone that I thought looked exactly like you wearing that. Was you playing cash earlier?
Yeah, so I got roped into it.
Oh, okay.
No way.
Do you know what? I walked past the cash game room and
Yeah.
I looked in and I thought that looks a lot like Jack from the cash, and then I saw it was like a 1-1 game, and I was like, I just carried on walking.
Well, the reason being, they told me about this promotion they had for the ticket, and there were only about 10 people in for a 560 seat.
There you go.
So they basically paid me
Value
£50
hunt.
an hour just to sit there.
Value hunting.
Nice.
Always about the value.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, it reassured me how boring cash was, and I'm never going to do it again. But
No matter what's available. There's a cash league running from the 2nd of June as well, for a month.
There you are.
mate, that's just like going to be the final descent into madness.
2nd of June till the 28th of June, the cash league will start. £10,000 added.
Oh, there you go. Raising Jack's eyebrows.
To the promotion, £10,000 added.
What's planned for the rest of the day, Jack?
I don't know, I stood outside for 10 minutes and wondered what I was doing in the casino.
I said that to you when you walked in.
It's lovely.
It's beautiful outside.
But I don't actually...
You've bagged up for day 2. You're going to Saturday off.
Well, I had to,
Well,
I had to come this
he
way
came
anyway.
in for the treble, didn't he? That's what he did in the didn't one.
Yep, no trouble today. As we see Joe just sending the cake here, pocket 9s, 50 plus bigs, cold 4-bet jam, let's go. He does get the 8s out of there.
Let's have a bit of round the table fun. We've got Ryan Seary with the pocket 8s. He's flopped the festival nuts against top 2. What a flop that is. Where's the dealer pulled that one from?
Quads.
Festival quads. 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. Just the quads for Ryan. Taps the table and says, that'll do. Gun down is out. Ace 9 flopping top 2. But unfortunately, Ryan Seary, festival nuts turns into quads. Boom, baby. There Very nice.
Pratik?
Yeah, Pratik.
I can see you standing there, but I have a feeling you're not going to be standing there in 5 minutes. This has been a fun table.
A fun table that's playing like a £10 rebuy.
It seems, yeah.
Yeah. Or we could definitely 5x on this one. An open rip 30 bigs. We can do it on here. It's been great.
It was the 9-6 off pill in the small blind. Go 4-way, comes ace jack 6 rainbow. Just donks for near pot like 9-6. Like,
I mean, he has a 6 play, so he's got bottom 6.
Right, it's been great. This is what we want. The session flies when it's going like this.
Because I know for a fact people aren't folding Jack 10 suited to an open. See, that would get me going.
Yeah, that is. I remember that one.
I just didn't come back. I'm so disgusted by what I saw.
It wasn't to an open, it was first in. He folded to him like middle position.
Would you like a donut?
I don't actually really like sweet stuff.
Well.
Weirdly. I'll do horrendous things to myself, but a Coca-Cola or a donut is off limits.
Well. The offer was there. Lime, would you like a donut? It's not Tim Hortons, but we'll save it, yeah?
The boys are trying to get me in this £200 thing.
Get yourself in. It's still. When does it start? Now. 6 o'clock. Get yourself in.
I'm such a duster in these things.
Do you want a prize to win it? Does that make it more fun?
What's the offer?
I don't know.
It's got to be at least hundreds.
No chance.
Of course it has.
10 to 1. I'll give you 10 to 1.
10s? Are you joking?
Is that across all the bullets I can play?
It's got to be
Or just
6.
the
It's got to
first
be
one?
66s, 1 bullet.
No, I'm not giving it since Ravi gave me that sweat and made it to heads up. I'm not doing this no more with these big prices.
What did Ravi do?
It was 50 to 1 with 50 odd players left, and got heads up and lost.
Yeah, less than starting, I presume. What's the average though?
I can't remember, but it was a steal for me basically.
Yeah,
the bet was a steal for me. Yeah, but had me sweating. Put it that way.
You did. Dow Adonis says, just curious, are the dealers for these UKPL events travel to the events, or do they have different dealers? Most of the staff will travel to event, but if they're busy elsewhere, obviously there's a pool of dealers. So some events will need more dealers, so you'll see more dealers, but most of the faces you will see time and time again, because they're a great crew.
And Pratik here he goes again. 3 bets the gun open from Dave with the 7s. Makes it 11.5. Dave can't really do anything with 5s here now. Only got 15 bigs left in his stack. We've got no fold equity here. Just going to have to go in the muck. Or is Pratik just...
If he jams and he gets 5s in versus 7s at a +1/3, that's quite a lot.
No chance. I don't think he will. There we go.
Yeah, Dave knows what he's doing. Wonder if Dave will be doing content for his bink poker over in Vegas.
It's hard now, isn't it?
Yeah, you have to do it off the tables now, don't you?
Yeah, you can't film or anything at the table.
No.
Who was it that was telling me? Easty. It was Easty in here with me saying that like even some of the big names not allowed to do it.
Well, if it's for everybody, if it's for one, it's for everybody.
Yeah.
You can't expect anybody to do it. You can't single people out.
Oh, who was he telling me? There was a big name that...
Because D-Negs does a lot, doesn't he?
Yeah, D-Negs is one that was obviously can do it, but there was another
Really?
big name that applied.
Why can he do it?
I don't know. He does his vlogs, don't he, for
Well,
YouTube?
so does Easty.
Yeah, but... Rampage, that was the one. Thank you, Richard
You can't
Bernard.
just single out Dean Eggs just because he's probably the most famous player that there is.
Well, you have to apply for a media pass, apparently.
Okay.
And Rampage applied for one. You know Rampage?
No.
Big cash
I've heard
game
of
player.
Rampage, but I don't know his name.
And a big streamer, well, not streamer, but cash game player, vlog
Yeah.
hub, whatever you call it. He got turned down. He's not allowed one. He's one
He
of
got
the big
turned down
names.
the media
yeah,
pass?
yeah, he's one of the big names. So
Wow.
may just be a couple of people, Dean Eggs and a few others that are doing it this year.
I might apply. I've got contacts.
Yeah, you know Jack. You know Jack Ethel.
I do know Jack very well.
Yeah.
Danny Maxwell's not going this year. For the first time in about 10. The photographer from the Irish Open. So Danny, known him for years. So Danny done the World Series for a lot of years. He's not there this year.
So open from Stuart. ISO'd the limper Pratik. I feel like fine to just limp here, Stuart. Like at this table, this is never getting through, is it? So maybe we just call, keep the pot smaller. King 9 suited for Dave here. Stuart has been fairly snug. He just folds the King 9 of hearts there. Doesn't even want to defend it.
Yeah, his stack side is determining how he's playing the game at the minute.
Well, I think Pratik behind is the main factor there.
Yeah,
If Pratik,
plus the table, yeah, exactly. Plus the table as well, because a lot of them just don't fold.
like if we just call and Pratik reopens, it's just like, ugh. So somehow the sixes of Justin are still out in front, and if check 2 seems okay to start betting here, even full way, we expect Pratik to bet a queen the way he's been playing, even donking into the aggressor, and we expect the same from Stuart. So as sixes here is a hand that need a lot of protection, like more inclined to bet something that's like sixes over something like jacks or tens, just needing to flush out a few more overcards. Should be the end of it, but we will see. You never know with Longmount. Can have some fruitful ideas.
Pratik, 6k to call. Queen, 4, 5 flop. None of it. No draws at all. Should be out of the way. And is.
Should be doing the same. Does want to have a little mull up before. But Justin is betting into field here. Just got a fold of deuces. And once again, the feature table in with its surprises. Deuces come along. Opponent betting into field. We want to peel the underpair. Like, what are we looking for on the turn? Are we looking to hope it goes check and bluff river? I don't know. And Stuart here seems to have been playing pretty snug and pretty well, but this may be first misstep the feature. Justin's going to have lots of Queen X on the button, and even if he doesn't, like, he's going to have a high equity hand against deuces. Something like 2 clubs and overs, 6, 7 suited. And this is the problem with the flop call tower. We just have no coverage on turns. Any turn other than the deuce probably just going to be mucking.
And mucking he does.
And as he mucks, we head on over.
Oi, oi.
Because we have Dan Knapp against Jamie Entwistle.
It's the race that all ends on the races. Ace King against Queens. Any help for the Ace King? None. As quick as that, the Ace King is out. James Entwistle gone.
Oh, looky there. It isn't Bournemouth Les.
Where?
He's there.
No way. James Entwistle with the Queens survives. Apologies, it was Dan Knapp that bust out. Dan has gone for one. So true or less. Sixes for Pratik, and any big opens about 66 for 66. There's some shorts.
I thought they were pyjamas. I didn't realise they were shorts.
So last hand, 1600, then we're going to the 2K level. 40 minutes and then another break. I don't know if you were around then, Ben, because I recall you only coming on the scene properly after lockdown, but pre-lockdown, Malou used to do it all the time. Like, he'd open to like 6.7, he'd have 6.7, he'd open to 84, he'd have like 8.4. Like, he actually used to do it all the time, and then I picked up on it on stream once, and he never done it again. He must have watched it back and thought, oh no, someone's onto me, my genius way of winning all these tournaments over the years, and I still always look out for it now and again, but Ali Malou used to do it a lot. Sokol, King 6 off, just comes to the table. Thinking about it, probably wouldn't open here. We've got reshove stack of Dave on our direct left. Sorry, it's not even on Sokol here. Sokol has already folded. It is Dave. He's going to be opening on the button. I'd like to see PSG win. I know a lot of people don't want PSG to win because of all the money that they have.
Oh, or they don't have.
Or they don't have, but people don't really want to see that because they feel like they're the team that buys the refs and stuff like that. But I don't believe in any of that. I don't believe in any of that, so I don't think that's true.
Buy the referees,
they always think this. The teams that got a lot of money is that they're winning it in a dodgy manner. But I actually really like PSG. I like a lot of their squad, and I'd like to see PSG win. And obviously, I don't know if you know, Dan, but that's who will be playing in the Super Cup in a couple of months' time. So I wouldn't mind PSG.
What Super Cup?
Reckon it will be highly competitive, not like the game I was involved in. I weren't personally involved in, but to be fair, it was a good watch because it was gritty. Like, we were just defending, and like, you're on the edge of your seat all the time. I know I would have preferred us down the other end with the ball, but it did have the juices flowing. Watching the last 20 minutes Europa League final.
Poor old Keith sat there waiting for a text message.
So funny.
I can't believe he sent a message.
Yeah,
saying, come on,
yeah, wanted me to say something. Like,
you've been such a bock all year.
Yeah. Weren't happening. I can imagine for the neutral that game wouldn't have been the best watch, but for a Spurs fan it was like, that was just seemed like the longest. You kept looking at the clock after every time the ball goes out of play, left looking at the top of the screen, looking at it like, and you've like, this is the longest 20 minutes ever.
The best thing about it was because Man United were behind, they weren't rolling about for an hour.
Yeah.
That's the best thing about it. It's like tonight, if AC Milan go 1-0 up, they'll start being injured.
Yeah.
In the first half.
Yeah.
If they're 1-0 down, they'll never get injured.
Yeah, yeah.
Even running around with a flagged out leg and anything.
We finally got it, didn't we, Berner? Finally got justice for Sissoko. That's what mattered. After the robbery in 2019, ruining the game after the first minute. As Aris opens the ace-king under the gun, raises the 4K, long mouth, couple of sixes, pills in low jack and Pratik. Even this hand, we can't make this work. Stuart 4-5 off freeway here. Does want to have a look at 3. Richie Burner goes, well, if AC Milan go 1-0 up, there's a problem.
Oh, is it Inter Milan?
It is Inter Milan that are playing PSG this evening, Tower.
There you go. 2 against 1.
So it just continues for just shy of third. 6 is going to have to get out of the way, and the 4-5 will follow suit.
$35 minutes to go.
It'll take us to the next break.
You will indeed. £156,000 collected. Well done, Ready.
So I'd just like to throw it out there, guys, as well. He said he's going to post a bet builder treble for the game. This is the guy that just didn't know which Milan were playing PSG in the final. So if you want to follow him this evening for his bet,
I wasn't going to say that, and then I thought, well, he might mention something about that. I thought, just be quiet.
Just don't complain at 10 o'clock and come in the chat and said useless again, Tower, or something like that. You can't complain, okay? He's just said the wrong team are in the final. If you follow his treble this evening, that is down to you. You can't come in at 10 o'clock and say, I didn't come in. He's just got the wrong team.
We'll be all right. In half an hour, we'll be fine. I'll know that... I'll know that PSV are playing AC Milan.
PSV. Long now here. Opens to 7K over the limp of Joe from Gun.
The free roll password is Reading ME, as in Reading Main Event, or Reading Me, as Jay said. Reading ME. Should be fine with the cases. Where's it being played anyway? Because there's not a national stadium, is there, for the Champions League final?
I think it's in Poland.
Is it?
I'm pretty sure it's in Poland. Or was Chelsea's game in Poland?
There's no stadium big enough in Poland for the Champions League final.
That might have been Chelsea's final. But I know there's one. Spurs' one. There's definitely. It must have been Chelsea's that were in Poland. But I knew there was one in Poland. Where is it played, guys? Someone let us know.
Has anybody ever played a home game in the final? go. Instantly got the answer. Yes, Bayern Munich. It's in Prague.
There you go. Thank you.
I'd like to go there.
There's one left, Gareth, if you want to come in. There is one donut left.
Yep.
If you'd like to come and grab it, you're more than welcome, mate.
Indeed, it brings us some goodies and eats them himself.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
I can't believe it. Yeah, but yeah, I'm gonna have to. We'll hand it over the barrier if you want to come in. Apparently, it's in Berlin. Who knows?
How did Johnny Scott?
Yeah, Johnny, how's the golf been today?
Over the moon. I wouldn't call it the Consolation Cup though. Pretty big trophy to win. When it was part of Liverpool's treble in 2000, it was massive. Suddenly, 20 years later, it doesn't mean as much. It doesn't make sense, does it?
There you go.
Stuart on the button. Aras here. Thinking about getting after it with the King 6 suited, perhaps. 23 big, so not much wiggle room to do much. Make it 12k. Don't mind, this size is kind of nice. We do need to go around 6 bigs here against effective stack size of Stuart. We are going to free bet. Not all in. And we picked it well. Good time to do it. Because Queen 10 off will be getting out of the way. And people are saying, no, it's in Munich.
Munich, not Berlin. So I've had Munich, Berlin, and Prague.
And Poland.
And Poland.
That was me, though.
It's probably at Wembley.
Well, that time when you look away and then you look back and we're still playing the same hand from before. Stuart with an outrageous pill. But
look at that. See, you just know
it's just timing sometimes. That's it. Gets stubborn with the Queen 10 off. Should be in the mark button versus small at this stack depth and just gets rewarded. Definitely Munich.
Yep, it's in the Alliance Arena, Munich.
That's Bayern Stadium.
Is it? How many does it hold? Is it not Bayern Munich, is it?
Well, Bayern Munich play at the Alliance. I'm not sure about the Alliance.
Is it not? Is it? What is it called? My treble's out soon.
Yeah, Tower's treble coming, guys. Champions League Bet Builder treble. You can see how clued up he is. Expertise for this final is off the chart.
What?
A Lion Stadium. I like it. It sounds like somewhere at a zoo.
Like a Lion Stadium.
It's like one of the parts of the zoo.
It is the Alliance, just with a Z.
Alliance.
Anyway, how many does it hold?
Maybe save that for a question.
Yeah.
Donuts.
Yeah. Gareth, where are you?
I'm there.
Oh, mate, down the steps.
You haven't spiked it, have you?
No, we haven't.
No, we've not spat on it in anything. And Charlie Boo says Bayern Munich played in their own stadium in 2012 and lost to Chelsea.
Yeah, back to this hand because it's pretty Interesting turn here after Stuart. Wow, did Aris check call? King 6 high on the flop? That can't be right. I need to go and rewind.
You check called on the flop.
And then turn just goes check, check now, and the Queen 10 playing this trappy to get absolute maximum. Yeah, did go check call on the flop. That is interesting. Could have just check folded as Aris. I would have preferred just c-bet small, but check call seems like the worst option here. Check fold going to be much better. c-bet probably best. Now we get here at the river. Going to have a tough time folding after the turn action. 15k on the end from Stu. Doesn't even go big. Just shy of 40%. Maybe some king 10, king 9 we chop with, so not sure. We're going to be getting away from it. As played as Aros, we float the flop with king 6 high. We turn top pair, check, check, turn, and now met by 40% on river. We're going to struggle to get away from this one. I'm going to have a little chat with Stuart, see how much he's got left. You can see it's a crumb. As played, I'd be really shocked if Aras got away from this here, but like what? So we just check call flop. Like we should just probably check fold or c-bet small, but once we check call flop with this hand, he's not raising, is he? No, there's the call, and he sees the bad news up against the Queen 10. Could have been avoided. Stuart takes an okay one. Optimistic pill pre working out.
Johnny Scott says, will we manage golf in June when I come up for the 888? No, Johnny. We have got Portsmouth the 10th till the 15th of June. We've got the 16th driving home, and on the 17th we're coming to Edinburgh, and then Edinburgh we leave on the 23rd, and I fly to Vegas on the 24th. So it'll be July, August and September. That's my plan. Definitely August and September, to be fair.
Morris says the real treble in football is FA Cup, Premiership and Champions League. See the City of Manchester for details, Jay. Ha ha. I think Arsenal's treble was just as good this season. You got to remember, beat Real Madrid in the quarters trophy, then they had the most points over 2 seasons in the Premier League trophy, and then they went and sealed it with the Women's Champions League last week. So I think that treble's just as good. I'll be living up for a while. Don't worry about this. I'm going to enjoy it in the next sort of 6 months or so.
Why not?
King 10 suited for Dave. Got to go. 8.5 bigs. Should be a jam.
In he goes. Perfect.
Dire Straits, I've waited for this moment for a long time, okay? Let me be, please. Leave me alone for a few months. Let me relish in this last few weeks we've had. So Joe going to call off with the Queen Jack of Diamonds, and Dave, when he's called, never expects to be in front, but yes we are, sir. Now just got to hold. Just Dave McConaughey here.
King 3 deuce.
Yeah, not even a sweat. And I know Dave McConaughey supports Arsenal, so I would like him to be in for a bit longer because then he'll watch the stream back and he has to hear more of this. 6 of clubs on the turn, that will lock it up.
Nice
Dave
one,
with the
Dave.
double up.
Dave McConaughey doubling to 39,000. Nice one, Dave.
So 20 minutes to go, guys, until another 15-minute break. Finishing up about midnight tonight as we spin over to an outer table.
Oh, we got.
And it is Easty, who is all in.
Uh-oh.
Give him 30 more seconds, probably. Hey, we got
And we got a call from Tyler, and it's Ace Queen for Easty.
Good luck, fella.
Against pocket tens.
Oh, well, it's a flip. We all know what happens here.
Yeah. Just press record.
Never win flips.
Never win flips, me. Oh, what about this one?
Yeah, forgets this one. Ace on the flop, fading tens as Easty.
Come on, the 10 of spades.
You can't say that.
Oh, no, sorry.
Well, now, well, the clubs aren't there. 10 of clubs in the hand. So still 2 outs to fade. No 10 of hearts. No 10 of spades, please.
Does Easty win a flip? Yes, he does. Oi, oi. Write it down in the diary. Easty wins a flip. The fans go wild.
I must say, cameras are more advanced these
I
days.
tell you what, it looks like R2D2.
Yeah, it does, don't it?
I'm expecting the top bit to turn around and start talking to you.
It looks like a mini hat stand. You could just throw some hats on the top
Like
of that.
it. Well done, Easty. Easty doubles can never say that he doesn't win a flip.
Ace 5 suited for Pratik, raises to 6k. Gilo will be in Vegas from the 25th to the 10th. We'll see you out there, Gilo.
See you there.
If you see me, say hello.
Absolutely.
As Joe just rifles in a 33 bigs. Another one of these huge shoves from Joe. Just seems like with a hand he likes, he doesn't have any other move but all in. Pratik can't call this. Well, I say can't, it is Pratik. I would be Shock to say the least. It's the fold.
So 16 minutes to go until the end of this session, and then a 15-minute break.
And to Justin us with the Queen 10. Hijack opens to 2 bigs. Long out. Having the doyle up in the cut-off. Going to call the same hand. Seems kind of loose to pill this one. Maybe plays better as a free bet or even just as a fold. But now Dave with a really nice shove spot. Queen Jack suited Broadway, squeeze jam, sub 20. Against LP open as well. These are the ones we like. Really nice take from Dave. Good find, sir. And Dale now having to fold the King Jack, and both Justinus and Longmount should be following his hand into the muck. Nice pick up there from Dave. Good shove.
Yeah, 200k for Pratik.
Next session, guys, be a bit more interactive with the chat boxes. We'll do 2 thinks, one for myself, one for Tower.
Yeah.
15 minutes will take us up to just past 7 o'clock. 15-minute breaks. We'll be back about 7:15. We'll probably do them around 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock. More opportunities to win yourself one of these $22 tickets, rate A8 poker. Good luck to everyone playing the free roll in 45 minutes. Reading me is the password. Good 9s for Joe. Big old open, 3.5x here. It should be raise and take, especially when we put some extra on this opening size. Raise and take is what it is.
£158,000 in the prize pool. Blinds 1, 2. 3 more levels of buy-ins plus this 12 minutes on the break. So 2.5 hours from now, which takes it to about 10:15. Sorry, 9:15. 7:15 now. 2.5 hours. 9:15. 9:15 in the evening. Will be cut off. If you fancy getting yourself in.
Ace King for Dale. Gonna have to go like 10k here, maybe just slightly 10.5, something like that. Goes big though, Dale here. Like Justin has only got 25 bigs to start the hand, so probably don't want to be going north of 3x's open. Something like 10, 11k I think is kind of nice here. And it's actually interesting because Justin's hand may do some jamming here, but we may be less inclined now once Dale goes for this size north of 3x. But I'm pretty confident if you check this one in the solves, no ICM, the ace-5 suited will have some jamming going on here for Justinus, but I think we're less inclined to take it against the bigger size from Dale. Like, expect Dale's 3-bet size there to be something like 10, 11k. Then maybe more incentivised to take it, but maybe thinks he's weighted towards more strong hands when he puts a bit of extra juice on. Queen 10 for Dale opens the 4.
Critique out of the way.
Stuart makes the call with a Jack 10. Aras going to have to get out of the way. Wait for a better spot.
Ace 6 4 flop.
C-bet hand over. Not really much else to say about this one. You just never know.
You just never know.
It's just been that table.
Hand over, you said.
It's just mental. Just wants to check raise the Jack 10 off on ace 6 4. Don't get me wrong, we'll have some raises as bluffs, but I guess these want to be assigned around different combos. Jack 10 off just not really doing much there. We do remove some ace Jack, ace 10 combinations, but other than that, going to have much better candidates to choose, like a 7-8 suited with a gut shot, some smaller heart draws, folding out some bigger high card hands, but Jack 10 off is just absolutely outrageous from the man. It worked, it was well timed, he got the better hand to fold, but not recommended. Ian Needleman, welcome sir. Evening chaps. Great night ahead. Champions League with poker in the background with the best commentators / presenters in the poker world. I wonder who's who. Any bets, Tower? You're brave, Ian. So first, Tower said, so I'll tell you how it worked. So first he told everyone he was going to put out a treble for the Champions League final. Then he said, then he goes, who was it? What did you say? I'm not sure who to pick between AC and PSG. And I look at him and I go, AC Milan. They're not even playing in the Champions League final. It's Inter Milan. And he was talking about AC PSG. Then he didn't even know where it was being played. Then he found out when it was being played, got the pronunciation wrong. And this is the guy whose expert knowledge you're putting your faith in for tonight's treble. I'd just like to point that out.
We are having a first half shot on target treble.
There's no complaints from anyone in the chat. If you follow him, and Lime, you'll back me up on this. If you follow the Towers treble tonight and you come in the chat at 10 o'clock saying, "Oh, it lost," you're getting barred. The hammer's coming down. Because I've just warned you all. I've just warned you all now.
That's it.
Ace.
That's exactly what it was. AC Milan versus PSV in Berlin. That's exactly where it was.
So top pair for Pratik and Dale with middle and a gut shot. Going to get some action here. So better 7k on the turn. Dale with the check call, and Dale once again check calling here on the turn. Already 53k in the middle, north of 25 BBs, decent size pot, and 10 on the river here. Not the best, going to be a lot of king 10, 10, 9, ace 10 in there for Dale, that potentially will take this line that want to check call twice. Are we ever getting value from a jack here? That's the question Pratik needs to ask himself. Probably not. So he's just going to show down. He's having a look at the bet on break. 5 minutes, he'll be in the lab on his 15-minute break.
Yeah, we've only got a 15-minute break, so we'll be back round about quarter past, just after 7:15, and we'll give it you around about, well, as soon as we get back.
Yeah.
Give you plenty of time to get on. It's going to be a bonza. It's going to be a great treble. Just when Galatasaray score first, I'll be in it.
You got them to score first or second try?
Yep, I got an FA Cup treble 14-1. Yes, it is Johnny Scott.
At least he knew he was playing in the FA Cup final and where it was, Johnny Scott.
I got a 14-1 shot. We needed one player in the next game for the 18-1 to come in.
How Haaland didn't take that penalty, you got.
I got so lucky.
Our Haaland didn't take that penalty.
Especially when he missed it, the other guy.
Don't matter. Shot on target. King Queen for Sokol. Opens to 4k. Been pretty quiet. Even still as Dale, we can happily free bet call here at 30 with jacks if we want to. Sokol has been fairly snug. Once again goes for just north of 3x size in 13k. And should be in the hand here. Sokol, King Queen off. When we open +1 we get free bet. Unfortunately just needs to hit the muck. But we are here in Reading at the UKPL.
Yes.
And not much has been going with the grain this session, I'll be honest with you. There's been a lot of strange ongoings, let's say.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's been interesting. It's been entertaining, that's the main thing.
Yeah, yes.
It's just boring if everyone plays good poker all the time.
Mm. One free in Needleman. We'll have to look at the next hand.
Yeah, it's just C-bet fold here. As Dow, like, if we're deeper a board, we may play some checks. But at this stack depth where we just get to shove all turns, well, most turns.
When the camera is on seats 1 to 5,
yes,
seat 3, Ian Needleman, looks like the lead singer of the Buggles.
Video killed the radio.
How do you know that?
I know that.
How?
Because I heard it on the wireless back in '62.
How do you even know that?
I was in a play back in the when I was in year 10 at school, back to the 80s. I was in a show, and one of the songs was "Video Killed the Radio Star" by the Buggles.
Even though that was 1979.
What was it?
Yeah.
But it was in the back. It's in the back to the 80s play. It's
Right.
back to the 80s play.
It might have rolled into the early 80s. Yeah, 1979 it came out. But cameras 1 to 5, Ian. When he looks up, it looks like the lead singer of the Buggles.
Ace King, Dale, getting some premiums. Won't be wanting the break to come. Nice bit of momentum going the right way. Opens the 4. Anything from a long mail in the big. 4 off 4 long mail. Like against MPLP, like can defend these ones against EP. We are less inclined just because more likely to be dominated. Let's get out of the way.
Should we get one more hand in?
I will not be playing it. Johnny Scott won't even play a satellite for it, I don't think.
What's that?
The Players' Championship this year.
50k, jeez. When does my Heads Up Championship start in Vegas for my points?
Oh, what, for pads?
Aye. What time is it in Vegas?
Time in Vegas is 11 AM, I'm guessing.
Oh, we might start. Good luck to Dan Charlton in day 2 of the Mystery Bounty. Plus others if you made it, not checked all the players. Just the ones that's...
You checked Scott Marigesson?
I still can't find him.
Some picked that from me.
Like it.
Pratik, been fun to watch the last 2 hours. Shame he's got to go, and we got to get a new feature on. This one's been a cracker. Sokol defends in the big. Last hand of the Sesh guys. New feature table coming up. Zhang Shuang is going to be on the feature. Sam's coming on as well. And Gareth Wright. No wonder he wanted a donut.
When I get to the break, when I go on my break in straight after this hand, I've got to go and text Patrick Plino.
Oh.
It starts in 50 minutes.
Oh, okay. Give him a ring tower. Give him a pep talk.
I'll give him a ring. Got to ring Plino. Right, don't forget. You get to money at last 8.
Sorry, who's Plino?
Plino, that's Patrick Leonard. That's his new name.
No, he's Pads. You're not getting him mixed up with Leno, are you?
No.
No, okay.
I don't know Leno.
Okay. Okay.
No, I don't know Leno.
So why do you call him
I thought
Plino?
he was a centre forward for Tottenham. Leno. Was he not? Did he not play football?
Yeah, he did, but somewhere in Germany. Maybe he went to Fulham. But there we go. End of session, guys. We're back in 15 minutes. Good feature table. We will see you shortly.
See you soon.
Because of the player pool you're playing against, mastering these things is going to have a massive impact on your results.
15 minutes. Good feature table. We will see you shortly.
See you soon.
Because of the player pool adds to a new player. If you're in position and the last to act on the flop, you get to make a choice. Whether you want to bet there or do you want to take a free card. And this can really, really enhance our win rate. It can really improve our position in the hand itself. There's a lot to understanding your pre-flop ranges as well. There's many different positions on the table. So going around the entire table, your range will change dramatically for each position that you're in. There's also other things you have to consider as well. What if you've opened, what if you've raised, and a player is 3-bet you? You then have to think about their range and think about what your range is now. There's more things to consider than just what the chart says. You have to understand many things about where you are in the tournament, how the shape of the table is, like what the stacks are on the table around you. So that can really change the sort of hands you might open. It's important to be aggressive in low stakes tournaments, especially when you're playing against more inexperienced players. People tend to fold way too much on the flop and on the turn, on the river. It's a big problem for their game, but it could be a very big benefit for your game. If you're finding more bets on flops, on turns, on rivers, your opponents are going to find more folds and you're going to pick up more chips. For example, if you've raised and the big wise defended and flop is 10-5-4 rainbow, that's such a dry board. All you need to do is come in there with a small bet after they've checked you from the big blind, and they're going to fold a whole bunch. You don't want to be giving off free cards and letting them continue into the hand and catch up. Does aggression mean bluffing more? I don't think it necessarily means bluffing more, but it means bluffing more concisely and more correctly and making sure you're finding all the spots to bluff in. So if you have studied your pre-flop ranges and you understand what your hands might look like, you can use that as part of your aggression. The ranges of your opponent, when they've defended up big blind, for example, they're never going to be as strong as someone who's open from early position, mid position, especially when the board comes high. All the big cards come out, ace, king, 10, things like that. You know, that's where you get to use it to your advantage because you have all of those cards in your range. They have less. People can get a little bit carried away with aggression, especially when playing low stakes tournaments as well, because I did mention people fold far too much, but there's also other breeds of player who call way too much. And if you've identified one of those players as calling way too much and you know this, you definitely don't want to be bluffing too much. You want to put yourself in positions where you're going to win lots of chips at showdown, because if this player's never folding, then you're not going to likely get the bluff through as often. Note-taking and tagging players in tournaments, all that stuff is really, really, really useful. I do it all the time, because more often than not, you come against players which you have played before if you're playing in the same tournaments all the time. As poker is a game of limited information, having as much information as you can on hand is so important. So if you've seen a player make some ridiculous cooldown with bottom pair or ace high or something in a spot they should never be in, you've got to tag that so you know in future not to do it again and to bet big with all your big hands. Bankroll management in low stakes tournament poker is crucially important, especially if you've recently sort of graduated to playing small stakes tournaments from, I don't know, free rolls or play money and things like that. You want to make your money last, you want to make your bankroll last. And the way I go about it is I use 1% of my bankroll for an individual buy-in, or the top end of my buy-in, for example. So let's say I have $100 in my bankroll. I'm not going to pay higher than $1 per tournament because I want to make that last. Because in poker, it's inevitable we're going to go on streaks where we just don't win as much as we would like. We have to protect our bankroll from the streaks like that. And when we are winning, it is going to exponentially rise. I think people are quite reckless with their bankrolls, especially when playing low stakes tournaments, because it is such a small amount of money, like you said. Because if you're meant to be a $1 tournament, be like, oh, well, it's only 5. Well, you've gone from having 100 buy-ins to having 20. It changes dramatically. You can churn through your bankroll super fast. And another thing is, the higher you go, generally, the better the players are going to be. So you really need to be careful in the way you're stepping up. And if you're comfortable moving up, your bankroll is growing, usually means you're getting better and you're ready for it. But if it's not quite there yet, maybe you're rushing ahead. Strategy aside, another really important thing when playing low stakes tournaments, or any tournaments for that matter, is staying mentally sharp. It's very important to sort of keep your brain in check. Let's say, for example, you're playing a session and on your final tournament you've been playing, took a terrible beat and you're really frustrated. Maybe you're 1 away from the final table and, you know, getting a big score or something. The worst thing you could possibly do then is say, hey, I want to play another tournament now and carry on playing. The worst thing to do is playing frustrated. Always good to take breaks, look after yourself mentally. In addition to mental breaks, take care of yourself, take care of your body, take care of, your legs. You're sitting down for long stretches of a session. I like to get up every sort of break time. I always get up and walk around. Make sure you're hydrated. I'm always getting water constantly. Healthy snacks are great to have a long session as well to give you like a nice energy boost. Study is the most important thing you do for your poker game. But it's crucial to take care of your body, take care of your mind, because without those things, we're never going to be on top of your game, and that's always going to be the best results.
Have you ever wondered whether you should play poker tournaments or cash games? How do you decide which one is right for you? I'm Ian Simpson, and in this video, I'm going to share 5 things to consider that will help you decide which form of poker is right for you. Understand the differences. Cash games and tournaments may seem similar, but there are many subtle differences that can make them feel like entirely different games. Typically, cash games tend to offer a more consistent experience. Usually you're playing with around 100 big blinds, the blinds don't go up, and there is less variety of scenarios that you'll come across. On the other hand, tournaments are much more complex, with a ton of variables. Medium stacks, small stacks, bounties, and of course, ICM. Even playing a normal tournament versus a bounty tournament can feel like a completely different game. There is a lot to understand, and it can be overwhelming at times. Getting familiar with each type of game and understanding the differences between them will help you get a feel for which one suits you best. Pros and cons of tournaments. If you're leaning towards playing poker tournaments, be prepared for long sessions, limited breaks, and sticking to a predetermined schedule. You might be out first hand, or you could be grinding for hours. You never really know what you're going to get, and that's especially true of your results. On the other hand, tournaments are super exciting and come with a chance to win big prizes. You get to play against lots of different opponents, and if you're lucky, you may even get to experience the thrill of playing at a final table. Plus, with so many recreational players chasing a big score, the competition is often softer, which improves your return on investment. Pros and cons of cash games. When looking at the pros and cons of cash games, flexibility is one of the biggest perks. Because you can sit down or leave whenever you please, except when there's a waiting list, establishing a healthy routine is a lot easier. You can leave the table with your money whenever you want, which is a luxury you do not have in tournaments. Cash game strategy can often be a lot simpler too. You're not dealing with rising blinds, ICM, or worrying about busting on the bubble. But keep in mind, cash games aren't a walk in the park either. The competition is often tougher, and you'll find fewer recreational players at the table. They also require a higher skill level to consistently come out on top, and you won't get the types of huge scores you can get when you play tournaments. The swings in your bankroll, however, won't be as extreme as in tournaments. Handling variance. Understanding variance and your threshold for swings will help you determine whether to play cash games or tournaments. The variance in tournaments is very large, much more so than in cash. Usually it's only the top 15% of the field that gets paid, so it's not uncommon to walk away from a tournament empty-handed. However, when you do cash and get a deep run, you can sometimes win a prize 100 or even 1,000 times your buy-in. Cash games, on the other hand, offer more stability. While it may feel like a grind, honing your skills at the cash tables can result in more consistent, small profits. So ask yourself, can you weather the storm of tournament variance, or do you prefer the steadier path of cash games? Finding the fun factor beyond strategy. It is important to consider which type of poker you enjoy more. Tournaments bring excitement, unpredictability, and an adrenaline rush, especially if you make the final table. It's an incredible feeling to have a deep run, and it's what keeps so many players coming back to tournament poker. On the flip side, becoming a cash game player is more consistent, and while you won't be involved in situations that will yield 100 times your investment, you will clash with your opponents for chunky pots regularly. It's all about finding what brings you joy at the poker table. Try both and see which format gives you the most enjoyment. And there you have it, cash games or tournaments, which form of poker works best for your personality. Of course, the best way to find out is to spend time playing, study the game, and soon it will become obvious to you which game you like the most. Are you a tournament player or are you a cash game player? Let us know your favorite form of poker in the comments below.
So I just finished packing. Tomorrow I'm heading to Scotland for the first time for 888 Poker Live Glasgow. So come along and hopefully I will be sharing some deep runs and awesome moments with the team. It's 3:55 and I'm waiting for my train. We are going to Glasgow, 888 Poker Live Glasgow. I'm super excited. It's gonna be my first time in Scotland and I can't wait. My journey to Scotland was quite long. I started my day at 3 a.m. in Austria, then I arrived here around 2 p.m. and the high roller was at 3 p.m. So I'm here at the lobby of the hotel with Lucia Navarro. Hello. And we're going to play the high roller. So we're going to the casino right now. We were taking a nap, but we are ready. Let's go. I registered the high roller, which was a great event. Lots of recreational players, great atmosphere, people were very chatty. But unfortunately, I lost 2 times with Ace King and I was out. So I decided to go to bed early and play the main event in the following day. Lucia, buenos dias. Buenos dias. I had a nice breakfast, very healthy. I worked out, came to the casino, registered into the tournament. I didn't have a necessarily tough table, so I could just play one hand at a time and try to make good decisions. I was also running fairly well. On the last level of the evening, I almost busted, but quickly I could recover. I doubled up with jacks versus 4s, and I bagged a quite wealthy stack into day 2. After bagging day 1 on my first try, it meant that I didn't have to play the main event again on the subsequent day. I did explore Glasgow a little bit. Walking around throughout Glasgow, I had a very positive experience. The buildings are nice, the sun was shining, what I wouldn't be expecting. So, little coffee with Nick and Josh. Cheers. Cheers. Lots of commerce, restaurants, life in the city, and it's such a beautiful country. Then I had a great day. About to start day 2 of the main event, and I am on the feature table. My stack is looking pretty good at the moment, 60-something big blinds. So let's see how this will go. Aggression is what makes money in poker. So in that stage of the tournament, I do feel like playing aggressive, taking your spots, and risking in order to build up a stack to be the best strategy.
Over go the aces, over go the kings, and it's a 2. So Vivi up to 326,000.
Of course, you can just be there folding, waiting for aces or kings or ace-king, but sometimes you don't get these hands. So you need to play poker, you know? Sometimes you have queen-8 suited, and if it's a good jam, it's a good jam. So my bust out hand, I'm on the big blind with 20 big blinds. He raised on the button with 22 big blinds. I have queen-8 of diamonds, and I decided to use this hand as a bluff. I jammed, and he ended up calling. He had ace-10 of spades. I have the queen-8 of diamond. I still had around 40% equity, but I lost this one and I was out. Many times in poker, you will do the right play, and you will still lose the pot. You bust tournament.
You spare 20 greens at all? Yeah, sure. Is that right? That makes sense. What about 15? Yeah, 15 fine. Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Okay, guys. Probably only 15 and
3. Free roll password is Reading Main Event, Reading ME. Welcome back to the next session. 3 levels of poker. Martin Beard is here. Did he fall asleep on the bus and ended up in Reading? Martin Beard is in the building. Former champ of UKPT. Back in the day is Martin. So we're here. Another level, another session. And Sam Orledge is in the building. Seat number 6. Was in the comms yesterday. Helping us out this year. We're doing some of Goliath as well. And Portsmouth and Edinburgh.
Just a limp. 9-7 off, first in to kick things off from Mohammed. Martin gonna get to check his option.
Ace King 6 flop, 2 diamonds.
Talk about this spot a lot as well. The limp, late position, go heads up with a big blind, bet the ace high board. Like the opponent just never has an ace. They just open any ace to try and steal. So it's one of these spots that if you've seen it a lot and you're aware, like it's just a situation. I don't think Mohammed ever has an ace here and potentially can get exploited.
And Gareth, from Kiwi Gareth, from Portsmouth. 181,000, cheap leader on the table. We have a Tower Thinks and a J Thinks this session. Ian Needleman is all ready for the first half treble. Ian, I have nailed it. Can't believe it. I just can't believe it.
Can you just hold on for like 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
What's happening?
I'm getting some food on the way, so I won't.
Oh, you're nipping out for 10, are you?
I won't be in the room, so I don't even want to hear it.
You're just nipping out for 10, are you? I see. Like that, is it?
Martin gonna bump it up blind on blind. Makes it 8,500, and Marcus gonna have to fold the 9-4 off. Marcus is gonna free bet the 9-4 off. Forget fold. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it. Try and raise my big blind. Well, I was worried After some of the antics we got to witness last session, such a fantastic featured table, all sorts was going on that it wasn't going to quite live up, but just the first couple of hands, 9-7 off, limp on the button, followed by a 9-4 off 3-bet. Here we go. Going to be a fun couple of hours, I got a feeling.
Three more levels of bains to go. And when the bains are finished, 4 more levels to finish. No, 3 more levels, apologies. 15 levels we played today.
I don't think we do many days with 15 levels other than the Goliath. I can't really think of anything else.
Nope. 15 levels, 10 hours of poker.
That's why it does seem to be only between 10 and 15% of the field bagging. So much to get through on one of these day ones. And Mohammed just opened 6-7, 6 off from hijack. This is some table already.
Yep. And David folding the 7 deuce, the old whip. So we'll get it out there. We're having a bonus. If you want to go for the teas, go for the teas.
I've just had a break. I'm stocked up on fluids here. You can clearly see.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I don't need to go and get any drinks.
How much for that drink that looks like the one that you had the other day earlier on that cost you £6?
3.
That cost you £3?
No. 3.
Oh, it was free.
It is as long as I helped myself, and it was for free.
There you go.
But it doesn't taste. This one's fizzy. The one I had earlier wasn't fizzy.
You could have put lemons and orange and
But
limes in it for you.
This has got some carbonation. The other one didn't.
True. They look nice, the other one. I might have one myself. So, we
hold on a second.
I have found some value.
Name me what well that you are paying you £4 for some lemons, limes, a bit of water and ice. You'd never pay £4 for that.
Yeah, but somebody in the morning they'll say, does anybody want a drink?
Yeah, exactly. You wait for someone else to ask, oh, I have one of them posh waters for £4. Yeah, I bet you will. Carry on.
So the football season's finished, and it's the Champions League final tonight. So as we got a first half shots on target up in the FA Cup final at 14-1, we've found another beauty. So the treble to the first half shots on target is the only value in the game, because it's, you know, that Dembele to have a shot on target in the match is 1-7.
What was in the first half?
Even money.
Well, that's what?
There
How's
you
that
go.
work?
I don't know. Anyway, he's not in my trouble. So I've gone for a little bit of value. We have gone for, and help me out with the pronunciations here because I don't know the players' names.
Okay.
We've gone for Doué.
Yep, that's right. Doué's right.
Number 14 for PSG.
I think you're right with Doué.
Then I might need my glasses. We have gone for.
I bet you've gone for Kiririetsu.
That's the one.
Yeah. I know.
We've gone for the number 7, and his name is
one of the best wingers in the world at the moment.
His name is Kvaratskhelia. Something like that. Number 7. And on the other side of the coin, we've gone for Thuram. So number 9 for AC Milan, even though it's Inter Milan. We've got Thuram.
Yep.
We've got Doué.
Yep.
And Kvaratskhelia.
Yep.
And it pays an unbelievable 14.1 to 1. 14.1 to 1. I am all over it. It's the Champions League. It's the last game of football until August. That is it, done. No more. If you want the numbers of the players, it's number 14, number 7 for PSG, and number 9 for Inter Milan. That's it. Good luck, us.
You need it.
Ian Needleman's on it. Let's go, Marcus Cornfield, says Jev. Jev Kim.
David. Just going to run it here and now with his top pair. Hammock going to have to get out the way. After that, an interesting old limpery. Robin Poker, thank you very much for the raid. Oi, oi, Robin. I'll be raided. This is day 1B, 888 UKPL main event here in Reading. Late reg still open for another 2 hours, I'd say, just over. Any live music in the club on a Saturday? Do we know in Reading any ongoings for Saturday
Not very
night?
often, because we're in the changing rooms of the artists.
Right, okay.
And it's not me, you and him.
Yeah.
It ain't going to be the Backstreet Boys.
Yeah, I know.
Let me just tell you.
That is true.
And on stage, it might be an empty stage, but we're not performing on
Okay.
it. Sometimes there are. There are artists every now and again performing here in the show bar.
Take for Marcus.
Inter Southend double, 9-1, says Ian Needleman. Sam raising to 7.5 out of 40k, was up to 80 during the first session, but dropped back down to just under starting. Gallup's out of the way already. Paul says call with the 7 with the Jack 10 suited. And John Schwan with the King 9 out the small. In the bin they go. And more sat in seat number 5 also says get out of the way. So flop time. King eye flop for Sam. Good shot for Paul.
Fair flop for us, Sam. Just get to see that small at this stack there. Feel like we're going to be all in on a lot of turns. Might even scale up slightly for that reason. A little 40% or something. Size up for a turn jam, but just go small. South a quarter. Jack 10 suited, always calling for this price.
There's the 8.
Slightly better card for Paul. Maybe going to have some 8-9, 8-10 suited on the button, ace-8 suited, king-8 suited, this type of stuff. It also will have some worse king-X suited kings, king-10 off, king-jack off, these type of holdings. Either way, as Sam, like at this stack depth, we're going to have to stack off this hand. If our opponent's got an 8, they got an 8. Simple as that.
Makes it 10. 8.
So we're going to try and get it over 3 streets. Quarter pot again on the turn.
Which he does. Sam up to 67. Starting stack of 50. Level number 10 of the day. Not sure how to do a first half builder, so managed for full 90. There's an option. If you, I don't know what website you're on, Richie Burnett. It's it clearly states it on. I used Betfair, the sports book, and it's shots on target, first half or each half. There's an option there. If you're on 365, then it's.
I don't even think. I think there's only a couple of bookmakers offer it. I don't think everyone does. I think it's only a minority that actually offer the first half shots on target. There's David, king queen here. Nice one to open into the muck from +2. Effective low jack in a 8 max situation. That is tight. And does leave room for Zhang Xuan. A6 suited on the button. Going to come with open. Thinks it's 6k. And Mohammed king 10 off, making the call. Jack 7 off here for Sam in a multi-way situation. Feel like against button only we call multi-way. More inclined to do that. Does let it go. Zhang Xuan. 8-5 deuce. Wrap round. 3 to flush, 3 to straight. Kind of an interesting one, like we don't really fold out better here. We do have some nice barrels on the turn when we do elect to c-bet. Let's go with check back. 9 of hearts turn. Ace 6 high, still best here. Now same scenario. Difficult to fold out. Better for Zhang Xuan, just looking for showdown here and now. 5 of spades on the river. A6 going to be best.
£160,000 in the prize pool. Great effort from everybody here in Reading.
Marcus with the open raises to 7.5. Discipline let go with the 6s there. It's all the way around to Martin in the big. 10 deuce off, going to have to hit the mark, or at least he should do. We have seen some strange ongoing so far today. But this one does end up getting through. Raise and take.
I had to take another look, make sure that wasn't the Wheelstone Raider in seat 9.
I don't think so. I saw it. Look, I don't think so.
Well, you don't really get a full face on view. But I know what you mean, Kev. How you doing, Kev?
The person I think who looks most like the world's Stone Ratters, and I love the guy actually, he's one of the nicest guys you'll meet off the poker table, but he does have a little resemblance, is your mate, Phil Canal.
Oh,
he has a little resemblance of World Stone Raider.
He does.
I always see a little bit. But lovely bloke is Phil, don't read any harm in that, just see a slight resemblance between the two.
Bets on Tower, says Ian Needleman. Cheers, Ian. It's also available on Sky Bet. It's not available on 888 Sport. I've checked myself. That's what I checked first. Richie says Leeds have got a 50k this weekend and they've absolutely smashed it. Have they really? Let's have a check. As we see a 10-eye flop, 10 deuce 7 whiffs them all. $947 have played the Leeds £85. He did win a flip, did Easty? He did indeed. There's 2 from Marcus. C9 David. There's 4. So makes it up as Mo raises 10-9. King 8 deuce. Checkity check. Jack on the turn. So open ender for Mo in C number 5. And this should be end of hand. Can't see David corner with the ace 4. And on to the next. Oh, he says on to the next. He's reaching for chips, man. In the bin they go eventually. The Wheelstone Raiders' real name is Gordon Hill. Wasn't he a footballer for Man United back in the day, Gordon Hill? Was he a what? He was a number 11, wasn't he? Back in the day. But I'm not being funny. Ian Needleman, I don't know if you saw the FA Cup final between is it the FA Cup final? No, the League Cup final that Newcastle were in. Newcastle against Liverpool, and the Wheelstone Raider was actually interviewed by the Newcastle podcast before the match at Wembley, walking down Wembley Way, and the Wheelstone Raider was asked, "What's the score going to be?" And he says it's going to be 2-1, and he says Dan Burns going to score the first goal with a header. And he absolutely nailed it. The free roll has just started, and the password is Reading ME. Reading Main Event. Reading ME. Yep, he absolutely nailed it. You can, it'll be on somewhere. It'll be online somewhere if anybody wants to rewatch it. Ace King for David, 3 bets to 26.5. We will. There probably won't be a chip count as such for this flight. We don't do a blog. Poker News aren't here. Nobody else does a blog as well, so only chip counts we'll normally get will be from the feature table, and we swap that round every 2 levels. But we'll try and bring in some of the big ones during the last session of the stacks, but there's no blog for this event. Live stream brought to you by Card Room Direct, best pictures in the business. Done that before, did it for years. Chip counts on the blogs. Did that for the first 4 years, plus videos, plus interviews. Yeah, tough job, let me tell you. Tough job. And also, chip counts become irrelevant by the time you've wrote them down and posted them. Within an hour, they're just about out of date, aren't they? But it is a tough job blogging. One Eve coming out of the big. 3 to call if he wants to. Eight, 3, 10 is the flop. Gareth flopping middle pair, open ender for One Ebe, and the overs for Zunschwan, but it's checked around. Five of spades turn. Gareth with second pair, bets 6.5. One Ebe open ender. Probably come along for the ride out of 60. Does he know it's on him? Hello, One Ebe. Oh yeah, he does know it's on him. He's started to move. Like freeze frame. Raises to 20. Like it. Zunschwan with the overs gets out of the way. Now then, Gareth. Sat in one as chip leader on the table. In the tank. Look at this. Well, he's made the call as Gareth. Trying to figure out what the big blind would be raising with on such a dry board, and pairs the 5 on the river. So if he does think there's a 5x out there, Gareth snap checks. One-Eve is going to put the lot in, but he's piled it in. This is great from One-Eve. Oh! Gareth snap calls. He must know his customer. He snap call with the 8. One-Eve is out the door. Gareth, right. That's got to be knowing your customer. It has to be. Gareth, right up to 240k and 80 bigs.
You know, don't you? Then you'd know. Then you'd know, they'll always know.
That is definitely knowing your customer for the day. Just wowzers. The big question of the day is, what is Marcus listening to in seat number 8? It doesn't look like it's going to be Slipknot, does it? It doesn't look like it's going to be Megan Trainers. Got to be more like Mantovani. Bit of Valdunican. Bit of ELO, you're right, could be. Maybe he's got the Champions League final on and he's got Towers treble on. You never know these things. Listening to the stream. If you are listening to the stream, can you let us know what you're listening to, please?
The stream?
No, he'll have the music. He could have barely been listening to the stream if he's watching the stream. That's true.
If he's listening to the stream, can't be listening to music.
Can't be listening to music at the same time, can you? That's true. What a plant pot. All right, you crack on with your tea, you. I didn't even know you were there. You crack on with your tea, you. Give us a wave.
Oh my God.
If you're watching the stream.
You clown.
Oh dear.
Oh.
On it today.
Oh.
Something in the water today. 10 minutes to go until the Champions League final. If you're on Towers treble, good luck. First off, shots on target. Good luck, good luck, good luck. If not, just watch it. If not, stay tuned to the 888 stream. We have more giveaways on our stream as well. Lime's in the background. We'll have a keyword to finish off tonight. We've got a Tower Thinks and a J Thinks for 1 token each. Sam, 20 bigs and a dream. If you're in the free roll, the password is Reading Main Event. If you want to join that, get yourself in. Let us know how you're doing, chat box.
Don't drink Tower.
Water, please, if possible. So Martin with King 10. Calls the 3-bet. Well, sees an ace, ace, queen, flop. Unbeknown what Marcus does have. I can also see a bit of Vivaldi coming out. The old Four Seasons. That's a splash. Hand over. Bets 35. After 3 betting to 20. The password for the free roll is Reading ME. Reading Main Event. Reading ME. Thank you. How was dinner?
That was funny. Dinner was very nice. Food's been good here this week.
Them sports platters are very popular.
I almost choked on a chicken wing though when I heard you said that, honestly. I just couldn't believe it.
Hey dear.
Could I get a latte, please? No sugar, please. Thank you.
Cheers, line. Password is Reading ME. Reading Main Event. Good luck if you're playing, and if you do really well, let us know. Salmon 54, just over starting.
We're going to do some things this session. Do you know what? We'll do one keyword this session for one ticket.
Yeah.
We'll do one things this session for one ticket, and the next session we'll do the same for the final session. I think that's better.
If that's all right with Lime.
Lime, I'm sure we'll be fine with that.
£168,500 in the prize room. It's fantastic.
So we'll go to the keyword at 8 o'clock, 6 minutes time, and then we will do a things at 8:30. Do you want the first question, or would you like to ask the first question?
I'll have the first question. Get it out of the way. Make people laugh a lot.
All right. Perfect. So keyword going to be at 8 o'clock, guys. Just over 5 minutes.
Sam with the Queen 4 and the small. King Jack 3 flop. Gareth, 235,000. At this stage, very nice. Lines 3K. move down to the small. There's a fold. Martin Bader's finally won one, he says. Blind up. Now 2-4. If you are joining in the fun of the 888 free roll, Reading ME is the password. Reading Main Event standing for Reading ME. You've got 10 minutes to get in if you want to join in the fun of the free roll on 888.
I much prefer my version.
Reading me.
Keyword going to be coming up. Maybe after this hand, maybe the hand after, we will see.
Yeah.
Mine's 2K, 4K now, so I'm opening to 8.
Cards at the minute, coming back right now. Here's 7 for Sam. Sorry around the action tracker.
Yeah, should have jammed here as David, I think, Tower.
For 59.
Yeah, missing a spot for 16. Pretty clean one, just to say the words, I'm all in, but at least we're not going to do any more chips down the streets. Check bet. Fold. Could be small bet from Sam, may even go for one big against a shallow stack. Well, when we are shallow as well.
David could rep the X.
No, he can't, Tower. Behave.
No, I'm not. I'm checking.
It's just 100% check. Mistake to do anything else as David, and I don't think he will. He's been playing pretty snug. It would be a mistake to do anything other than check here. There we are. And Sam just can go really small here. At this stack depth, wouldn't even surprise me if he went for one big. To be fair, against this size, we are probably going to have to call King Queen High against the cut-off range as David. Against one big, going to have to see one more in my opinion against this cut-off range, just ahead of worse King Highs, Queen Highs, Jack Highs, this type of stuff. Oh no.
Is that a race? Makes it 12?
Oh no.
Okay. Raising to 12.
Yeah, not the hand we want to be raising here, Tower.
You need some equity.
Yeah, well, not actually. Tell a lie, actually. In this actually given spot, we don't actually want a hand like 4-5, 4-6. We don't actually choose gut shots when we get this shallow because we don't want to get jammed on, not get to realise where we can just call for 6.5 to 1. So like our bluffs here are going to be something like 8-6 of hearts. That's a good one to choose. Backdoor hearts, wrap round the 7. Yeah. If we get 3-bet jammed on, we don't care. But if it comes a 5, a 9, a heart on the turn, we can now just jam. So like this is where the bluffs need to be here from David. King Queen off is just a disaster choice to raise up here, but could have avoided all of this. It was a pretty clean jam spot pre for him. Now he gets it. What's the play, sir? But like at these shallow stack depths, like we want to be raising like the free to flush, free to straights type stuff. When we are called, we can just jam on certain turns that bring us a lot of equity. as soon as you start getting a little bit deeper, yes, then we can start choosing some gut shots, some up and downs. But when you do get sort of sub 20, they're not really ones that want to be raised. And now was Sam, A7. Yeah, look at this. Going to go for the little check back. Keep some bluffs in with David here.
A 10 of hearts on the river.
Yeah, I think Sam's actually played this one really well. Just recognising on the turn all of David's value hands are just going to probably shove at this SPR. So when he checks, he's probably just got to bluff here and try and make our money from the bluffs betting river when we check back, when it doesn't look like we have too strong a hand. So actually, big fan of how this is played. We shouldn't have got here in the first place. I think David's got a pretty clean jam pre-flop, but now we get here, we induce this from David on the river. Very nice. And David's just
14.
Tossed off his stack up in smoke tower, literally. It just doesn't really make much sense why we choose this hand to raise flop, why we wouldn't shove pre.
Should it be all of it?
Yep.
Yep, it is. A wry smile from David. And we know it's not going to be a snap fold because he's going to save a little bit of face, but in they go. In the bin they go.
And it's time for keyword, guys.
Keyword, baby.
Keyword time. Quick rundown of the rules. You are going to need to come over to 888 Poker TV on Twitch. That's it. That's literally the rules. That's it. You have to get over on 888 Poker TV on Twitch. So the keyword, penultimate one of the evening. Nice and evening. Kind of fitting, actually. Just won a pot. It's Sam.
Is that it?
Sam.
S-A-M?
S-A-M.
Sam.
Sam.
Woo!
Sam is the key word.
I like it.
There we go, nice and easy.
Sam is the key word.
Good luck, everybody.
Very good indeed. Nice one, well done. And Sam is the keyword. Easy as that. Everybody on Twitch can win it. If you're on the other platforms, you can still watch the live stream, but you can't be in it. The Zild. Is the Zild still in?
He was here.
I know, I've seen him. He said hello and we had a chat this morning. So he's told me he's going to Edinburgh for the next leg. Is the Zild in? That's what we need to know. Does the Zild still have chips? I'm in the chat, so that's not a good sign. Ah. That's true. That's true, Zild. You wouldn't be multitasking, would you? And chatting in the chat box. Well, you might just come in for the free giveaways. But
everyone loves a freebie.
It's not good if he's in the chat. Unlucky, Zild. We'll see you in Edinburgh. You've already booked it. You've got your seat. So well done to you. Late Reg, you've got 5 minutes. Reading ME. Reading me. Reading me. Sam.
Ace Queen for Mohammed. Going to be opening. A little bit of added juice. Nearly 3x here from Mohammed. Spoke about this spot so many times, but so important that just go a little bit smaller. Just start isolating that better range of hands that want to continue to us. We lose a lot of the defense from the big blinds that in general would usually defend, but now fold. So just going for 2 bigs. We keep in a range of a lot of hands, but we're going to lose a few combos that would usually defend when we start going for a little bit of extra juice. Long mouth, going to defend with the 7-8 off, even against this near 3x sizing. I guess we only have 10 big, so we're going to have a lot of easy decisions going to the streets.
Jack 6, deuce, 2 hearts. No blog for this one, Jeva Kim. No blog, no live reporting. We are live streaming. Just best pictures you can get.
Gets it through.
The countdown is on. The countdown is on. Here we go. Good luck. Good luck, whoever gets them. The one ticket. It is. Ace King, oh look at this. Look at this, look at this, look at this.
Yeah, much ado, the usual.
Much to do about nothing.
Congratulations to Kiss My Ace.
Kiss My Ace. I like it.
And we're only doing one ticket for this one, guys. Remember, as we're going to go to a Tower Finks in about 20 minutes time at first.
We are. Should be much ado about nothing. Ace King of Diamonds, slight advantage.
I'm surprised Sam's actually jammed here. 25's a hefty amount here. I prefer to just make it 5 bigs and call off a jam, but
especially from a gun open as well, maybe.
Yeah, it's like Ace Queen might even fold to this tower, to this size. Ace Queen might even just let it go, and it's.
There we go. Ace King, Ace King. On to the next, please.
Well, diamonds are available for Jean Schwan. He's already got 2 to a flush.
Yes. Indeed. All in and a call. Sam in 6. Zunchuan do in 4.
Oh wow. Oh wow, it's all red, but it's all hearts. How is it you have the suited variety and you're the one that's sweating here? Sam, 2 pulls at it. Not there.
Sam is all in for his 100. Oh, and does it on the river. Any look about me, old fruitcake? Wow, Zunchuan. There's time to get back in, but
Mohammed was trying to tell him that he's not out. Come back and sit back down, mate.
That's the worst.
It's a chop.
Wow.
And you get the needle from seat 5. Come back, mate. You're not out. You're not out. Oh, wow. He even gets the needle as well. Oh, that's quite funny.
He has got him. He has him. Well, up to 180. Sam Oledge. Plays a lot of poker in the Pompey and Reading area. His work office is about 5 minutes from here.
Oh, no, my mistake, mate. Keep walking. Confused, right? Says no. Pulling all my bluffs. Calm me down, ace like twice.
Wow. So, still stacking up the chips. There's your man, Sam Oledge.
I think the cutoff opens 10-9. Mohammed with the defence with the Jack-9. Gareth flops best. Mohammed does find a gut shot though. And like, this is one of the stack depths that we could potentially go for a check raise here as a bluff as Mohammed. Against a cut-off opening range, going to be a lot of ace highs that we can fold out that want to continue this board. Even some potential pocket pairs that we can target to fold out, and then we got a gut shot, we got a club in hand to bluff club turns. Like, this is a more viable check raise bluff opportunity for Mohammed. See what he's going to do, call or raise. He can fold. Looks like a man that wants to fold.
Yep, in the bin they go.
Wow.
In the bin they go.
That's a strange odd laydown.
Oh, a do-away shot on target in the first half of the Champions League final. Oh, 1 out of 3. So there we go, a do-away shot on target. PSG score Akimi. Is he not the left back?
Yeah, he's like,
or a right back.
He is technically a wing back, but he don't ever play there. He's always up the pitch, always up the pitch.
Oh right, okay.
He's succeeded for Gareth. Maybe recognising that this table's not really being aggressive. If no one's free betting you, you can get away with opening a lot more hands because you just get to see a lot more flops. You have the bet and lead. You got the range advantage in terms of strongest hands. If no one's doing anything about it, why not go for some wider opens?
King 10-5.
Just gonna see bet as Gareth here. Hijack versus button. I guess we'll get a few. Still need to be wary about the imposition caller though. It does go for 8.5 into 26. Queen of clubs on the turn, so just probably going to be a surrender here from Gareth. At least it should be. General rule of thumb, I always say, like in these sort of spots, it's different as you get deeper. If you're like huge stack and people have a lot of ICM pressure, you can have some of these non-equity barrels, but at this stage, here and now, would just like to see gear up from Gareth. So important that we have like something to go along with it. A gut shot, even like barreling deuces here that gives us a 2-out is going to be a much better barrel. Like, the whole idea is that we have some equity. Yes, it's our range. We're going to have all the sets. Going to have two pairs. We're going to have ace jack, jack 9 suited. But so important that when we're barreling these spots to have equity when called. May actually work versus Paul's actual holding, but like the times he's even got like queen jack, we're just drawing dead. It does get it through on that occasion. In 15 minutes, we'll have another $22 ticket to give away for 8 poker, guys. Will be a Tower Finks.
Yes, on the paper and everything and all sorts going on, and pens and things. Do it, confirmed, Ian Needleman.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
1 out of 3. Come on, Tower.
And then they give you these blocks of wood. If you can't pitch, then you like 90% of the time. You've got like every single time.
£162,000 in the prize pool. 100k guarantee. Well done, one and all. Great turnout yet again. 888 is going to be in Edinburgh. 3 weeks today. We'll be doing the same again in Edinburgh. Looking forward to it.
Long miles in.
In they go.
8.5. Oh, he's going to get action.
Oh, he is indeed from Paul.
And Paul probably just ISOs here for 20.
What? Whoa! Folding ace jack suited.
What?
For 34?
8.5 bigs, hijack versus cut off. What? Oh no!
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
34.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Wow! In the bin they went, just like that.
Someone make it make sense. I don't get it.
Anybody in the free roll? No more late reg, so let us know how you're doing, please.
Longmail's going to look that big back and think, how on earth have I not been doubled up here? That is a mental fold for 8 big blinds. Ace jack suited against LP specifically. Like, even against gun, we still need to be in. But Longmail's just going to shove any suited ace. We dominate ace deuce through ace 10. He's going to shove some offsuit stuff that we dominate. Ace 10, ace 9, ace 8, this type of stuff. He's also going to shove king jack suited, queen jack. Not even suited, 8 big blinds. King jack off, queen jack, jack 10 suited, jack 9 suited. Oh, the more I run through the range of shoving tower, the more tilted I'm getting. How does ace jack fold there? That is a mad one.
You can't get in the free roll anymore, Mr. Go, unfortunately. Free roll late reg was 10 past. But if you want to try, it's Reading ME.
A really nice shove spot here for Martin. 16 bigs. Is he going to take it though? That is the question. Against cut off, we're more inclined because there's going to be a lot of ace high, king high stuff that we just get to fold out. Very nice from Martin. Good blind. Martin's going to win this tournament because he's just kept some sanity about me. So I'm going for Martin Bader. He's going to ship this one. This has just been... It is great to get to cover some day ones. And like I said earlier, we're probably one of the few streams worldwide that even show day ones. But when you get stuff like this, it's great. Because then you can sort of can watch as a viewer sometimes and realise, like, sometimes you just tune in at day 3 when a stream starts at day 3 or a day 4 or even just at a final table. And a lot of the time, at a final table, at a day 3, you've got the best players left. It filters out a lot of the worst players as a poker tournament goes on, and you sort of don't see many people make many mistakes. Obviously, we see little mistakes and missteps, but we don't see like huge mistakes like you see in a day 1. And it's good for the casual viewer to see that sort of the level of the field at a day 1. And maybe if you play sort of micros online, you watch this and you realise you're not actually far behind entering a £500 live comp because of your advantage over the field. This one go.
Chain 8 is the place to be for all the giveaways, including the free rolls. Two 2-0 Dewey. Dewey to have 2 shots. Flipping heck. Missed me opportunity.
King Jack for Sam, opens cut off, makes it 8k. David here, fine to defend the 10-8. Lets it go. Once again, I think that's just someone that's not looked at the spot. When you are really shallow in the big blind, you actually get to defend a lot wider. Just because the decisions we're going to have post are very simple when we're at that shallow stack depth. So definitely gets in there, 10-8 off, but David thinks better of it.
15 minutes of this level left. You know you're having a bad day when you don't even make it into the late reg of the free roll. Zild, what you been doing? You've been in the chat for an hour. Was distracted by food and chat.
We all get distracted by food from time to time.
We do indeed. I'm with you on that one.
Well, 11 bigs here is some sort of ECAs, maybe a 2BB, makes like an extra 0.01 EV, something like that. It's kind of close. It doesn't really matter. Probably indifferent at 11. I still would personally open it, especially at this table, which seems unbelievable, by the way, but I think we've been saying that every feature we've had all day. Now Mohammed makes the call with the ace-jack. A bit of a different spot here. Like Longmail's now shoving gun rather than hijack, so not necessarily going to have ace-9 for ace-deuce in here. Ace-10 potentially that we do dominate. Mohammed wants to look him up. Longmail fading jacks.
So off we go. Longmail with the ace-king. Mohammed with the ace-jack off. 6, 7, 6. The hearts of a redraw. Can't happen again, surely. Four on the turn. 4 for a chop. 7 for a chop. Jack for the win. That's what Longmail's fading. And it's a 10, so a full double up for Longmail. Longmail fam gets himself a full double. Up to 98,000. What triggers a flop cam? The cards being dealt by the dealer, putting them over the 5 boxes, the first 3 boxes. As soon as the RFID hits,
there's Mikey's got a little electric shock thing, zaps him as soon as the flop hits. He goes, zoop, and then he knows to change the camera.
The card hitting the first box. That's what it happens. That's what happens.
That's why sometimes when we've got a new dealer on, they might burn the card near the box, and the burn card might actually register as a flop card. That's happened a few times.
Yep.
Won't be happening with Nixon though. Season pro.
Absolutely. Full on pro is our Nixon. David says, my 21's in the middle, my 5 bigs. Sam with the 5s.
Got a call.
Oh, got a call. Does he get the rest of David's chips? I never win these, he says, so you're fine. So David's all in, and he's been told by Sam never wins these.
He just wins Ace King versus Ace King though. Don't win flips. I'll take.
There you go. There's the 10. Sam did tell him. So just needs to fade the case 5. Boom, and does. And there's the nod back up to 52.
What price for PSG tonight?
13 to 10. Huge price.
That's unbelievable.
Huge price.
Ace King for Mohammed. Yeah, a bit big again from Mohammed here. Would much prefer smaller sizes. We want action, sir. We just lose a lot of holdings with this size. Hands that we dominate potentially fold rather than continue against two bigs. Are happy to stick around. A7 off can't do anything against David against this size. And she's still got some adrenaline pumping through the veins from the hand before and wants to get involved again, but surely not. Fresh off your double, sir. Small will get out of the way. And the big blind. Still going to get action from Paul. I probably would have folded this as Paul just against the larger opening size. Should be defending slightly tighter as soon as added juice goes on.
10-10-9 flop. 10-10 Zild says, it's all one for you today. Guy in the same 888 would be me, but an Irish flag face mask. I'm guessing that was an Italian face mask, which that would have been Tony. Tony Filoni is in the building, and he has an Italian face mask, and he's the only one that would be wearing a country flag. So it was Italian.
Now Paul leading out 12.5k, 40%. Sorry, 60%. That was right the first time. 40%. And Mohammed, I'd call once here with Ace King, but the fact that Mohammed did fold the gut shot with club in hand, cut versus big blind against half, maybe he's the type of player not to call this. I feel like theoretically we are supposed to call once against this lead when the big blind should have 6-7 off all the way up to king queen off in range. All these gut shots up and downs, countless combinations.
Tony's actually from he's actually from near Stoke. Tony. Obviously.
I'm going there to play golf next week. Can't wait. 45 minutes and I'm there.
Love it. Imagine if we'd not had that convo.
I know, it would have been great, because I'd still right now, because no one in the golf chat would put anything.
Nope.
I'd still right now just think I'm playing in Stoke. I'd put the postcode in the morning, see it was 2.5, 3 hours away and go, oops. Ring the lads up. I think you're going to have to put me in the last group. I'm going to get there last minute.
Imagine. Oh my.
So lucky. I haven't even checked the numbers as we approach late reg. We've got 45 minutes plus break until reg closes. And so far in today, we have 149 players, so up to 329 now, which is huge for a UKPL main.
Yes, it is.
Going to probably be up there with one of the biggest, I believe, outside of Coventry. I'll have to get that checked. Ace Queen for Marcus, open to 12. Paul in the small blind, just 6 is gone into the monk. Didn't even fancy a little call for 23. 23 bigs. Could have definitely called just with the big blind behind.
Off to the flop we go. Seven, 9, Jack.
Continuing from Marcus, hand over.
Indeed. So a quick look around the room. Dale's got chips. Dale has chips, Dale Wilson.
Up there in the MPL.
There's Easty.
Easty and his
R2D2.
Yeah.
What is that? Rennie! Not seen Rennie for a while. She's now playing. There's Josh still in. Cal Morial back in. Who's Randy? Back in.
Yeah. Next bullet, have another go.
Yep. So, quick look around the room at the players. Thanks for that.
That was nice.
$55 still in the mix. Gareth Wright, chip leader on the table.
We know what it is like. We know it's there for him to record his content for his hands, but it's a bit big. Like most people, they just have it on the rail, popped up. He's like, look at me, everyone. I've got a huge stand for my phone.
I've got an R2D2.
I'm recording. It's a bit out there. That's what we're saying.
And can't do it in Vegas. Not allowed to vlog in Vegas at the World Series of Poker this year. Apart from D-Negs.
Yeah, D-Negs is allowed.
That's it.
No, D-Negs and there's another one. Who was the other one? Helmuth, that's the one.
Oh yeah, that small player. Is that the guy with 14 bracelets or 17
I think
bracelets
it's
or
him,
whatever
yeah.
it is?
I think he's allowed a film crew around with him.
Wow. He doesn't vlog.
Yeah, but he has people following him with cameras.
That's different. Yeah. Totally different. Anybody can do that. I could walk around with a cameraman. I might take Dave. Imagine taking Dave to the World Series to follow me round.
Do not take Dave Vegas. He won't come back. He won't be. He won't come back.
There'll be no content for him for 3 months.
Age 5 for Longmail opens to 8k. Martin King 6 off here versus LP in the big, fine to get in for 1 BB more, but I'm going to take the tighter approach with a cuspy one. Let's it go. And on that note,
yes,
we are.
Oh, I forgot.
Gonna go.
I need my pen. Hang on a minute.
Have you not got your pen?
Hang on a minute.
We're gonna wait for. Oh,
got it.
He's got his pen. So, guys, we've got a new rundown of rules for this one, as we've not done a Tower Finks yet this festival. It's going to work like this.
Yes.
Hold on a second. I'm not sure if it's going to work like this. Lime, are we doing it on YouTube 888 and Twitch 888, or are we just on Twitch? In the Twitch chat, please.
We can do both, don't we?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, because I don't want to say it and then we say go, 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 and YouTube comes down with loads of answers, then Lime's like, you can't answer on YouTube. We're doing Twitch and YouTube 88 Poker. Perfect. So guys, if you want to participate, you'll either need to be on the 88 Poker Twitch or 88 Poker on YouTube. Simple as this. I'm going to ask Tower a question. He'll write his answer down on that piece of paper. Closest to Tower's answer is going to win themselves a $22 ticket for 888. You get one guess per account, guys. Any multiple guesses, you will be disqualified. We do checks and make sure you don't guess twice.
No spam or duplicates.
And please do not guess until we say go. Wait till we say go and Lime gives the thumb up in the chat box, and then we can get on with it.
Yes.
So Tower.
Go on,
hold
man.
on a sec.
Don't answer until we say go.
Sam should fold here. Pretty easy.
Sam will fold. He's 10 suited.
23 bigs. Easy fold. So we can carry on.
If he doesn't have a lot of words.
What I would like to know, Tower.
Yeah.
Is
aye.
You told me earlier, and I do not believe it for a second, there is 4 billion people that watch the Tour de France.
I didn't say there was somebody in the chat.
Of those 4 billion people, I'm joking. What I would like to know, last year's Tour de France 24, how many cyclists participated total?
No idea.
Well, that's the point of the question.
Oh, I see.
In last year's
How many?
In last year's Tour de France 2024, how many cyclists participated total? Towers guesses in.
Nailed it.
Good luck, everyone. Go, go, go.
Nailed
All
it.
Set and ready. Give you about 5-10 minutes.
Yes. I like that. How many? How many cyclists were in the Tour de France? A good question, that. Very relevant.
It was relevant from earlier, because that nonsense you told me about 4 billion people watching it. There's not 4 billion people
It wasn't
watching
me, it was
cycling.
somebody in the chat.
That's half the world.
I know it is.
There's no chance.
I'm guessing it's 4 billion people. It won't be 4 billion anyway. But over the course of the 3 weeks, they will have counted how many fans watch it per day. And it still won't add up to 4 billion. We know that. So, how many participants do I think there are in the Tour de France as of last year? Like it, good question.
Thank you. So me and Lion will be monitoring the chat boxes. Sam opens ace-8. Martin just going to get to jam for 15. Takes this option. Kind of a spicy one, going for free bet not all in here at 15 bigs. Like in general, if we are going to choose this, like we need to be as polarised as it comes. Like in general, it's going to be hands like aces and kings, and that's it for value. And to be fair, once Martin goes this size, Sam's never going to 4-bet jam an ace-5 suited anyhow. Like Martin's 3-bet size here for not all in probably needs to be 20k. That's where we needs to be if we are going to go for a 3-bet not all in terms of sizing, because once again, Sam just aware now, no fold equity. Once Martin puts in over 40% of his stack, if he had an ace-5 suited, a king-queen, not going to get the 4-bet jam from him.
Any rally choppers in the Tour de France? No, Paddy McGuinness did not do the Tour de France. One more minute. You have 1 more minute to get your guesses in. How many people do I think were in the Tour de France last year?
You ever seen the video of the woman? Is that in the Tour de France when she's like planking on the bike and like because she's streamlined, she goes past everyone down the hill. Like they're all like on their bikes going down the hill, and she does a full-on plank on the handlebars like this. And she's and she. I don't know if it's like AI generated, but I definitely someone in the chat back me up. I saw a video of this, and she's like on the bike and she's doing the. You remember the plank from all them years? She's doing the plank on top of the handlebars, and she's literally going past everyone like this. Unbelievable. I don't know if it's AI generated or whatnot. But
well, you can't tell what's real and what's not these days, can you?
But that video is something else. Like she lifts herself up on the handlebars, she does like a full-on plank, and she just flies past everyone. Obviously, because she's more streamlined.
Yeah. The question quickly was, how many participants do I think there were in the Tour de France last year?
And I'm going to give the correct answer after this hand.
Yeah.
Actually, I'll give it now. As Lime said, 1 more minute. I better give it now.
What's the correct answer?
Last year, there were 176 cyclists participating in the Tour de France. That doesn't mean anything, because we're looking for Tower's answer. That does not mean a thing. We are looking for Tower's answer. But last year, there was 176 cyclists in the Tour de France. Any clues?
176. Boom shakalaka.
These 5 suited for Martin. Oh no, hammer time.
Oh, what's happened?
Oh no, I've got one.
No way.
Big red flash on my laptop screen.
Double gas, double gas. Double gas, double gas. Who's that?
Someone called Dan Russo. We're going to have to get the hammer down. Barred. Disqualified. That name goes in a special little Excel spreadsheet of mine. In 10 years' time, if you're on stream and you win the giveaway, I'll pull the spreadsheet up. Your name will be there. You won't win it. It's gone. It's blacklist for life. Blacklisted for life for the giveaways. As Longmouth with a 10-8 suited goes for the squeeze jam here. For just shy of 19, and it's probably going to work.
Have we got the...
So last hand, guys, and then we will have to close this giveaway. So you've got about a minute. To be fair, whenever Lime wants to close it, that's when it closes in my eyes. So we'll probably give you one more hand. Do you know what?
Yeah.
Do the countdown, Lime. And then
Lime, go, go, go.
And then we can go to the winner after this hand anyway. So you can start the countdown any time around now.
Any time.
And then we'll go to the winner after the hand. Perfect. There's 30 minutes remain of this session. Take us to the final break of the day. Hopefully just a swift 15. And back in the booth for the last knock-ins.
The contest is now closed. So we'll pick it on the stream, and if anything happens in this hand, we'll come back to it. But how many riders do I think there were in the Tour de France last year? The correct answer was 176.
It was. I'm just checking I've got the winner right. Who could that be?
176. So I came up with, I thought I nailed it, and I've tried to work it out really quickly, but what I based it on was looking at the telly, watching the Tour de France and looking at the bunch of people riding a bike and thought, that's a lot of bikers. That's what I thought. And I knew it weren't going to be thousands because they can't all get on the same road at the same time. So it wouldn't have to be too many. So then I kind of thought that they had teams now. I kind of thought that.
I've never watched Tour de
But
France.
I weren't too sure if they had teams of 4, teams of 6 or teams of 8. I weren't too sure because I remember Mark Cavendish being in the Tour de France and he was in a team. I think he was in the Sky team. So I couldn't remember. So I tried to think of something the divisible by 2 to make sure, because if it were 4 they were going to be in the team as well. So that's what I came up with. So I went for a very impressive, I thought I'd nailed it, 164.
Good guess.
Yes.
Pretty well true.
164 I went for, which is very, very close.
Closer than usual.
Which is 41 teams of 4.
Hold on a second, guys. We are coming back because
What's
Mohammed
that there?
has just sent the lot in with ace-3 of hearts. Bets flop into 3 players and just jams the turn. He's got him covered, but has he got some plans tomorrow? Can he not play day 2? What a big blow up.
Is that ace?
We've only got to get through 2.5 hours and we're back for day 2. But what a big old turn jam.
Mo's still sat there thinking, am I still in?
Yeah, he is still in, but what are we up to? C-bet flop into 3 players, should probably check. Once the big blind calls, queen on the turn, should probably check. All in, and look at Martin Bader, he loves it.
Martin's thinking, how on earth has that just go all in?
Over to the tower. Can we carry on?
164, I guessed, and I thought, because I thought they were in teams of 4 or 6 or 8, I wasn't too sure. Because I knew Mark Cavendish was in a team. So I went for 164, and it was pretty close.
No one actually got it spot on. But someone did get it 1 away.
Yes.
And that someone was Danny1706191 on Twitch. Congratulations to you, Danny. Line will be in touch how to claim that ticket. We still have 2 more $22 for the final session. We will do a keyword. We will do a Jay Thinks. And that will be it for giveaways today.
Well done, Dan. Danny, 1706. Well done indeed. Hey dear.
So Mohammed in the big blind. Martin opens. What is going on with this man? He might be one of my new fabs. Just king 5 off. In it goes from the big. I guess we got 4 bigs. The only thing is we can actually call and fold some balls here in these spots when we get this shallow. And he is actually in front of Martin, to be fair to the lad.
Hey dear. Richie Burner. It's not Richie that's guessed twice, is it?
No, we got Richie Burner on YouTube and Richie Burner on Twitch.
Oh, that's one of each. That's all right.
Yeah. We've got 2 Richie Burners. One on YouTube, one on Twitch. I can't see duplicates on either Twitch or YouTube. I'll actually just check when line said. But
well done, Danny. And 1 on each is fine. Oh, limes. Ooh.
They're not the same person. One's Richie Burner that supports the Yids. The other one supports Spurs.
Different rules, Richie. Different rules. Might have to clarify that for next one. You're not barred for life.
That's what we always do. There's no way of knowing who has 2 accounts, so we always just say,
yeah,
you can guess.
Thank you, Mark Taylor. Brilliant guest, though. Indeed. We are. Do 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 do. Sam dropping down to 140. He was up to the heady heights of 170. Heading towards the break. 25 minutes of this session to go.
King Jack for Longmail. King Jack looking to get some action. Some couple of 5s. Makes the call. Ooh, could have actually been a jam here for Sam. Just looking at this, Martin with sub 20, Longmail with 23. Longmail opening from what is effective cut off because it's dead button. So it's actually a cut off range here from Longmail, not hijack. So he's just going to have a lot of raised folds, and I feel like it's quite a nice one for Sam just to Sam all in at this specific stack depth.
On Sam, checks. Checked all the way through. That's a nice card for Sam. Anybody going to try and bluff at it? I like to see a check and then a check call. See if we can get a little bit of value out of anybody. Longmail might take a little stab for 10k. But no, Sam's coming in, and that should be in the hand. Martin out of the way with the queen, and Longmail with the king eye flop. King eye. We'll bin him. Here's Tony coming to the feature with the Italian mask. Here he is. He does a really weird thing with his chips, does Tony? Really strange thing with his chips. He puts 1 chip at the front, then he puts 2 chips to the side, then he puts 3 chips to the side of that. And we still don't know why, but it's his thing. Watch him in seat 5, Tony Filoni. He'll put all his chips out, and then he'll put 1 chip, as in a blind of 2,000. Then he'll put the second chip with 10,000 in it, and the third chip will be 15. And I still don't know how he does it. And he's never explained it to us, but that's what he does. He loves doing it, He always has done it, and nobody knows why. Because all it does is basically tell everybody how much you're betting. Sam's looking down as if to say, "What are you doing?" There you go. There's his chips in front of the cards, and we have no idea why he does it.
I know that face of Sam. That's the instant purple tag in the head for the player. Like, just tag him right there. This guy is a wreck.
His name's Tony Filoni.
He's had that mask.
Yeah.
Since lockdown.
Yeah. Yep. He always does it, but nobody knows why. And slides them over the line one at a time. It's weird, but that's his way. He likes to do it, he likes to play it. Good lad, old Tony. Known him for years. So 20 minutes to go until the end of the session.
Don't do that, you scare me at all there. Everyone stop scaring me.
Almost done it.
You'll be in big trouble. Big trouble.
Josh Manley has said he's bust out. Don't know if he's re-entered, and Easty said he's doing well. Cheers, Hild. Thanks for the updates on the ambassadors. Did Ian Simpson make it through? I can't remember seeing his name.
I can't recall either.
And I don't think I've seen Ian today, so he might have made it through.
He's not been well, is he? They were saying in the chat he's not
well. He did. He qualified yesterday, so allowed himself a day off ill. It's a stack from day one. Yes, you're right. It was the day one with only about 6 people making it through. You are spot on. Marcus Coles at the small.
David could be in a spot above it here. Against a click, we're going to have to continue.
Well, the rest of the schedule's here, Zild. There we go, that's what's on all week. That is the same schedule for the 888 UKPLs all year. So Saturday, the last buying day, is always going to be busy with the main event. Friday is going to be a lot of main and with the high roller. So I understand what you mean about tonight, but the Rumble's on, the 220 Rumble, and tomorrow the seniors and the big shot. But can't stick too many side events on because you're always expecting a lot of people in the final buying day. It's always the busiest buying day, no matter what event it is in the world. The final buying day will always be busy. And I'm guessing it's just space that you can't have too many side events on the final buying day, which always happens on a GKPT as well. You go to the World Series and it's full, so it's just one of those things, unfortunately. Side events have been on all week, and if you're unfortunate that you can't stick around for tomorrow's sides, then it's just one of those things. It's always a busy day. Right, I have a question.
Yep.
Why does Tony Filoni put those chips there and then use other chips to put a bet in the middle?
You want me to be brutally honest, or you want me to be nice?
I'd like you to be both.
Attention. He wants everyone to, why has that guy got all these chips in front of him like that? I've never seen anyone like that. He wants attention. Come on, let's what else could it be? Because it doesn't make your job easier. It's much easier because we actually, who was it, like a year and a half ago, I think it was with Rob and Cal, like we were actually I was trying to push some chips out. I was playing a side event and I stacked them like that, and it made my life 10 times harder.
Yeah.
So it's actually easier to just keep them. It doesn't make
and it also tells everybody how much you're betting.
Yeah. But no, like there's no reason why you do that.
He's using them chips there, so why don't you use them three? Tony, I'm making a ruling, and I'm going to move them chips if you don't use them.
There can be no other reason, Tower. Because if it actually made life easier, betting and putting the chips in, I can understand it. It makes life worse.
Yeah.
Because then you got to slide them.
But also, it looks like you've had a bet when you haven't.
Yeah. But I guess the dealers on tour get used to it. But that's the only reason I can think why he does it. I've got no other hypothesis.
I don't understand it. Tony Filoni is chip leader, 436,000. It's Nicholas Tony Filoni, that's what it is. Yeah, that's right, sat in one. We're on 13 minutes until the break. Has Danny undone his whispers, so he's got the $22 ticket on its way? Hopefully so. $165,000 in the prize pool. Super effort from everybody here in Reading. Great turnout for a UKPL. Six players left in level 12. Any buy-ins in the next 12 minutes and the break of 15, we will let you know after level 12 when we come back for level 13 and the final session. Well, final, is it 3 levels and then 1, or is it 2 and 2? Oh, of course it is 3 and done, not 16 levels, it's 15. 3 and done, so 2 hours after.
You can do level 16 if you want. I'll be back at the hotel, right? You're more than welcome, Tower.
I'll just sit here and wait just in case somebody deals.
I'll be off.
If somebody deals, I'll sit here and do it.
Yeah, good shot from David here. Good little take against late position. Still got some fold equity. And we'll get it through versus Queen Jack specifically. It's got to go into them up.
Somebody just fell into the toilet at the sound of it. Told David with the ace 3. Okay. It's going to work.
Yes, it's a good find.
It is going to work.
It's a nice find.
Marty's not calling half his stack. With Jack Queen off.
Shouldn't be.
Don't know why he's even counted it out. Did we see Ludo on D-Negs' blog last night? No, not at all. What's he done? And what did he do? Hope it was good. It's 5k PLO probably he was playing, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I know he was still in at the time. Late at night when I was looking at the new World Series app.
What, D-Neg's knocked Ludo out or vice versa? Ludo knocked D-Neg's out. Lovely. Got a lot of time for that.
Ludo knocked D-Neg's out?
Yeah.
Did he? Awesome.
Well, Martin, having a real dwell up here, but how can we call so? You got Queen Jack high. Yeah, you're getting nearly 2-1, but for a chunk of our chips here. Wow, he's paid. He wants to see, and we're going to be running it, and David's going to hate it because he'll see that he's ahead, but how on earth can you call with Queen Jack, sir, is what I'd be thinking here. Now we've got to pay 40% equity to stay alive for our tournament. Well, as long as we don't see backdoor clubs or running King 10. And there we go. Gifted on the turn. Check mark.
Very surprised. Very surprised to call with the Jack Queen. Half his stack.
I hate to say it, but past 9 o'clock, over 40s category. Always happens sort of last couple of hours a day.
It's 9 o'clock.
No, it's still 9 o'clock for like people your age. Some of them are having their Horlicks
There
right
is
now.
no way that was tiredness.
Why not?
Not
Why
in the
not?
slightest was that because he was tired.
Well, it could have been. Could have been. It's 9. We've been playing poker 9 hours.
He only turned up for level 11.
Did he?
Yeah. He only bought in just before the start of the last session.
Well, he was practicing for the Tour de
What's he been
France all day
doing?
before that. That's why he's so tired. Tour de
He run
France
a half
has come
marathon
up.
this morning, is
that's
that
what
what
he
you're
does.
saying?
Yeah, he's at the gym for 4 hours.
So heading to the break with 44 players left. Another buying's just been added to the prize pool.
So what, we come back at 12k tomorrow?
No, we come back at 10.
Can't do 6, 8, 10.
No, it's 3-6 next.
Yeah. Then it's 6. Then it's 4, 8. Then it's 5, 10. So we come back at 12.
Oh, right, okay. There's a 2.5, 5.
Ignore that. Yep, you'll come back at 10k tower. Spot on.
Yep. Who says Horlicks is horrible? Are you mad, cat? Horlicks is a drink for great people. Horlicks is lovely.
Yeah. So we'll be coming back at 10k big blind tomorrow. So anything sort of above 200k is an okay stack really, when we're probably going to be fairly close to the money. This is way too small from Gareth as a squeeze. Like, this is the size we'd go if it was just heads up. Say if Sam opened, Marcus folded, we'd go 30k. But we need to add an extra big on just to account for the call. So probably want to go 40k here as Gareth. He's going to get the same. No, he's not going to get the same result because Marcus
is in.
Folds, calls the same hand that Sam just folded. Sam taking the approach we should take after getting squeezed with this hand. But Marcus wants to have a look.
Wow, they both would have got king high flop. Marcus should be betting now. Makes it 25.
Unfortunate for here, Gareth should have probably got this through with the squeeze now, having to pay a turn bet.
You can see the
bad news. Marcus betting 22. Bet 25 on the turn, bet 22 on the river. We just get the call from Gareth, but sees the bad news. And Sam's looking down thinking, I've just passed the same hand, Paul. Last 5 minutes of this session, and then a 15-minute break, and then we'll back for the last session of the night.
Richie Brenner says, easy Jay, I'm 47 next week. Seeing you soon. To be fair, I'm not actually that far off 47. I'm getting on a bit. I forget now I'm closer to 50 than I was being born. It's I'm getting there. Is it about what age your knees start going a little bit?
My knees have never gone.
Oh, your knees have never gone.
No.
Oh, can't borrow yours because I jumped off that stage.
I've got ligament
earlier.
damage. I've got ligament damage in my groin.
Oh, okay.
Top of my groin, so in between, like near my hip joint.
Yeah.
That won't heal.
Oh.
Yeah, that hurts. And every time I twist my leg the wrong way, it like clicks back again and snaps.
Is that not golfing or?
I don't know what it is. They said it could have been multitude of things. Driving does it a lot if you're sat in the same position for a long time.
Yeah.
But ligament damage is probably just swinging around with the club. So yeah, maybe. I did hear it pop when I was swimming, to be fair. But that popped for the second time. But no, my knees have never I've never had problems with my knees.
Bit of steam here for Gareth. That's all this can be. Because A7 off, I think we know he's better than that to peel this hand versus gun open.
On to the next. Sam with ace king, flops an ace, ace-6 jack.
Yeah, we're just in bother as Gareth.
We are indeed.
A lot of bother here. Gun versus cut off ace high, fine to see better Sam, who sounds like low jack. We're going to have more checks. High jack, a lot more checks, but gun, higher frequency bets, if not just bet range. Does start with 6k for 20%. Gareth having to call. See a turn.
Oh my, he just gets there.
Wow.
He gets there. This is trouble for Sam.
Yeah, it's big trouble because Sam's hand just wants to go bet. And we want to size up here, Tower, as well. We want to go near pot. As soon as it comes two-tone, and now all this like Jack X of clubs, Ace X of diamonds is a thing. Queen 10 of diamonds, King Queen of diamonds, and the club variety of the hands I just mentioned. We need to be going large here as Sam. Somewhere close to pot. 20 is too small on two-tone. It's way too small. May bring him an avenue to get away from it now that we're not going to be shoving river for pot here, but as soon as this comes two-tone and Gareth not going to be folding any ace-x, I feel like it's a size up for sure. The deuce of clubs does fall on the river. Some things completing.
Any checks around?
Maybe not. Maybe we still want to go for value against all the ace-x and then just bet fold. Maybe now we get here, we go smaller as Sam, but I think turn size needs to be larger. Jack X of clubs gets there. Queen 10, King Queen, King 10 of clubs all there as well. But other than that, can't really get to the river with any other flushes. So I feel with Sam we're fine to just bet fold here on this river, and Gareth with the snap jam. What a fortunate turn card for Gareth, and this is the thing about this game, like clearly steaming from the previous pot. Made a pill he wouldn't usually make if he was in his normal Zen mindset, but now his steam is going to cost Sam. As Sam here, where is Gareth going to find the bluffs from? Very important question to ask yourself. One, the value is pretty obvious. He's going to have some sets. He's going to have some Jack X of clubs, King Queen of clubs, King 10 of clubs, all this type of stuff. But how often is this bluff this spot? But the thing is, how quick was that jam, Tower? If Gareth has something like King Jack with the King of clubs, he's probably going to mull it over a little bit. I doubt he'd jam at that speed. And absolutely pained here with top pair, top kick up. going for the third street.
Last round of the session, does he survive or is it an extra break? It's a long break. We're on his break. 15 minutes to go. We'll see you back for the final session.
Overall performance, and I had a good time. My cash was 24.10, so I'm always happy about cashing, especially in an 888 Poker Live event as compared to non-888 Poker Live events where I don't have to combine playing poker with content creation. Am I Christy Bicknell?
Yeah.
It's part of my job to represent a brand and to create content, and I love what I do. But while I'm playing, especially if I'm deep in a tournament or I'm playing a very important event, recording can be distracting. It is challenging for me sometimes to combine both and try to do both in a good way. My overall experience here was incredible. I love the people, I love the casino, I love the surroundings, I love the city. I cashed in the main event. I can't complain. Plus, I had also the chance to meet the 888 Poker team, which are great friends of mine, and I'm always looking forward to. So this was my time here in Scotland, and now you know how I live one of these events, the 888 Poker Live events, and see you next time.
Right now, obviously, you're older, and you can look back at this and reflect, and I guess understand that your mother's desires and wishes and demands of you and your sister were well-intentioned.
Mm-hmm.
But growing up with that, how difficult was that?
I mean, it was incredibly difficult, which is why I grew up as a bit of a rebel, right? Because it was me trying to fight back against all of, that.
By the way, I had so many Asian friends growing up
Yeah.
that they all smoked. They were all like smokers and this, and they would basically come out and be like, and you found out it was basically because they were trying to be rebels against their parents.
Right. It's like you want to fight back against all of that structure. And also, I think a lot of why I wanted to be a rebel too was because my sister really conformed to all of the things, and so it just made me want to go to the extreme end of the spectrum and say, okay, well, if you have somehow gotten my sister to kind of comply to everything that you are expecting of us, then it gives me less of a reason to want to do it. She's already fulfilled a lot of their expectations. And also because I think deep down inside, it was probably just my way of, I didn't think I could live up to their expectations. So it was easier to be a rebel. It was easier to say I didn't care and I'm not gonna get straight A's, not because I can't, but because I don't want to, when maybe it was me feeling like I couldn't fulfill it, right?
Right, so it's almost just sabotage yourself.
Yeah, definitely.
Just
a little
to
bit
avoid
of
actually
self-sabotage.
failing.
For sure.
That's interesting. When you started to kind of dive into poker and gambling and decided that maybe this was a career for you, how much backlash was there from your mom?
I mean, there was definitely a good amount of backlash because, again, I think your parents only want the best for you, and their idea of what's best for you might be very different from what your idea of what's best for you is, because especially when you're young, like my idea of what's best for me is kind of like letting me do whatever I want to do, right? But they can see like a bigger picture. And although, she definitely didn't agree with my choices, and I think it felt like a disappointment to her because, again, they feel like they invested so much into our future and they gave up so much for our future that I think she couldn't really fathom that this is what I saw myself doing with my life. But again, because I did have that rebel attitude, it didn't deter me. I think some people, once they get a certain level of backlash or they don't have a certain level of support from their loved ones, they might be like, all right, I'll change course, right? Because it feels really hard to continue on a path when you're not getting any support. But I think that actually fueled me to keep going and to kind of succeed, to prove them wrong. So in some ways I have them to thank, because I feel like there were times when I did think like, wow, wow, playing poker for a living is hard. I don't know if I want to keep going. But just because I didn't want to have to go back to my parents and tell them they were right, I forced myself to play through the times when there were self-doubt or the times when I was going on a downswing and I mentally didn't want to keep going, right?
First I met Alan Cunningham and John Jawanda in LA. I remember we were playing the LA Poker Classic, and I was looking up at the leaderboard, you know, to see like where I was at, because I was always a leaderboard guy. And I see this other guy standing next to me looking too. I was like, is that you? He's like, yeah, that's me. It was John Jawanda. And then Alan Cunningham. And through that, you know, we went to Atlantic City, and Alan introduced me to Phil. He's like, yeah, this guy's good. I'm like, okay, whatever. Nice to meet you, whatever. And yeah, then we sort of, the four of us kind of became like friends who would travel the circuit. And it was kind of great because it was like a brain trust. You know, there was no solvers. So Right. the four of us were sort of sharing information in terms of how to approach poker. And I remember, like, you know, Jawanda would argue one side, Phil Ivey would argue the other. I'd usually be on Phil Ivey's side. And then Alan would give us the right answer, because he would just like, he knew the right answers, right? And but it was always great, because like just hearing how John would approach things. And John Jawanda would always be like the guy though who was like, did you lose? Then you must have played bad. Like, this guy was blessed. I don't know. He was very, very good, but he's also blessed. Like, the idea of losing 2-3 sessions in a row was impossible to him. Couldn't imagine you played well and lost 3 in a row. But yeah, it was a cool dynamic. So John was more results oriented. He was that, and you know, he was more like a disciplinary father. Very judgy, very judgmental. You lose, you must have played bad. I'm like, the fuck, bro? You know, listen to the hand. What did I do wrong here? Well, you know, you should have folded. I'm like, yeah, you say that because you know his cards. Like, are you still close to these guys? I'm still very close with Phil Ivey. I talk to Jawanda once in a while. Alan I haven't really seen. You know, I still like him, but we don't really run in the same circles anymore. He's sort of like, he's not out of poker, but he's not, you know, in poker like he once was.
Because of the player pool you're playing against, mastering these things is going to have a massive impact on your results. The most important thing for people to understand when they are going to start playing low stakes tournaments is they really need to master the fundamentals. Getting a good idea of your opening pre-flop ranges is certainly a great way to start, because other people in these fields are definitely making all sorts of mistakes, and if you can get one step ahead of them with your pre-flop game, then it's going to put you in a real advantageous position. The best thing you do is study a chart, even just 10 minutes a day. 10 minutes before your session, it'll put you in a great position going into your game. Position is another really important fundamental thing to understand about poker, and not a lot of people understand it straight away because it doesn't make the most sense to a new player. If you're in position and the last to act on the flop, you get to make a choice, whether you want to bet there or do you want to take a free card. And this can really, really enhance our win rate. It can really improve our position in the hand itself. There's a lot to understand in your pre-flop ranges as well. There's many different positions on the table. So going around the entire table, your range will change dramatically for each position that you're in. There's also other things you have to consider as well. What if you've opened, what if you've raised, and a player is 3-bet you? You then have to think about their range and think about what your range is now. There's more things to consider than just what the chart says. You have to understand many things about where you are in the tournament, how the shape of the table is, like what the stacks are on the table around you. So that can really change the sort of hands you might open. It's important to be aggressive in low stakes tournaments, especially when you're playing against more inexperienced players. People tend to fold way too much on the flop and on the turn, on the river. It's a big problem for their game, but it could be a very big benefit for your game. If you're finding more bets on flops, on turns, on rivers, your opponents are going to find more folds and you're going to pick up more chips. For example, if you've raised and the big blind's defended and flop is 10-5-4 rainbow, that's such a dry board. All you need to do is come in there with a small bet after they've checked you from the big blind, and they're going to fold a whole bunch. You don't want to be giving off free cards and letting them continue into the hand and catch up. Does aggression mean bluffing more? I don't think it necessarily means bluffing more, but it means bluffing more concisely and more correctly and making sure you're finding all the spots to bluff in. So if you have studied your pre-flop ranges and you understand what your hands might look like, you can use that as part of your aggression. The ranges of your opponent, when they've defended up big blind, for example, they're never going to be as strong as someone who's open from early position, mid position, especially when the board comes high. All the big cards come out, ace, king, 10, things like that. You know, that's where you get to use it to your advantage because you have all of those cards in your range. They have less. People can get a little bit carried away with aggression, especially when playing low stakes tournaments as well, because I did mention people fold far too much, but there's also other breeds of player who call way too much. And if you've identified one of those players as calling way too much and you know this, You definitely don't want to be bluffing too much. You want to be put yourself in positions where you're going to win lots of chips at showdown, because if this player's never folding, then you're not going to likely get the bluff through as often. Note taking and tagging players in tournaments, all that stuff is really, really, really useful. I do it all the time because more often than not, you come against players which you have played before if you're playing in the same tournaments all the time. As poker is a game of limited information, having as much information as you can on hand is so important. So if you've seen a player make some ridiculous cooldown with bottom pair or ace high or something in a spot they should never be in, you got to tag that so you know in future not to do it again and to bet big with all your big hands. Bankroll management in low stakes tournament poker is crucially important, especially if you've recently sort of graduated to playing small stakes tournaments from, I don't know, free rolls or play money and things like that. You want to make your money last, you want to make your bankroll last. And the way I go about it is I use 1% of my bankroll for an individual buy-in, or the top end of my buy-in, for example. So let's say I have $100 in my bankroll. I'm not going to pay higher than $1 per tournament because I want to make that last. Because in poker, it's inevitable we're going to go on streaks where we just don't win as much as we would like. We have to protect our bankroll from the streaks like that. And when we are winning, it is going to exponentially rise. I think people are quite reckless with their bankrolls, especially when playing low stakes tournaments, because it is such a small amount of money, like you said. Because if you're meant to be a $1 tournament, be like, oh, well, it's only 5. Well, you've gone from having 100 buy-ins to having 20. It changes dramatically. You can churn through your bankroll super fast. And another thing is, the higher you go, generally, the better the players are going to be. So you really need to be careful in the way you're stepping up. And if you're comfortable moving up, your bankroll is growing, usually means you're getting better and you're ready for it. But if it's not quite there yet, maybe you're rushing ahead. Strategy aside, another really important thing when playing low stakes tournaments, or any tournaments for that matter, is staying mentally sharp. It's very important to sort of keep your brain in check. Let's say, for example, you're playing a session and on your final tournament that you've been playing, took a terrible beat and you're really frustrated. Maybe you're 1 away from the final table and, you know, getting a big score or something. The worst thing you could possibly do then is say, hey, I want to play another tournament now and carry on playing. The worst thing to do is playing frustrated. Always good to take breaks, look after yourself mentally. In addition to mental breaks, take care of yourself, take care of your body, take care of, you know, your legs. You're sitting down for long stretches of a session. I like to get up every sort of break time. I always get up and walk around. Make sure you're hydrated. I'm always getting water constantly. Healthy snacks are great to have on a long session as well to give you like a nice energy boost. Studying is the most important thing you do for your poker game. But it's crucial to take care of your body, take care of your mind, because without those things, we're never going to be on top of your game, and that's always going to be the best results.
Have you ever wondered whether you should play poker tournaments or cash games? How do you decide which one is right for you? I'm Ian Simpson, and in this video, I'm going to share 5 things to consider that will help you decide which form of poker is right for you. Understand the differences. Cash games and tournaments may seem similar, but there are many subtle differences that can make them feel like entirely different games. Typically, cash games tend to offer a more consistent experience. Usually you're playing with around 100 big blinds, the blinds don't go up, and there is less variety of scenarios that you'll come across. On the other hand, tournaments are much more complex, with a ton of variables. Medium stacks, small stacks, bounties, and of course, ICM. Even playing a normal tournament versus a bounty tournament can feel like a completely different game. There is a lot to understand, and it can be overwhelming at times. Getting familiar with each type of game and understanding the differences between them will help you get a feel for which one suits you best. Pros and cons of tournaments. If you're leaning towards playing poker tournaments, be prepared for long sessions, limited breaks, and sticking to a predetermined schedule. You might be out first hand, or you could be grinding for hours. You never really know what you're going to get, and that's especially true of your results. On the other hand, tournaments are super exciting and come with a chance to win big prizes. You get to play against lots of different opponents, and if you're lucky, you may even get to experience the thrill of playing at a final table. Plus, with so many recreational players chasing a big score, the competition is often softer, which improves your return on investment. Pros and cons of cash games. When looking at the pros and cons of cash games, flexibility is one of the biggest perks. Because you can sit down or leave whenever you please, except when there's a waiting list, establishing a healthy routine is a lot easier. You can leave the table with your money whenever you want, which is a luxury you do not have in tournaments. Cash game strategy can often be a lot simpler too. You're not
and back. Last session. Entries are finished. That new feature table, guys, for the final 2 hours a day. Quick run through who we got. Easty in the 1 seat, Nicholas Eastwood, Lee Mulligan in 2, Rene Z in 3, Ryan Siri in 4, 5 Pratik is back, Dale Wilson is 6, Adam Jones in 8, and Donatis Souza back again. So 2 hours of poker to go tonight. Going to be a fun last session if Pratik's playing anything like he was earlier on in the day. It was a good watch. PSG 4-0. Kvaratskhelia. Oh, he had a shot on target in second half, did he? He had a shot off target, 2 shots off target in the first half, I checked. And for this session, guys, we've got 2 more $22 tickets to give away. We will do a keyword at 10 o'clock, and then we will do a methinks at 10:30. So 10 o'clock, we go to a keyword, the final one of the day, one $22 ticket, and then we'll do a thinks at 11:30, finishing up at around 11:30 for this evening. We get to watch Pratik and Easty. Woohoo! And this man. In a man. Rene, nice little shove, just probably been playing with Pratik a bit, recognises these limps don't really contain any strong hands, gets that one through. Dale chip leader 373 and 75 bigs. He's 10 for Adam. Should be an open hit. First one to attempt to still get some value from worse as well. From the big blind, jam is a bit of a misstep. Like this, the problem with jam is we never get called by ace-9. We never get called by anything we dominate, and the only hands that call us that we don't flip against is ace-jack plus. So like at this spot of 17. Like, it just doesn't really achieve anything with the jam here. Like, look, Pratik, A7 off in the big blind. We open to 2 bigs. Pratik defends A7 off. It comes ace high, we get a double up. But shoving 17 bigs from +1. End of hand. We're just never getting called by worse. And when we do call, we basically praying to see 9s or 8s. And then we just got to snag a 3-outer versus the rest of the calling range. Could have potentially been an avenue for a double up there with just 2 bigs. Girl Power, hello there. How much longer is today's stream? Go Easty. 2 hours left to go, Girl Power. 2 hours, 2 giveaways, 2 commentators. To a good last session. Yes. A9 suited for Adam.
Out of the way from Gun. Donate does the same. Eastie should be V-pipping with the Queen Jack of Hearts. Oh, if he folded that, I would have ran out there.
And said something.
Oh, I would have. There would have been more of a bellow. Eastie makes it 10k lead here, and the hijack could definitely 3-bet call here. Starts the hand 29 effective of Eastie, so we can definitely go for 3-bet call. Oh, Ryan just going to get to cold 4-bet jam, and Eastie not even going to get to C3 with the Queen Jack. Well, he will get to C3, but unfortunately his hand will be in the muck when those flop cards arrive, because it's just going to be a jam from Ryan. Pretty easy call for Lee once he's put in 35%, already knows what he's doing. And here we go.
Flippity flip. Flippity flip.
That's what everyone's saying now that backed your treble. Oops, did I say that? So somehow here, 10 should actually be equity favourite by about 4%, but it's the other way round, which means all the aces and kings are live, I'm guessing, Tower.
Probably all the clubs.
If the equities are running like this, because 10 should have a slight advantage here, but it's Ryan.
Queen, 5, 9. Ryan needs an ace or a king. Bit of paint. Well, that's not an ace or a king needing one. Ryan needing an ace or a king. And doesn't get it. Ryan Searick going to be eliminated out of the tournament. Unlucky, Ryan. Good effort, sir.
Tell him, Nick. Tell everyone you would have had 2 pair. Go on, tell him. Oh, look, she's just told Renee. He's just told Renee. There we go. I knew he'd tell someone. He can't help. He has to tell someone. I had 2 pair, everyone. I'm heading out to Vegas Cardsmith on the 16th of June. I haven't really got a schedule set yet. I know I'm obviously going to play the WSOP main. I'll play the PLO 10k main. And then just probably everything between like 600s and 5Ks for the rest of the trip, I guess. I can't wait. It's my summer holidays.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
What do we know about Ryan Arseeld? He's a very nice guy. He's been playing the tour at least 2-3 years now. I recall him being around for a long time. He may have been playing locally before that, but he's been supporting a lot of the tours and travelling for the last 2-3 years. Plays pretty solid poker, to be fair. Doesn't get out of line too much. Haven't really got many bad things to say about him. Just always comes across well and plays pretty solid poker when he's at the table. Not one of these wild card players like Pratik, for example. Just plays good fundamental poker from what I've seen. And Dale in seat 6 that you played with earlier, Zild, he's only really come on the scene like a year, I'd say, sort of chasing the MPL. He's, if I quickly go to this, he is, where is he, Dale? 6th in the MPL.
Yep.
So, and he's only got 15 results, and he's 6th for 15 results, so it can potentially be up there at the end of the year.
Big one, obviously, the UK Open.
Well, as Lee here, ace of diamonds in hand. Is it time to barrel? It could well be. Did Lee... Oh, Lee bet the flop. Okay. So Lee opened. C bet the king high. Now turns top pair. So sorry. Stuart check called the flop. With king 4, no diamond.
Yes.
Is that right?
Check call. Yeah, he knew he was going to hit the king on the turn. Can't fold now.
Yeah, this is
100% we can't fold.
real head scratcher. This one for me.
Can't fold. Stuart.
We couldn't call flop tower, but we're here at the turn.
No, but we check called with a king.
Yeah,
now we've hit the king.
Yeah, but we can't check call flop with king 4.
All of it. There we go, all of it. Now then, Lee, what do we do here? You got the ace of diamonds. You got the chips.
Probably has to call, I think.
I think he has to.
Yeah, 38 to win. What's going to be 127? Yeah, we have to call if my maths is correct. We'll just get the clarification, but it looks like 38 to win 127. Well, 128 if I'm adding the 500s as well. There we go. Have to call.
There we go.
So, plenty of outs here, 34%.
Aces, jacks and diamonds.
That looks like a double up.
Yeah, nobody's moved. 8 of hearts on the river.
I still can't believe he's floated flop with king 4. On queen 10-6, no diamond against high. Just... What's in the water in Reading? That's what I'd like to know. Because there's something about this place.
Poor Jay. Treb says lots of fish in the water. Well, there's lots of something.
See if tonight he can find open. I know I used to play a lot when before I was commentating, played a bit with him on the tour, but seems like a man that hasn't been in the lab the last couple of years. Don't actually get any shoves from under the gun off of this stack depth. I always say sort of 11 BBs is usually the line from gun when we start jamming. Anything more, just better to play 2 bigs. And once again, similar scenario with the ace 10 we just saw. Ace 9 doesn't call, but ace jack does, so it just makes it a disaster. And it's exactly the same scenario. We make it 2 bigs. Adam defends a7, and potentially on these ace high boards we get our double that way. But I used to remember playing with Donate for a couple of years before I had the comms job, and always used to think highly of him and used to think he played pretty solid and well back then. But maybe it's someone that's just not really been in touch with the solves, running sims. If you're not playing for a living no more, or you're not taking it as seriously as you would, why would you? Just come and play for fun, play your own game and see how you get on. You're not looking for this to be a profession. You're not going to spend much time off the table getting better. $5-0 in a Champions League final.
Really?
That's got to be a first, right? Has that ever happened? 5-0, anyone? Champions League specifically, not Anderlecht versus whoever it was all them years ago.
Liverpool maybe. Back in the day. No, they were 2-1s and all sorts of things. 5-0. Wow. They can't have had a shot on target, Inter Milan. AC Milan should have turned up. They'd have been better.
I bet Inter wish PSV did turn up. Was it Fouet hat trick?
Who?
Fouet.
Doué.
Fouet Doué.
Oh, great. Turnham's had a shot on target. The bet's coming. Hey. Oi, oi, oi.
Won it first half?
No, because he couldn't find it, so
Oh,
he did it
okay.
all. Well done, Richie. Well done, Richie. He couldn't find the first half on his website that he used, so he just had it in the match. Well done. The bet's in.
Yeah, it's a first. Milan beat Barca 4-0 and Madrid beat Frankfurt 7-3, but this will be the record. 5 goals.
7-3. 7-3. We're doing playing basketball or something. That must have been years ago. Eintracht Frankfurt. Flipping heck. That must have been in the 70s. $1960. Flipping heck, it's even worse. When football was football.
Yep.
The old leather Casey.
Jack Hardcastle still wandering around. Did play the Rumble.
I don't know, probably. He would have clicked it in.
No, he did.
He did.
He had Ace King on Ace King Jack X 3 spades.
No, he didn't.
I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth.
He never had against a Royal.
And Rob the Ras had a Royal.
Really?
I'm telling the truth. Go and ask him. Rob the Ras had a Royal. He had a full house with Ace King, and Rob the Ras had a Royal.
Oh my!
And it was Ace King Jack of Spades.
Oh my!
And yeah, I said to you might have found probably the only 2 people that could be involved that hand that didn't stand up and get their phones out and start taking pictures. Anyone else?
Yeah.
The phones are out. The pictures are being taken. That's a good story. How'd you get on today? Yeah, I made a boat but lost to a Royal.
Yeah.
Jay, what's the best site to learn strategies for poker in your opinion? It depends what you're looking for, Gareth. Like, it's a hard question to ask without knowing like where you're at in the game. If you've just started playing yesterday, if you've been playing for 5 years, like there's different levels of sort of recreationals or people that are amateurs, whatever you want to call it. So it's a really difficult question to actually answer. To be fair, you can just Google what you're looking for a lot of the time. YouTube videos, training sites, seminars. It's all out there these days, but it's difficult to answer just off that alone. No information. Like, you got completely different. Someone that's been playing poker for 2 years that's an amateur is completely different. Someone's been playing poker for 1 day that's an amateur. They didn't even play a minute of injury time. That's got to be a first. Just blown at 90 minutes.
Yeah,
Put them out their misery.
Give them up. Yeah. That's a little mauling by the sounds of it.
Double gutty. For Stewart. Doesn't choose to bet. Really nice one to start betting with his Stewart, but doesn't take his option. Surely now. Now it's actually tougher for the Ace Jack to strap in against the turn delay. Against flop bet, I think you call as critique, but maybe more inclined to expect value to be in here for Stewart once he checks back flops and 8x, maybe even like a Queen Jack, Queen 10, check behind.
Not 1 minute of injury time for it. Imagine if somebody needs something for a bet, a throw-in or a corner or anything like that, and the referee's cheated.
Oh. Well, he hasn't cheated.
It's impossible to have no injury time. There's 6 substitutes for a start. That's 3 minutes. It's cheating.
It's not really, because surely he's cheating.
All you're
Hold
doing
on.
is cheating the fans out of watching a match.
What? Who wants... the Inter Milan fans were probably hugging him.
What happens if you've got one throw-in for £50,000 and referee blows whistle 3 minutes early?
Okay.
Then what?
Right, answer me this though. What happens if you need exactly 10 corners, there's exactly 10 corners and the referee blows the minutes 3 minutes early? You're loving life, ain't you? It works both ways. It works both ways. It works exactly the same both ways.
It's impossible to have 0.
I understand that, but it's not cheating because it works both ways. No, it's not. It works both ways. There'll be someone out there that's loving that final whistle because their bet's landed now and they don't have to sweat it. There'll be someone that's hating it. It works both ways. I'm not having it. Not having it. Next conversation, please. Keyword coming up in 7 minutes.
7 minutes. Are we commentating on the Pie Poker Tour in Manchester? No, we're in Edinburgh. We will be in Edinburgh working the 888 Festival. Looking forward to going up to the Maybury Casino in Edinburgh. If you've never been up there, that's where we are. We will be in Edinburgh.
Sorry, Lion. We like to have a little argument from time to time when he comes out with some stuff. I do not fancy us against PSG in the Super Cup, not even if they play their F team.
The F team.
There we go. Rene. Yeah, like drawing so thin here as Rene, like 10s and 10s probably isn't even going to be a thing here. But we've got 8k left, we got to put it in, and we're going to have a three-way all in here, guys. Big old pot. For those involved, Stuart in good shape here to get the double knockout.
Here we go. Jacks for Stu. Three-way all in. 953.
Yeah, so Rene is basically GG. Needs running Will.
Wow, the case jack as well.
Now everyone's GG.
The case jack. See you later, too. Unlucky Rene, unlucky Adam. Set for Stuart, 350k at 5k. Nice state to be in. Unlucky Rene. Good to see you back at the tables.
Four minutes time, final keyword. You need to be on 888 Twitch. How you doing, Jay? Say up, gents. Greetings. Only managed 3-hour workouts today. 1,000 sit-ups followed by weights for an hour, and then another 1,000 reps all body this evening.
1,000 sit-ups in 3 hours?
It's not that hard.
You can't do 20.
No, I'm not talking about, for me it's very hard, but for someone that's a fitness guru, like in terms of 3 hours of time, what is it? It's 60 times 60 times 3. Yeah, you've got loads of time. You could do, if he's doing one a second, he could do 10,000 probably. Half a second, up, off we go.
You get tired, no matter how fit you are.
Yeah. Well, we got 10,000, 10,800 seconds I make it. So, Jace, get up your game, mate. I expect 5,000 sit-ups for you in 3 hours.
Hang on a minute, roll on Goliath, what for? You think we're joining in or something?
You've never had a roll in your life, mate. I've seen you. No carbs in your diet, I'll tell you that. There you go, he done 40 minutes. It took him for 1,000 sit-ups. I told you he could probably do about 5,000.
Wow.
In 3 hours.
$40 minutes for 1,000 sit-ups. Wow. That's some pace.
One every 2.4 seconds I make it.
Easy then.
Stuart with the open. Got some chips now. 12k from Gunn and Donate here. Just sub of 15. Would personally jam this against most if we feel like someone is overly tight. Maybe there's some exploit laying down going on. Like, we definitely shove ace queen right, so ace jack's not going to be far behind in terms of EV. As I say, if he feels like Stuart is one of the players that's going to be more on the tighter side, which I actually kind of agree, then maybe go down that route. And I don't mind that from Donate. I think it's just assessing the situation. What I've seen from Stuart today, he hasn't been out of line too much pre-flop with his starting hand. So if Donate's been playing with him a lot and feels like this is the type of opponent that's not going to open as wide as he should do, and let it go. And Jackpot on Twitch says, I've eaten 2 kebabs in 40 minutes. Who is the real winner here? I know what I'd rather. Oh, that sounds nice. I think of the sit-ups and I think, ugh. But I think of them and...
10, 10, 8, flop.
I feel like gun versus button. I'm going to check decent amount on the 10-10 board. Maybe some c-betting going on. Decent gap between us and our opponent. That does just check it over. Better 9k from Lee. Stuart going to take one off.
Eight of clubs.
Fun turn. Queen of clubs, top pair for Stuart. Nut flush draw for Lee. How's Lee? Is he going to continue barreling away after picking up decent equity? Yes, he is. Maybe feels like not going to be getting raised that much on this turn when we can still credibly have a lot of 10x. And Stuart just a clear check call off to the river. And then we will be off to the keyword for the final time today. And it's the 5 of diamonds. So, Lee, like in general in a live setting, you just see the double barrel and people give up. And I find to tend this, most of the population, this is what you tend to see. Like, you only find a small percentage of the field that are actually capable of running it over 3 barrels. That's why sometimes it can be good to cool down lighter on the turn, because people tend to over bluff turn and under bluff river. Like when people actually get to the river and they haven't got a chance of getting there, there's no more cards to come, they're less inclined to barrel it off. And there you go, exactly as Lee. And you see it so much in live poker at this buy-in level. People bet flop, bet turn, and then just haven't got it in the locker to go for it on rivers. So kind of makes your strategy want to call more turns light and then just overfold rivers.
Minutes of this level. Keyword time. Keyword time.
So guys, for keyword, you need to be on 88 Poker TV on Twitch. If you're not on 88 Poker TV on Twitch, you cannot participate. So if you'd like a chance of winning a $22 ticket, we only have one. Get yourself over to 88 Poker TV. The final keyword of the evening. Do you know what? Lime gave me this keyword, and I was like, that's a weird keyword. And then I realised why that is the keyword. Because I actually didn't even think Eastie was on this feature, because he hasn't played a hand yet, has he?
Not
Just been folding other than the
Fold,
Queen
fold.
Jack of
It's
Hearts.
because his camera's not there.
Oh, yeah, we've
You
missed his
can't
camera.
film it.
But the final keyword of the evening is...
Yeah, Nick.
Beastwood.
Beastwood.
So a play on beast and beastwood.
Beastwood. Okay. Beastwood it is. There you go. Everybody's in.
Everyone's in. And then we'll go to a Finks at about, we'll say 1:45. We'll give you some time. That's Samson. Samson just makes it 5x. Let's go. And I don't want to sound like a broken record. I've spoken about that spot and why we shouldn't go that big enough of a time and why it is a mistake to raise that large. So we'll just move on with the next hand.
Beastwood. There we go. Has the behemoth been scrapped? Nope, it's in Coventry at the end of, in the middle of December. Let's have a quickly to show you right down to the bottom. 9th till the 14th of December. There it is, £300 buying. Behemoth, Coventry, December. We'll be there, will you?
Pratic here starts to hand with 30, so something like 28k. Even if he goes to full 3x, seems fine. Probably just shy of 30k, seems nice here as Pratic. Didn't jam, did he?
Yep. Hand over. Don't want a customer with you. Ace King. 29 bigs.
And Lee's actually got one like this. This is actually like one that's pure as well. Whether Lee takes it pure, I'm not sure. But ace 5 suited, open hijack, 3-bet from the cutoff. We 4-bet send pure for 30. Just meant to jam ace 5 suited there. And whether Lee takes it or not, I'm not sure. But need to just make that 6 big blinds. Get some action. Does no one want action? Like ace queen doesn't call for 30 BBs. It shouldn't.
No,
like
ever. Here we go. Countdown time is on for the final chance to get in Beastwood for the last keyword, and then we've got a Jay Thinks in half an hour's time. Might have to send Jay for the coffee.
I might need 5, honestly. This is our art tower. This is our art poker. Texas Hold'em, MTTs, it's an art form. And people just want to keep breaking my brushes.
Here we go. Congrats to the winner, Chef Neil. That's because we don't have a Chef Brad anymore.
Yeah, Chef Neil, let's go. I now know 2 chefs.
What's Chef Neil's speciality? And he's in here Reading. And if not, he's in here Portsmouth in 2 weeks' time. And if not, he's in here Edinburgh in 3 weeks' time. It's what we need to know. Go on, chef.
Ace 8 suited for Stuart. Opens to...
Right, he's gone for the coffees. He has gone for the coffees, ladies and gentlemen. He is off. What is happening here? Raised to 75? What's in the water? So 10s for Dale. Called by Easter with the ace jack. Three, 4, 3 flop. £8,000 to call from Easter with the ace jack and the overs. Makes the call. Nine of hearts on the turn. So Easter on 20 bigs. Chef Neil's just unchecking it. We still want to know what Chef Neil's signature dish is. We need to know these things. Cup of tea. You calm down, bud.
I just that was the line.
That was the line.
I can take donk leads, I can take 3-bet in the wrong size, but opening 15x on the button is just where I draw the line, Tower. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sometimes I need 5.
Sweet treats, Tower. Brownies and the like. He's bringing some... Oh, Chef Neil. Chef Neil. He's bringing some to Goliath. He's a sweet treat, Chef.
Let's go. I like a sweet treat.
Oh, beautiful. See you, Goliath, and his Chef. And if Chef Neil hopefully sees the tweets and the whispers of lime, you'll get your ticket. And Ben says they're very good too. Pretty impressive. We like these talks. We like these. Hopefully Sam's still in the main event. Sam Orledge will fill you in, says Chef Neil. Cheers, Chef. As Pratik with the ace-8 and 2-pair. Just don't look. Don't look. Don't look. Don't look. No, don't look. Don't look. Don't look.
I've seen. He's got ace-8 off and he's got all in next to his name.
Don't look. It's all in for 40 bigs with the top 2. Don't look. Pratik likes to play. Maybe the game of all in and fold is a thing. And they've been sold at the last level, that's what they're playing.
Do you want to bet? No, you think it might be the way. Would you like a bet, sir?
What's the... well...
I think it's a fair bet. I think it's a fair bet.
Imagine the rail. I'd be absolutely rabid.
Aces now for Pratik.
See, standard raise to 12.
Yeah, it's good.
Love it.
So do I.
Calling 2 spots from the blinds. We see a flop. Jack, 10, Queen, all clubs.
Well, here we go, because Jin Kai has flopped the straight, but Pratik's got a royal draw with the aces here.
Folding nothing.
Should be checking.
Jin Kai should check.
Actually, maybe bet small. Maybe bet small's nice.
What, all of it?
Well, here we go. Jin Kai's got a call, and Pratik, this is just...
That's a call.
Of course he's got a call. He's got a straight.
He has a straight. I have 8-9. I am calling. That's for a count. It's about 100. Well, that's right. 185.
I'm glad Eastie's at the table because we had a massive argument in Glasgow, and I told him people do this at this buying level, and he was like, "People don't do this at this buying level," and I was like, "People do this at this buying level." And we had a massive argument, let's say. And Eastie, because it was matey with the set of nines, wasn't it? The set he played a set in a way, and Eastie was like, "Yeah, but he never has that." And I was like, "People do this with overpairs on boards like this because they're scared of the third club rolling off." Like, people would just do this with red kings, red aces, because they think, "Oh, I don't want another club to roll off." And
This is good old-fashioned in your mate's kitchen poker. That's the quote of the day.
Eastie can't wait to see it. Eastie can't wait to see it.
So 8-9 for the straight. Jinkai calling ace of clubs and a royal draw for Pratik. So Pratik, does he get there? Oh, we get there with the offsuit Broadway. Just the offsuit Broadway.
I am so glad you cut me off because I was going to offer you a bet for £10 that Pratik doesn't make the end of the day, but you're not getting that bet anymore, sir.
His price has just gone up.
It has.
He's quadrupled.
Whew. I've dodged one there. I've dodged a bullet. This is fun. This is good watch.
I'd have said yes.
It's good viewing.
What price would I got?
I just would have offered you
A
even
yes
money.
or a no? Brilliant.
Just can't keep doing this, shoving all in on every flop that we got top pair plus and keep getting away with it. There'll be a time eventually someone will flop a bigger hand like there. I know we got lucky there, but there'll be times that eventually someone will flop better than us, and we've just put an extortionate amount of chips, and it's a lot to risk for a little to win. Pratik going well.
Totally agree. What coffee did you get out of the new?
I got the mocha.
Mocha's nice, isn't it? Very creamy. Very nice. Pratik for the win, says Dave.
Ace 10 for Dale under the gun, raises to 12. King Queen for Lee. We get for a free bet here. like just calling chips out in front of him.
Flop time. King, king, 9 flop. Beautiful for Lee.
Yeah, not much going on here for Dale. May just check this over to the in position player. Against big, I'm probably just going to bet range. Feel like with cut off involved, going to have more checks over to the player in position. Does come with continue for 18. No need to raise here as Lee with position. Want to keep hands in. Like some ace highs. Ace, queen, drawing 9 on dead here. Ace 10 as Dale has, drawing basically dead, so no need to raise. If our opponent has king, jack, king 10, we get the money anyway on later streets, but the additive of keeping some no equity hands in of Dale.
8 of clubs on the turn. This should be checked from Dale. Which he does. Lee will continue, and that will be end of hand. Oh! On to the next. $167,000 in the price roll. Very nice indeed.
Oh no, Josh Manley standing up on his feet.
Oh no.
Oh, pushes the chair in. That's never a good sign.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, I thought Easty was about to go for his camera, not his water, and start recording. Oh, maybe he's still in. Maybe he's just having an old butcher's, see what his pal Nick's working with. Oh no, he's walked off, I think.
Uh-oh.
But can confirm,
Yes.
if he did walk off, it might have just been for a glass of water or something, because Josh Manley is still in.
Excellent.
Ah, there you go, here he comes.
Oh, he's been for a water.
Ace 10 at 4, Stuart opens to 16. Marius, ace queen on the button. Against gun, going to have a lot more flats. Especially at 50. Slow rolled us, Lime. He slow rolled us. I thought Easty was being a bit too nice if he had busted.
$25 minutes of level 14 to go, and then the final level of the day is level 15.
Coming up soon is a J Thinks.
11 o'clock.
Manage to their screen.
Did he get you, Welly Wanger? Did Marius get you? Marius the luck box rips 20 bigs, ace king gun.
The Welly Wanger.
The Welly Wanger. Love him though. He was enjoyable to play with on the final table of the UK Open.
Here's 10 for Marius. Going to open. Pratik.
This is such a tidy 3-bet spot, but I don't think that Pratik's the type to take it. Probably goes 3-bet best option, fold second best option, and then.
8-6 deuce flop. Stuart top pair.
That should be a check from Marius here. Someone asked me earlier, this is another spot I didn't mention, one of the most misplayed spots at these sort of stakes. Sort of the LP versus LP, people see betting too much certain boards. Stuart should check here, love this from him. Just worried he was going to start leading, but should recognise that both Marius and Pratik, after flop check through, going to have a healthy amount of King X in range. Not liking the fact that it checks through, but feel like it's going to be a really good check from Stuart over the long run.
Checks, check, check. 7 of clubs on the river. Pratik's hit a 7. And Stuart comes out betting. Pratik will call this. Indeed he does. He calls the 20. See the bad news. On to the next.
Here's 10 suited for Jinkai. King 6 suited for Marius in the bin.
Only a 4 big blind shove here. Wouldn't fault Pratik if he wanted to spin this one. Wants to take the rest of Jinkai's chips for himself. Wow, look at this for Stuart here. Kind of annoying because it's Pratik, it's the wild card. He could have
King
wider
10.
hands than most.
He could have King 10, he could have aces.
This is Stuart going to land on this option, going to go with call. You can't have aces, if you had aces, you'd be all in.
That's true. That's exactly, yeah, you're right.
So here we go.
All diamonds. Proceed with the king of diamonds.
Yeah, there is like a 60k side pot here to bout for. So one of these situations, although the player is all in, can potentially start pumping some money into a side that's already there. It's not a situation that there's nothing in the side already. There's still 60k over there to be won, so wouldn't actually fault Pratik for going for a small bet here, just trying to fold out an ace high, something along those lines, increase our equity heads up against Jinkai. He is going to check.
Just check. Eight of hearts turn. Still with the best of it. On the jack on the river, he's sure it's going to get the check mark. Looks like it's going check.
Yeah, now we better Stuart. Just small. Don't need to go big, like 10% maybe. Try and just eke out a crying call from ace higher Pratik.
That's exactly what he's done. Well, 40. Yeah. 40 into 140.
Yeah, I just don't think this ever gets any calls from ace hires. Maybe that's why I might just go over a little 10%. I know we can see Pratik's hands not calling 14k, 40k or 400k, but
onto the bin they go. So Jinkai is going to be eliminated.
got unlucky that hand when he flopped the straight.
Down to 35.
Seat open, 21-3.
I'm not going to bubble, I'm going to be out like swiftly soon. Oh, that would be so nice if you finally did something. You heard. That doesn't count, that luck box high roller. Okay, why is that not count? Well, firstly, it's my success rate because I managed to get 20%.
Pratik with the force, raises to 12.
Should be a call here from Donate, only with 8 big blinds, but going to have a lot of easy decisions at this stack depth. One thing we don't want to do is jam. That call should be in order. As I say, when you start getting sub 10 BVs, we actually want to start defending wider, because the SPR is smaller that we go to the flop with. We flop a pair, we got an easy decision. We flop a draw, we got an easy decision. We whiff, we got an easy decision.
Queen high flop, queen 10 5, but all spades.
And easy decisions. There we go.
And there's the call from Dinata. Top and bottom.
Pratik with a fair amount of equity here and underpair to the board. That 4 of spades working.
Dinata needs to dodge, and he knows it's Pratik. 4s and spades. Same scenario once. Oh no, the 4 of spades takes out Pratik. So Pratik takes out Donato D'Souza.
That's what I do tell. I wanted to have a bet about this man not making the end of the day, and he turns into Jamie Gold from 20 years ago. That's what I do.
I should get.
It's the J effect.
I wish there'd have been a 1 minute earlier. If it had been 1 minute earlier, the money had already been in my pocket. So 33 left, with 1 level and 13 minutes to go.
How you doing, Steve Arn? Says Pratik's all-in button is stuck a bit like Eastie's fold button. Oh, shots fired.
Oh.
How you doing, Steve? We see you in Vegas, mate. $20 minutes. I'll tell you what, we'll go to the final thinks when this level finishes. That will leave us 40 minutes left of the day. Okay. So 12 minutes.
You gonna have it back? What a lad. Thank you, friend. Can you swap your greens and reds to be working?
So 11 minutes to go of this level, and then 1 more level to go. Three of 9 says Darwin Classic. What's he playing?
Free roll, probably.
3 of 9 in the free roll. Is it the free roll Darwin Classic?
King Jack 4, Dale opens 12. Oh, $33, 5k PKO. Good luck, Darwin Classic.
That's could be chunks up top.
And I read that at first. I just saw the 5k and I thought it said PLO, and I thought he was at the 5k final table in Vegas.
What's up top in that? About 1,500 maybe? Or is it a lot more?
1,500.
Yeah, it's only a 5k guarantee, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's a bounty, right? So it will be. I'll have unders on 1,500.
Oh, right.
Unless they
Oh, yeah,
smash.
the bounty,
Unless they
yeah.
smash the guarantee. I'll have. I reckon you do well to have a grand up top in that.
Okay.
900 I'll go for. But Darwin's probably got 900 quid's worth of bounties already.
Lee turns best. He's got 73.13 in bounties. So yeah, you're well in. And we're less than 900 up top by the sounds of that. Stu Morant's chip leader. 33 players of day 1D still in with 1 level and 10 minutes to go. Tower 009. My name is Tower. James Tower. Won the free roll. Get in there. Love it. Well played. Well played. Congratulations. Glad you tuned in all the way from Brazil. I'm glad you've won the free roll. Well done, you. Proceed with the 9-5. Shouldn't be doing anything with this from +1.
At least he must love just getting no hands, because we can't scrutinise him. I just want to see him get involved. The thing now, we are about to go into the last level of the day, and we are going to be getting close to the money for day 2. So like, ICM kind of there. Well, it is there. So I probably wouldn't defend this one as covered as Yi now, like with the ICM being there. If it's Chippy V, yeah, just gets in, but might have just let this one go.
Queens for Dale. His vlog's going to be 15 seconds long.
Yeah, welcome guys, here at the featured table. We open Queen Jack of Hearts, free bet, there's an all-in, we have to fold, and that was it for the session. That was it. I can't think of any other rounds other than the Queen Jack for Eastie. I actually forgot he was here at the feature, Steve, until Lime told me that the next keyword was Beastwood. And then I remembered he was sat in seat 1. But to be fair to the lad, he's not had many hands.
True.
But if you gave the man in seat 5 Nick's hands, he'd make him work. He would. Old Pratik would make him work. Dale with the ladies against this check raise from Yi. Just going to be calling, taking some turns. Jack of Spades on the turn, and not the turn we're looking for to barrel as Yi. Going to have to be a white flag wave. And to be fair, I feel like we're slightly too deep to check raise this combo. Like maybe going to be a better combo, slightly shallower. But I like the idea. Free to flush, free to straight. Straight both ways as well. I can understand where Yi's coming from, trying to fold out ace high, king highs. Does shut it down. what odds Pratic to make the final table? So we've got 22 through so far. Probably going to go about 28 through in this flight. So 50 coming back tomorrow. So the average player would probably be about 5 to 1 with average stack. I'll give you 33s.
Oh, it's only just even money to make day 2.
There's no way he doesn't last this last 45 minutes.
Yes, Darwin just took a nice 40k bounty.
40k?
I mean, $40. That'd be nice.
40k bounty. I think Darwin would be a bit louder in the chat about it. Book, David. We're on. Good luck, mate. Jack 7 suited for East-Eat. Yeah, that's a bit optimistic. I know it can be enticing when you haven't been able to VPip many hands. Well done, Con Martinoni. Made 120 bucks today of bounties. As a micro stakes player, I'm sure happy today. Good to see. That will boost the bankroll at the micros. The opening button makes it 13.5. Ye here at 30 effective, or 35 effective, should say. Seems like a nice one. Is he going to go for jam? No, he's going for free bet. Okay. I was going to say, seems like a nice one to just call, because if we free bet this one and get jammed on, we just have to relinquish Queen 10 suited and can't free bet call, obviously. It's like quite frustrating, isn't it, when we get 4-bet jammed on with this hand. Seems like an okay one to just flat. Lee, 4-5 of hearts. Can't really do much here as Lee's fold. We're like super deep. Yeah, get involved. 100 plus. Oh, bore off Keith Littlewood. Not happening, mate. He wants 200 quid at 30. It's a bit different to a couple of quid. I'm not laying 7 bag, mate. I know you want your money back from the Europa League final, but you have to wait till next year for that. We can have a season bet. £200 at 33 to 1. Who do you think I am? Think my name's William or Victor or Fred? Paddy? Thanks for tuning in, Keith. Hope things are well, mate. I know they're probably not after the week you've had, but champions in North London is all I'd like to say. Welcome to the stream. I like it, Dyer. I've actually not heard that one before. I'm surprised no one's come up with that yet. King 9-4, Samson will get out of the way. Going into the final level after this hand, and we will be going to a Finks. We got one more $22 token to give away. Just some news regarding the fantasy draft between me and Tower.
What fantasy draft?
Is it still there?
I have no idea.
Is it still?
I have no idea.
There we go. So, news from today.
Yes.
Good news for you. Pads is in the money in the 25k heads
yes, come to daddy.
So, got some points going to Tower. He's in the money, but just to counter that, in the dealer's choice, unfortunately, Adam Owen and Benny Glaser are both in the money in that. So, just a little counter there.
Both of them?
Both of them in the money in the dealer's choice. So, I just thought I'd let you know.
No way.
A good start for the poker fantasy over the summer.
No way.
If you don't know how it works, Tower and I have both picked 6 Brits that will be playing the series this summer, and each cash is worth some points.
2 of them.
And then whoever has the most at the end will be the winner, as we are going to spin over to an outer table. And it's Sam.
Oh no, he's all in. The all edge.
Against Pivas's dad.
Pivas's dad, no way. Oh, you don't look Pivas, ace jack against ace jack.
Oh, Sam's pretty good at these, as we saw earlier.
Well, he's done it once.
And it was hearts last time.
Oh my days.
Ace king versus ace king
Re-rolling
earlier.
Again. Oh,
no.
re-rolling again. Are you sure? Oh, no! He's gone and done it again. Oh, look at him. I don't want the chips, he says.
Second time today, he's got it in. Same hand versus same hand, and it runs out 4 to a flush in his
Is it
favour.
all his chips as well? Oh, Pivas's dad's gone. Oh, Clive.
Good run, Clive.
Oh, man. Where's Tony Filoni got all his chips from? 4 to a flush again.
In the
Hearts
same day?
again?
Yes.
Jeez.
After this hand, we're going to the giveaway, guys.
Oh, I forgot about that.
I've got my paper. I've got my pen. I've got a $22 ticket to give away.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Wowzers. Whoa. Josh has stood up again. Josh is stood up again. Right then, young man.
I'm ready.
What do we do?
So there's a new rule for this one. Just added today, and will be added for all future streams. 888 poker.
Right.
But first, I'm going to explain the normal rules.
Okay.
Simple as this. Tower will ask me a question. I'll write my answer down on this piece of paper. Closest to my answer, not the correct answer, will win the $22 ticket. You get one a guess. That's the new rule. Just one guess, not per account. Just one guess.
Oh, okay. The hammer has been put down, bedouring one guess.
And please do not use that one guess until Tower and I say go. And Lime says go in the chat box. Don't give me any clues. Wait for the go and the thumbs up, and then you can guess in the chat. One guess. That is it.
One guess, one answer per person.
Over to the Tower.
Okay. So, as I mistakenly said earlier,
a Lions arena.
Banana skins are not poisonous.
Oh.
And apparently, you can actually put them into a smoothie.
Yeah, you can.
Banana skin.
Yeah, and a curry.
And a curry,
Yeah.
apparently.
Banana skin curry, banana skin smoothie, banana skin Mario
So
Kart.
apologies to that. So we fact checked that, and I got it right. They're poisonous to some animals, small animals, but not humans. And you can actually eat them if you want to raw.
It makes sense
as
why,
well.
why you thought it was poisonous, because everyone's pretty small to you, because you're
That's
always
it.
looking
Well, there
down.
you
So
go, easy.
makes sense.
So all I want to know is in an average sized banana, how many calories are there?
In an average size one.
Yeah. I don't know. I've never seen a banana that big. And I've never seen a banana that big. So, a normal banana. So, how many calories is in an average banana?
Where's James Acaster when you need him?
There we go. Have we done it? Done it. Now you can answer. How many calories is in an average sized banana? Go.
Good luck, everyone. One guess per account, please.
Go, 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 go.
Final 40 minutes of the day for us.
What I'd really like to know is who determines how many calories is in anything?
That is very true. Yeah, to be fair, I don't say it
Because
very often.
I'm not happy about there's 60 million calories in a McDonald's and there's only 2 calories in a million grapes. I'm not happy. Who determines the calories in anything?
I don't know. But they say about celery, you actually lose calories from eating celery because the calories it takes to eat it is more than the calories that's actually in the celery. See?
But who decides how many calories is in steak, egg and chips?
Science, says Zild. That's who.
I'm not having it.
It's science.
So Dr. Science comes up and he says, if you have steak, egg and chips, that's 1,000 calories. But how?
You burn them.
You burn them if you do eating celery. So there you go. Celeries. Dire Straits is on form today. Yeah, it's just weird. So how many calories does Jay think are in an average-sized banana? That's the question. The final giveaway today. One guess. Don't, please. Get yourself bombed.
Yeah, don't. Do you know what? I was worried that Lion was going to be on a flight from Costa Rica to Reading after the mishap that we had last giveaway. Remember, I haven't been that worried since Dina walked in at the Goliath when we were telling about calling up Old to buy into the Goliath. That's how I felt in that moment. It was one of those moments. Is Easty going to get dealt a hand? Come on, Calv, deal him a hand. We want to see him play. We've seen him fold for the last hour and 20 minutes.
So, how many calories is in an average-sized banana?
Zild says we did it at school. Figuring out how they burn tells you how many calories. Can't remember how it works, though. That's actually true, because there's that thing where they burn the fruit next to McDonald's Big Mac, and the Big Mac just stays as a Big Mac, and the fruit goes like just crumbles.
Right.
So maybe the healthier, the less calories in it, the more it burns.
That's the same as if you tried to burn a pin. That won't burn, would it?
Well, there's no calories in the pin. That
Well,
proves my point. Exactly. You've just proven my point,
I
Tower.
can eat as many pins as I want now.
I know, that would mean there's lots of calories in it if the Big Mac's not burning. Sorry, wrong way. You can't eat pins. They're bad for you.
Okay. So how many calories are in a banana? That is the final question of the day. Give you the answer. I'll give you the correct answer, which is not the one that you need, but you might get a little bit of a tell if you've not had a guess.
Oh no, I can't be that far off this one. I have no idea.
Let me just tell you, the chat box is very, very close. Everybody seems to have an inkling to how many calories is in a banana. So if you're looking at the chat box and you're checking it and you're thinking, oh, look at all these, it could be very close. So we'll give you the correct answer after this hand, which is not the answer we need, but it's the correct answer.
Ace King for Pratik. Oh yeah, imagine if Ian Simpson was here next year and you were doing an Ian thing. He'd get his spot on.
He'd know it.
He'd ask what size of banana.
Yep. I did say a medium-sized banana. An average-sized banana. To be fair, I've never seen a banana over a foot long, to be fair.
Oh, we get to defend. Here we go. We get to play a hand. We're dominated, but we get to play a hand as Easty.
Boom.
Defends.
How does it come? Ace, deuce, deuce.
About right for Easty.
That's about it then. Game over. On to the next hand.
You got to laugh sometimes, though. He's not got to see him flop all session.
On to... See, the thing with Ian's banana is how many calories would it be? Because you'd have to eat the case as well.
I know, that's it, but it doesn't burn, so it's probably calorie free, right?
Mm. So, the average banana has 108. No, it's not. 109. 110? 111, 112, 100. The average banana, I've been checking the chat box, the average banana has 105 calories in it. So if you are close to that, that's what it is. That's the correct answer, but we don't need that. We need what Jay's written down, and we'll give you that in one hand's time. Get ready, line. One hand's time. I was very surprised. I thought it was more. I was really surprised. I actually thought it was more because I thought, because it's got a lot of potassium in it, and I thought it was heavy. I thought there were more calories in the banana.
I actually could not tell you anything about calories.
No. Me neither.
I never look at the calories in something. I don't really even know how to tell if there's a lot of calories in something.
Never looked at the science of calories, and I just wanted to know exactly why they did it, that's all. So 105 is the correct answer, and we'll give you Jay's answer straight after this hand, and we'll count it down. We'll get Lime to count it down. Uh, 5, 3, 3. This should be end of hand. Lime, will you want to start the countdown now, please? There's lots of good facts about bananas if you actually read up on them. I was going to ask you how many types of banana, how many different varieties of banana there were, but I would have gone for Asda bananas, B&M bananas, Home Bargains bananas.
Yeah, that's a lot.
There's over 400 varieties of bananas, which is, considering they all look the same.
Yeah.
I'd have said one.
We're ready.
Yeah, thanks, Lime. The competition is just about to close. 105 calories in bananas. But how many did Jay write down?
What is Stuart up to here?
No, because Marius is just getting proper value out of his queens. Look at this.
Stuart just barreling away.
He's getting proper.
Should have folded pre in the first place, just catching this hand up. +1 open, Jack 10 off should hit the mark. And now we get here. Floated the flop. I've just seen that. I thought it went check call flop, but Marius bet the flop and Stuart floats Jack 10 high and now just takes off on the 9 turn. Worked hard to get these chips, don't just want to be needlessly giving them away. Strange old choice of line, and now Marius always just calling, or at least he should be. If there's ever any bluffs there, keep them in. Or maybe feels like there's some like 6s for 8s here, not wanting these to check back river, but I feel like as Marius here, we're always wanting to just call when we opt to check turn out of position. And he's going to lose a customer that is drawing stone cold dead. Raise coming in here and now, customer lost.
Indeed. End of hand.
I'm going to hold on a minute because we're in Reading. You never know. you just don't know.
This is end of hand.
I've seen some carnage stuff the last couple of days.
This is end of hand, and the comp's already closed. There's 105 calories in a banana. They're a great source of potassium.
I knew that.
And fibre.
Yep.
They contain plenty of vitamins. And do you know that bananas actually float in water?
Never
and
tried.
Do not sink.
Never tried, but
apples go straight down, apple bobbing and all that malarkey.
It's not to do with weight, it's density.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's why.
Yeah. So the density, so they actually float.
Because okay, go on, carry on.
They do. They do. Yeah.
Keep going with the banana facts.
And the word banana actually comes from Arabic, the Arabic word banan, which means finger.
Oh, okay.
So that's where it came from.
Well, thanks.
So there you go.
Thanks for those banana facts that everyone wanted to hear in the chat
105 calories in a banana. I would have gone a lot higher. How did you do?
Well, as I said, I can't remember the last time. It must be 15 years ago that I looked on the back of something how many calories it is. So,
I don't tell you that on a banana.
Yeah, I know, but I need somewhere to start, right? I need some food to start, and the only thing I knew is the advert went, oh, that's a little bit naughty. It's not naughty. They're under 200 calories. Maltesers.
Oh, right,
the
okay,
Malteser
Maltesers.
advert. And I knew the Maltesers are under 200 calories. So because I knew that Maltesers are under 200 calories and Maltesers are chocolate and bananas not, it's going to be less than Maltesers. So I went, a lot less than Maltesers. You know the advert when she has them and they go, oh, that's a little bit naughty.
Chocolate.
So what?
Fruit surely got less calories in than chocolate.
How does it work? I thought the more bad it was for you, the more calories it had. Surely that's how it works.
Okay.
That's what I thought. Anyway, I weren't very good at... Actually, I was all right at science at school. I weren't very good at that part of science in school, the old physical part with calories burning. But enough of that. I'm talking myself into a hole. That's the only comparison I had. Banana Maltesers. Banana, as you know from the advert, oh, it's not that naughty. They're less than 200 calories. So I knew bananas were less than 200 calories. I thought it would be a round half of a Malteser pack. Yeah, I thought it'd be a round half. So I didn't go 100. I did a little bit on, and I went for 100.
Fantastic. How on earth you've come to that, I will never, ever know. Because I watched an advert on Maltesers and I came up with the answer.
It gave me a food to start at. I knew Maltesers are less than 200 calories. If you put them both in front of me, I'd be able to tell you which is healthier. The banana, so the banana's obviously lower. I don't see what's wrong with this logic.
That's unbelievable.
What is wrong with this logic? I think it's pretty good logic. If you knew that, whatever, say if you knew a Snickers was 400 calories, or what, you know that it's less than a banana. I don't see why this one's so funny. I think it was fairly good.
Well done.
Anyway, someone has won.
Congratulations. Did anybody get close?
Someone got it spot on.
To be fair, a lot of people came very, very close to the correct answer and Jay's answer.
And that someone was DF906 on Twitch.
The only one?
DF906 on Twitch.
Well
the
done,
only
DF.
one. 108. Thank you for participating today, guys, in the giveaway. We will have more tickets to give away tomorrow for the final day. But well done to everyone that has won. Line will be in touch.
Unbelievable. Well done, one and all. Fantastic.
I actually don't think that was a bad shout.
That was very, very good. Very good.
Yeah, I think it was
very good. And did you know, final fact on bananas, that humans share 50% of their DNA with a banana? So is it going to walk back to the hotel later?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. And for our American, Lime Canadian, overseas viewers, if you haven't know what I'm talking about, just type in YouTube, Malteser advert UK, then you'll know what I'm talking about, because it's very obvious from that advert. There's not more than 200 calories in a pack of Maltesers.
Dear. Great guess, though.
I thought it was all right. As we go into the final 20 minutes of the day.
There's not one banana that's got a label on it saying I am 108 calories. You know when you look at your sandwich and you think,
no, but not
ooh,
that.
can I have this sandwich? It's sort of 386 kilocalories.
I understand that but I'm saying it must be school days. You got to go back to my school days. The last time I looked at the back at something and gone, oh, that's got a lot of calories in it. The only thing I actually sometimes might look at when I get like a can of fizzy drink and you got the big red bit for the sugar and it says like 20 grams of sugar, like I'll glance at that, but I never specifically look at calories, like I haven't for years. So it's a difficult question if you don't know.
I'd have gone higher. I really would. I'd have gone lower. Not a lot higher because there's obviously
because you know there's 200 calories in Maltesers, so you wouldn't have gone much higher.
I'd have gone higher because I never eat a small box of Maltesers.
It's been a long day. 20 minutes until we are there. Samson, been fairly quiet. King Queen suited, nice one to open here. Too many to jam from +1. We're losing the star of the show, Pratik.
No, no, where are you going? Pratik, you're the man. Hey up, Darwin's 1 of 3. Well done, DF906.
That must be practice.
Looks like watching it's on slight delay. He's just said, wow, thank you very much. Well done, DF.
Somebody round here's been bluffing. It might be something we haven't seen. Somebody just run and make a bluff.
Gets that one through, Samson. It's been a great day, guys. Thanks to everyone that has tuned in, participated in the giveaways, or even just been viewing in the background without making themselves known in the chat box. I know there's a few that will just watch without commenting. It all helps and can be a bit of a slog these day ones. Long old days in the booth. At crunch time tomorrow, money day, more action, more all-ins. But there has been a bit of carnage amongst the sessions. Had a few wild cards in the mix, firecrackers, whatever you want to call them, creating carnage for us at the tables, and it has been a great watch. We just get to enjoy the last 20 minutes. Easty, are we going to get to see him V-pip? No, we are not. 4-5 of diamonds. Norris on the bottom. That's actually Yi and the cut-off. Wait for the graphic to correct, but our action tracker must have known. He gets out of the way, so now it is Marius on the button, who should be doing the same. Dale going to put the pressure on back end of the day, bumps it up with the 10-6, gets it through. Easty going to have to fold again. Might have even had a little tank there as Easty. Everyone does it. When we're this short, like, we still could potentially post 2 big blinds because we're 8 max here. We're about to be in the big. We could still then play 2 hands before the clock's paused at 10 minutes. Then we can draw 6 hands to play, and then we'd be in the big blind again last. So maybe there as Easty might have just had a little look at the clock, sat there for 45 seconds before letting our hand go. Because there is a situation now that could arise where we post 2 big blinds with just 15 minutes left of the day, and sitting there with 11 bigs now wouldn't be beneficial for us. Yi, 10-9 suited in the hijack, opens to 18k. Marius, ladies in the cut-off. How this man only probably been playing regularly for about a year and a half, but he gets dealt more primos than anyone I've seen, I think. Card rack central is Marius, or at least he has been for the last 12 months. Lady's going to be bumping it up here. It does come the bump up, and to be fair, Marius's little tank before the bump up should prevent Easty from posting 2 bigs. And we've actually had a player come and fill a spot at the table as well now, so he should be safe. Yeah, out the way at this stack depth. And once again, we see spanners.
We see spanners. Amazing.
Oh, this time he is getting his tank on. Okay, he's realised. It's like he heard me. Just wanting that clock to be paused and just post 1 more big, which will be next hand. Lee, King 10 of Hearts. Should see open. $16 to go. King 7 suited for Marius. Could be one if we wanted to get really spicy. Could 3-bet, but we should just see fold most of the time.
So we are down to the final 11.
Battle of the King 10s. Probably would have folded this one as Stuart against +1 off this stack depth. Should be fairly tight range from Lee. Probably, if we are going to continue, plays better as a 3-bet here, but wants to get involved. Playing the rush perhaps has been on top of the sun this session, let's say.
Queen, Jack, 8 flop. Open ender for Lee. Open ender for Stuart. Same hand. Nobody's going anywhere with this one.
£17k continue for third pot here from Lee. Stu, assume we're just going to see call, take our equity to the turn. That would be a disaster to raise and get shoved on here and have to fold.
Nine of diamonds. We both get there. Are we going to get the money here, he says. Lee says, how am I going to get the money? Stuart's like, how do I get paid here? Much ado about nothing. We are chopping this one up. This is going bet, raise, or mauling call. No need to slow play this one. He ain't folding when he's betting 69 out of 250.
He might be, Tao. I really likely have some bluffs, and we get money from 10x anyway, so we can see it. 2 hands, that's the way to get the hand over quickly, as we are going to draw for 4, 5 or 6.
Yeah, oh is it? Oh, he's getting Easter something to do.
Oh!
He might win something.
He said, first time Easty's been able to get involved this session.
How many? 5. 5 more hands. So 1 of 5. How did we do in that comp? Darwin? It was 1 of 3. Darwin Classic was 1 of 3. Have we done? How many bounties we got? How much money you made? Let us know. This is 1 of 5 hands. Use you. Still in. It's a form game, you know, this game.
Oh, it's getting all excited there. I was hoping you'd lost your mind. Hi, Jan. Oh, you're in a world, then. That's what I need. That's what I need. With that deep, then. Yeah, we're that deep, we can jam it.
This is going to be 2 of 5.
After these hands, I think we're going to be reaching off the yellow chips as well, so probably going to get you to 5 and then that's all I get.
Full flat for the point, yeah?
Yeah, you've got.
I need to eat.
You've accumulated. Obviously, no rush, but like.
Yeah.
Gradual.
For the pint. Yeah. 1 pint. Crispy pint last one.
Thanks, King for Stuart. 2 of 5. Opens to 21. Should be a fold from Samson. Does. Nick here. Could go either way. Fold going to be fine. Maybe 3-bet once in a while facing this hijack range. Fold out some like King Jack, King 10 off. Fold out some ace highs. So fold most of the time. 3-bet some of the time. And never call here, as Nick probably how going to assign the strat. Does go for fold. Easty will do the same.
Darwin Classic's only gone and won it for nearly 1.4k. Well done, well done, well done.
Nice.
Very nice.
Would defend here as Lee, even against 2.5x. It's kind of dicey when Stuart goes for this larger size, and there you go, does actually get out of the way. And a great example of why we probably don't want to go that large as Stuart. We want value from our hand. We lose some hands that would be in once we put an extra half a BB on top of our sizing. So 3 more hands. Is Eastie going to make it?
Is he going to make it?
I'll sort that out for you now. Just get it sorted for the next time, mate, yeah?
Two more and 3 more hands. This is 3 of 5. 3 of 5.
King Jack for Dale. I think we need to get old. Should have chipped up here. He's got mountains.
There's huge amount of smaller stacks.
Might need 2
Smaller
bags.
chips.
Oh, Stuart.
Yep.
Ace Jack here in the low jack. Nice little free bet, especially when covering. 45k. Kind of nice. Nice little choice. +2 versus low jack. Going to be a prime candidate to take this away from our opponent. But Yee is going to be getting to shove this in. 30 bigs. We've got no other avenue here. And just needs to be a cold 4-bet jam.
He'll know what to do. Winner of the voyage. In.
There it is. Finds the 4-bet jam. Stuart now an easy fold. Don't need to ask for a count for this one, sir. It's gone open EP. We 3-bet MP. Ace Queen off would be a snap fold here. Ace Jack. Even snappier.
Stuart will think about it again and then get out of the way.
Yeah, maybe he's just getting a count just in case it's like 110k and the visual that he's got is not correct on the stack. But once he sees that it's 250, he should instantly be in the muck here.
Should be in the muck, Stuart. You never call an Ace Jack. He's not doing it with Ace 10, Ace 9.
Not even doing it with Ace Queen,
no.
Which is important.
2 left. Eddie Wardle, love the commentary. Blackpool rocks. It does indeed. Yeah, I bet we were rocking at the Waterloo last night.
Waterloo.
I bet it was. The Sex Pistols were there. I've seen the reports that it was an unbelievable gig. They are fabulous to watch. They really are. Caroline, lead singer, she's superb. And all the band is great. Two hands to go. 2 hands to go.
Fold. One more. Yeah, one more. Yeah, see 2 and 3, but we'll get them done for this one.
Eastie, are we going to get dealt anything, mate?
No.
Anything? A hand?
Big Jimmy. This is well played. Mark Wackerell, he's rooting for his 10%. Nice one. We'll get all the chip counts at the end of the night when we've done.
will be that. Check, bet, fold, last hand of the night. Off we go. Come on, Marius. Oh, he's already checked. I thought he was just in no man's land, staring at the table.
Just catching up with the action. Lee bets 11.
Quarter's nice, really nice. Probably the size we want to go. And Marius, just pretty snap fold here.
Yep, indeed. One left. One hand left. Last hand, says Calv. Anyone know how Nicholas is doing? Nick's on the feature table in seat number 1. I know he's not played a hand, but he's still there.
I kind of thought it was.
Oh, right. There he is.
Final hand of the day.
Who's that?
That's Dave.
Oh, Dave with his camera.
You want to go catch him?
Go on, Dave.
You want to go have a chat with a couple of them?
Yeah. Go on then.
Go on then.
Go on then. We'll have a chat. I want to see Dave.
I'll do the last hand. We'll send Tower out on the floor.
I've got to go see him because that was him actually working.
Oh, Dave working?
Unbelievable.
Not at the bar?
I'm going to check.
Not with a Guinness in his hand?
I'm going to check. I'm off to check.
Not nicking our sweets?
I'm off to check.
We said Stu needs to get chipped up. He has got mountains there, and Eastie does find a bag, but that must have been the most laborious session for him that he's ever going to play. I think he V-pipped one hand that I can recall and just had to fold in the action that occurred behind. Is Lee going to be taking the final pot of the day here? Should he get him through Marius? Doubt we're going to call this one. Now just the big blind to get through. And Marcus quickly bumps it up. Doesn't take no time. He wants to get home. Makes it 40k though. And against this size, may entice Lee in, but Queen 10 off is just too trashy. Yeah, we're going to have a lot of hands that would usually fold against a standard size, but Marcus almost wanting us to come along here. Ugh. Kind of annoying. I'd still probably let this go as Lee, just don't get ourselves entangled down the streets, but such a sucky size to face here from Marcus, should be much larger, out of position, and we may even still get a customer in the form of the Queen 10 off here as Lee. We will see. It's one of these situations, if Marcus just goes a standard size, we're bagging and tagging, but because he's gone so small, Lee feels perhaps obliged to continue anything that he's opened in position. But he is going to find a bag for bag and tag, and that is going to be good night from me, guys. I will see you all tomorrow at 12:20. Remember, more giveaways, more fun. We're going to have a final table, we'll be in the money. But right now, we're going to head down to the floor with the Tower. He's going to have a chat with some of the players that have bagged for the final day tomorrow. Good night from me, everyone.
Careful. Careful. Get one of them. Get one of them. Careful. Just bagged up £167,000 in the prize pool. Well done, Reading. Really, really good effort. And obviously, they're still playing on the feature table. So we'll quickly come over to. Learns a lot in this comms box, don't you?
A little thing or two, hey.
Do you like hearts? Do you like 4 hearts?
Luck box, hey. Luck box.
Not once, but twice.
I know, twice. I know.
How's he been? What's he been like at the tables?
It's been so good. Atmosphere in the room's been great all day. Coverage's been brilliant. Play's been great. Ran well. Can't ask for any more really. 18 blinds back for tomorrow. Good. See what we can do.
Absolutely. What was the final table like? This table, you got Gareth straight across for you, looking into them beautiful eyes all day.
Who could ask for more? Saturday night in Reading. Saturday night in Reading, looking at this ball forehead. Come on.
Well done, buddy.
Beautiful. Cheers, buddy. Thanks,
Sam Orledge. 4 hearts, not once but twice. Kept him in it, and 178,000. We'll move over to Josh. Josh Manley's quickly going to have a quick chat with Josh. Josh, come here, young man. In fact, I'll try and get to you. Here we go.
How you doing?
Well done, buddy.
Thank you.
286. What I'm there.
Tao, it's the first time I've ever bagged for UKPL.
High five, baby.
Ever. It's been a curse. It's a monkey off my back.
First time ever.
Yeah. So I've got to cash it now.
Get in.
Yeah.
Give me a one hand, a good one.
Yeah, so guy opens here. I'm on the button here.
Yeah.
He raises to 15,000. I call, and the flop comes 339, 2 diamonds. There's another guy in the pot as well.
Yeah.
But anyway, he decides to bet. This guy calls, and I've got ace jack of diamonds on 933, 2 diamonds. So I stick in a raise. He goes all in. He folds. I call. He's got queen 10 of diamonds. Big pot. You know, I just haven't dominated.
Yes.
Yeah. So I didn't have to get there. Yeah.
We like these things. We like these stories. 286. First ever. I like the story. First ever day too.
Well, the UKPL's been cursed, and Nick always lets me know about that. Every time I speak to him, if I try and say anything against him, he's just like, Josh, UKPL, you ever catch one of those?
We did notice that you kept standing up, and we could walking over to Nick, and we're like, no, he's not out. Surely he's not out, but no, you're not.
No, just stretching my legs.
You are not out.
Yeah,
fantastic. Day 2 tomorrow.
Thank you, Tara.
Enjoy it.
Thank you.
And we'll go over to I'm not sure yes, they're finished. Come on then, let's have a quick sit down.
How you doing, lad?
Are you kidder?
Did you see me get out of the game again?
Tell you what, let me tell you what. Now, they always say you need to run good every now and again.
Yeah.
You need hands every now and again.
Yeah.
How do you survive?
Well, I never have anything, do I? Literally, you watch me for 2 hours. I've never had a bean in this gaff all day. I've been all in twice. I won 2 all-ins. Fair enough, and other than that, I've not played. If I was making a vlog today, I didn't for the first time. I literally wouldn't be able to record. I had nothing.
Somebody said in the chat box, I hope there's no vlog today because it'll be 15 seconds long.
Seriously, it's almost unbelievable. It's unprecedented. Someone needs to look into it.
Unbelievable.
I'm happy to be involved.
You've
this
made
is what I do. I'm like prime Mourinho. I park the bus. I get to this point, I'm converting every single time. 1-0 lead, day 2. But I don't know if we're in the money. Are we in the money?
No.
We're not in the money.
I don't think we are. So please bag your chips carefully.
Yeah, let me tell you something. I'll be in the money. Whatever it takes.
He is bagging his chips, and well done to Nick.
Cheers,
well done to Josh. Well done to Sam and everybody else that's made day 2. It's just going to be a great day tomorrow. Good prize pool, nice bit of money up top. We'll sort that out for tomorrow with the prizes. But 167 and over 330 runners. It's a fantastic effort from everybody in the UKPL here in Reading. But we are ready for day 2. It starts at 12:20 UK time. Please come and join us, you in the chat box, wherever you are in the world. Don't be late. Lime will be there at 5:20 in the morning where she is. So if she can be up at 5:20, you can be up watching the live stream. We've got Easty, we've got Josh, we've got Sam, our commentator, and we've got plenty of other players as well. It's going to be an absolute great day. Will he get a hand? That's a big question. The question...
Does it matter? Probably not.
Absolutely not. But he has made day 2, and Josh has made day 2 for the first time in the UKPL. He's not cursed anymore, and he can't go on moaning about it because he now made a day 2.
Beers on Josh.
Follow all the action tomorrow. Looking forward to it. We'll see you at the tables. We'd love one of these two to go really, really deep. We really would. Just for 888ers. See you tomorrow at the tables. Come and join us. We're going to crown a champion tomorrow at the UKPL Reading.